House of Chatty. How are you?
What up, gang? Russ Dog gets a belt on a Friday. Congratulations, Russ Dog. Good morning, Wheezy. Warren, we are, in fact, up in here.
Happy Friday, Chatty House. How we feeling? Big game today, right?
Yeah,
We're excited.
Really big game. Is it? That's interesting. That's an interesting thought, Casey. I like that. Shout out to you.
You don't think Charlotte? Charlotte's a must-win.
Hi, Jim.
Everybody else beats Charlotte.
Manny has never been more in his element than he is on March 7th. What's up, David? What's up, Loki? Hi, Tyler. I already say hi to Jim. Hi, Jim.
Oh, I like that picture. That's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Joe does goose.
Joe Goose. Yeah, remember I was telling you my nickname's Goose? That's one of my buddies. What's up, Hunter?
Shout out to Hunter. Oh, yeah. What up, Mondo? What's that, JDN? Hello, Edgar. Hi, Mrs. Mac. Hey, John Poles, this is a great point. That's a really good point by you.
True dat.
What up, Miguel? What up, CSSR? Hi, Jay.
I've heard Herder before. I've also heard someone else that don't want to be compared to them anymore, so we're not going to talk about that.
What's up, Kels? I don't know that there's, well, good morning, everyone. Hi, happy Friday. Everybody listening on 1320 a.m., salute. Good morning. If you're listening on the free Odyssey app, we appreciate you. If you're not listening on the free Odyssey app, go download the free Odyssey app now, search ESPN 1320 and favorite that station. Even if you never listen to us there, it makes us look good. If you're listening on the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show podcast feed, hello from the past. Hope the future is going well. And of course, the Chatty House, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hello and good morning, whether you're in the Chatty House or not. I'm on my way to work today.
Okay.
And I knew, like, there's days in radio, and I shouldn't even say in radio. There's days as a sports fan where you wake up and you're like, oh, a thing is happening today. Mm-hmm. Like there's a substantial thing happening today. De'Aaron Fox makes his return to Golden One Center. That's a substantial thing that's happening today. And if you are even a little bit of a Kings fan, you know it.
Yep.
So I'm thinking about Justin, when you do this and you have to talk for a couple hours about a thing, you're constantly clanging thoughts around in your head and you're thinking and trying to form your opinions. And I'm driving up Eureka toward our station, and I got a text from a Sacramento media member that says, "Bro, that's odd."
Okay.
And then my Siri tells me that they sent a link from the New York Times.
Oh, yes.
And I went, "Oh no," because the dots connected immediately. New York Times is The Athletic,
of course.
I'm getting a text from a Sacramento media person that says, "Bro," as in like, dude, what the hell? And then I went, well, De'Aaron Fox is back today. Who writes for The Athletic and is in Sacramento?
Well, it's Sam Amick.
Sam Amick, the post-mortem writer in NBA media.
Of course.
The number one guy for the TikTok of how everything went down.
Of course.
Not the TikTok like a video, like the clock. And I went, uh-oh. And I got to my car, and typically my routine in the morning is I pull up to a parking spot, I get my things, and I walk in the door. I sat in my car and I read the entire thing just about the machinations of what went on behind the scenes that led to De'Aaron Fox's departure.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack.
A lot.
Yeah, and again, like we've said this a bunch of times, like this story is way more complicated than people think it is.
Yep.
And maybe that's why we've taken a certain approach that we have, because a lot of what was written, we already knew.
Sure.
But also, there's even more backstory and there's more twists and turns hidden within. There's nuances to Amik's article that we're not just going to explode and like break down, because there are some nuances to this thing that that I think he just took a softer touch to, and some things that he went in on.
Yep.
But let's be honest here, this is a holy mess, and it has been for 13 years.
Yep.
It has. So 12 years, whatever it is. Like, you have to learn from the past.
Yeah.
People who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, right?
That's it.
And we just keep repeating the same exact thing again and again and again, and it's tiring. And I guess maybe that's why you've seen more negativity out of myself specifically over this last couple of weeks, because like we've laid this whole thing out in the offseason how this could go.
Sure.
Every single step of the way, it's gone that way. The only outlier is that Doug Christie somehow has been able to get this team to win.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's like, okay. And I'm happy for Doug.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I want Doug to win. Not only does it make my job more entertaining, does it make this, sitting here for 2 hours and talking more entertaining, but on top of that, I have a soft spot in my heart for Doug. Doug is a friend, and I want to see him succeed. So it's a good thing, right? And so, but at the same time, that doesn't change the fact that the trajectory of the franchise is in a weird and like very rocky place.
Right. There you mentioned it. Over 30 games, are 19-11 under Doug Christie. That is rock solid.
Yep.
And in the scope of this year, you see like, okay, arrow pointing up. They're within what are they? 2 games back of the 6th seed right now? They're 2 back. Yeah, they're 2 back of the 6th seed. Right? No, 1.5. 1.5 back of the 6th seed. I think. Is that right? 2.
Something like that. Back. They're right there.
I think I didn't update this. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
It's 2.
It's 2 games back. Either way, they're right there. They go win 3-4 games in a row. They could be in a playoff spot.
Yep.
And so that's like, okay, that's good. I thought we talked about it yesterday. The Denver performance wasn't a great loss, but I think they played pretty well. But long term, this is where some of the issues lie, is in this piece. And Anthony Slater also contributed to the reporting on this piece.
Yeah.
That Amick and Slater wrote, where the larger problem with the Kings is not the roster. It's not even necessarily the front office. What I took away from this article was there are so many cooks in this kitchen.
Yes.
To me, it should go like there's a GM.
Yep.
Not a GM and an assistant GM. And if the assistant GM is there, he's over here doing assistant stuff. The GM has the say on the roster with input from coaches and an assistant GM, but the GM has the say. Owner signs off on it. That's how it goes. The way Slater makes this, Amick and Slater make this look and make this sound is as though it's like GM has a say, assistant GM also has a say, and then there's ownership, and then this just group of people in ownership's orbit where everybody has a voice, and it leads to this chaos. It leads to confusion on what direction is this team heading? What are we going to do with Mike Brown? What are we going to do with De'Aaron Fox? What's the direction of this team? How do we want to build this thing? There's not a cohesive direction organizationally where everybody from the bottom rung of the organization to the very tippy top is all rowing in the same direction. There's not that.
Oh, no.
And my takeaway was De'Aaron Fox recognized that and went, hey, I've watched this for 8 years. It looked like we were past it. We're clearly not. I would like to not play basketball here anymore because this isn't going to change.
No, he's lived through the chaos. And you get to a point, I mean, you go read Amick's article.
I can't recommend it enough.
Yeah, you get to a point where, again, out of nowhere, the owner's daughter is part of the conversation. And then the owner's daughter's boyfriend is part of the conversation. And there's like confusion. Like, and you said there are too many cooks in the kitchen. And I responded to that. And I said, it's more like a culinary school.
Yeah, not quite cooks.
Because there are a bunch of cooks. And then there are a bunch of people who think they're cooks who aren't cooks yet. And so you're trying to manage like a gigantic kitchen with a whole bunch of people who have very different like skill levels.
When they talk about like Chris Mullen's been involved, and this is over the years.
Yeah.
Chris Mullen's been involved, and Jerry West for a time.
Joe Dumars was like this mythical figure that we never once talked to. He never once talked to the media the entire time. He was here as like literally like a consigliere to the owner. He was the guy who there was like this like weird structure where you would have to take the general manager and the assistant general manager would then have to take their stuff to Vivek. Vivek would take it back to Joe Dumars. It would go back. Like, it's just chaos. Just like, what are we doing?
Sounds horrible.
The problem is like, and I have, like, I want to get this out of the way right now. I have no problems with Anjali being part of what's happening.
Sure.
She's the owner's daughter. There has to be an heir apparent. There's like, look at every other organization. The Lakeups, I think like 47 people within the Warriors franchise are like that are on the payroll have a last name of Lakeup. You go to the Atlanta Hawks, like the owner's son is tied in with the assistant, with the general manager.
Hiring the homies.
Yeah. Yeah. You go anywhere. You go to Denver, the Cronkies, like they're like, that's the way this goes.
No doubt.
But it's one thing to be part of ownership, and there's another thing to be part of management. And what you can't really do, you need a separation of church and state. You got to have the three houses here, right? Where you have checks and balances, where like the ownership side, that's fine. If the daughter's part of the ownership side, what she can't be is part of ownership and part of the front office side, because then it becomes like this.
Right. If you want to
have, who are we working with here?
If you want to have, and I have no idea, by the way, in this cornucopia of people, I have no idea like what the power rankings are. But the point is, if you want to have your daughter, son, whoever start to like, hey, I'm getting up there. At some point, we're going to need to transition this. That's fine. Like you said, that's how this goes. That doesn't mean, hey, what do you think about what the GM's doing? How do you feel about the coach? Like, what should we do here?
Yeah.
Like, no, there needs to, like I said, ownership is always going to have the say. They're going to have, because they have to sign off on everything. It's ostensibly their money that's being dealt with.
Yep.
But there needs to be a single figure with the say, with the final say, where when De'Aaron Fox and his representation go, hey, don't like the way this is shaping up, they can just go to Monty McNair, the GM in this situation, and go, hey, what's the deal? Here's where we're at. Where are you at? This is it. But it's like they go to Monty McNair, but then it also might need to be Wes Wilcox, and it might also need to be Anjali, and it might also need to be Jeremy Lamb, apparently.
Yeah.
Or something. And then also Matina, and then also any random consultant who just happens to be in
Alvin
that year.
Gentry.
Alvin Gentry. Yes, that's it. Thank you. I was Vlade was the only name coming back to me.
Well,
but
no, Vlade's
around.
part of it too.
Yep, he's around. So like, so you see here how it could be really difficult. Imagine you're trying to steer a ship through a storm. And instead of having one captain who's like steering the ship and everybody has their own job and they're all going to say, everybody's like, I'll take the wheel. No, let me grab the wheel. I think we need to do this. And now you've got 7 people all trying to navigate this ship when, hey, you know what? This is really a one-person job and everybody else kind of needs to fall in line and listen to this person.
Well, add in the next layer. The next layer is imagine being the face of all of that. Imagine being the front of the boat, whatever that statue is, or Leonardo DiCaprio holding up.
Sure. Kate
Winslet. You know, imagine being that person.
Yeah.
Because that is exactly where De'Aaron Fox is, where he's the guy out in front of all of it while everybody else keeps changing directions and everything else behind you.
They hit the iceberg and everyone went, Jack, what the hell?
Yeah.
It's like, save me for?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? So it's difficult for me, and this gets to kind of where we're headed with today's conversation with De'Aaron Fox and the Spurs coming into Golden One Center. To me, and I know that there are people who disagree, and I would love to hear from you. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I walked away from this piece in The Athletic, and I already kind of had my thoughts on this, just kind of knowing some A, whatever's public, and B, some of the stuff behind the scenes. after reading this in The Athletic, I have a really, really difficult time blaming De'Aaron Fox for wanting out. I don't necessarily love the way he did everything in Sacramento.
Of course not.
But to ask out of the situation when you read how chaotic it is and it seems, and it doesn't seem like there's a path toward that changing anytime soon, it's really difficult for me to be like, wow, can't believe he wanted out.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to tell you how to fan. You go to the game tonight or you sit in front of your TV tonight. If you want to boo De'Aaron Fox, boo De'Aaron Fox. I don't think he said anything negative about the city.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't said anything negative about the fan base. The only thing he's been negative about is the overall experience, the chaos that he endured over 7.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
4 NBA head coaches, multiple front office, 2 front offices. Like, there was chaos, and he was hoping that they were done with the chaos, and he was entering the prime of his career. Yeah. He turned 27 in December, and he looked at this and said, where are we going, and what am I doing here?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't blame him.
Here's the thing. I see, I can't sit here and read everything that's in the chat, but I'm trying to keep up with what the thoughts are. If you don't think De'Aaron Fox was a number one guy and he wasn't going to lead the Kings to a title as a number one guy, that's fine. I don't hate the take necessarily. Like I said, I that was kind of my biggest problem with him on the court. It's like, dude, can you just take over and be that dude? And he never did. Mm-hmm. And now he's in a place where he's going to be the very clear number 2. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, okay, I get it now. And if you are saying good riddance, De'Aaron Fox, we're never going to win with you anyways, go play elsewhere. I don't necessarily blame you. But I'm also not going to sit here and wonder or necessarily lay the blame at his feet for not wanting to deal with what's going on with the Kings.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, like, Fox has always been brash and unapologetic. Mm-hmm. Always. Like, all the way throughout his career here, he's always been that. Mm-hmm. And so why would he be anything different on the way out the door?
Sure.
Why would he ask for anything different? Yep. And, like, you all embraced him when he was that way, and you laughed when he talked about, going on Tinder when he was a 19, 20-year-old kid. Mm-hmm. He's always been the same guy. He did not change hardly at all. The only thing in the end, he just had it up to here with, like, the chaos. And sure. And I get it.
Sure. If you're out on De'Aaron Fox, or if you're going to boo him tonight, why?
Yeah.
Like, what do you, I'm not judging. I just, from my vantage point, I don't see the argument for, I'm going to boo that guy tonight. So I want to know, I genuinely, like I said, I'm not trying to be like, hey, you got to explain yourself, because fan how you want to fan. Neither James nor nor Joe are going to tell you, hey, this is what you have to do tonight.
No.
I just want to know the logic behind it. Yep. Or if you're going to cheer for De'Aaron Fox, again, once the ball's tipped, boo the hell out of whoever. Like, but pregame, if you're going to boo, I want to know why. If you're going to cheer for him, I want to know why. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. There was another little tidbit in this Amick and Slater article that really jumped out. It had nothing to do with De'Aaron Fox. We'll talk about that as well. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's pushing buttons and doing a bunch of other stuff too. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Mark, this is a good question. They probably would take it from you, or at least ask you. I mean, they might ask you to leave, but they'd probably take it from you. Yeah.
Huh. You didn't leave him on hold. We might get there eventually.
Yeah.
That's so funny. We'll get to this for sure. We'll get to the Luke Locke stuff.
Yeah.
KD 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Would love to hear from Kevin Durant today. That'd be great. That's fair, man. We got beef, bro.
No, yeah, like I don't care either way. Like I don't. I'm ambivalent to like if you're booing or not.
Yes, facts. You can boo whoever you want. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I would like to know why.
And you spent $4,500 on tickets?
Yeah, Kevin Durant is not cheaping out, dude. Kevin Durant's sitting courtside. He's got feet on the floor.
Wow. All right.
Yes, because he's coming back to Sacramento tonight. It's the story.
Man, there's a lot going on here.
There's so much happening.
There's a lot going on in the chat today.
I like you guys so much. I want everybody to know that. Okay, he's on 2, and then the other guy's on 1. Okay, great. Never walk Cornelia Street again. Yeah, last night I do this little the sports updates for 98 Rock and 96.9 The Eagle. And I just record them that night once all the kind of the action's done. I just write a little script. It's 50 seconds or whatever. It's super easy. And last night I get all set up. I get the thing written. I check and make sure there's nothing I missed. And then I go into record. I'm like 20 seconds into recording. And I'm like, that looks weird. And I had not plugged my mic in.
I saw your tweet about that.
Step 1. Plug the mic in.
Plug the mic in.
Missed it. Great. I'm going to have you give me those names again. Okay, so who's on 2? And he wants to talk Kings? Great.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. I'm going to make it very clear. We're going to go to the phone. Let's go to the phones. Good fade. I'm going to make it very clear. We don't care whether you boo or not tonight.
Oh, no.
Aaron Fox you can boo, you can cheer.
Yeah.
You can be silent. You can stand. You can say, don't yell profanities at people. Don't start fights. Don't be, that's within the realm of the rules, though. Do whatever the hell you want.
Happy cry, sad cry.
Do it. Yeah, exactly.
There's going to be a tribute video.
Joe is here too. Sorry.
I'll
get that down.
That's one of the little things that was thrown into Amig's article is that there will be a tribute video tonight. And rightfully so.
No doubt. No doubt. Whatever you think of De'Aaron Fox, he was the tip of the spear that helped break the 16-year playoff drought.
He's also the player that's all-time leader in assists, all-time leader in steals during the Sacramento era.
Mm-hmm.
Like he would have been the all-time leader in points scored. He would have been the all-time leader in games played.
Sure.
Probably by the end of this season, he would have been all-time leader in games played.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a messy divorce.
I'd be. I'll save this though.
Okay.
So yeah, do whatever you want tonight, man. I personally, if I was a fan sitting in a seat tonight, I wouldn't boo. Although it would be electric if during this like heartfelt tribute video, boos were just raining down. That would create some real tension for the game.
Yeah.
Just as a
I'm intrigued to see what happens tonight.
I really can't wait.
Yeah, Kyle is trying to incite him.
I'm not. I'm not trying to incite anything. That's crazy. let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you're going to the game, are you booing De'Aaron Fox? Or are you cheering De'Aaron Fox? And if you're not going to the game, if you did go, would you boo or would you cheer? We'd love to know. Dustin, you're on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. What's up, man? Okay, you're good. We'll get to Dustin here in a moment. I wonder what the sentiment would be if... Oh, okay, they're gone? Oh, weird. Oh, you know why? That's my fault. Sorry. Dustin, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Nope. Dustin. Oh, is he there?
Yeah.
Dustin, call back. That's my bad. I did something on my end. I'm not used to having you hit the phones. So, Joe, go ahead. Let's go to TC on line 3. Dustin, go ahead and call back. TC, what's up, man?
Hammer, Kyle, what's up?
Chilling, bro.
Hey, man, look, we knew it was gonna get spunky today, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the fans' point, from the Spurs media, like today is just gonna be a hostile day. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's just gonna do what they're gonna do, regardless of the fact, right? But you know how I feel about Fox. I respect and love everything he did. That's why I'm gonna leave it alone. I just felt like, bro, we loved you and we wanted you was supposed to be that dude. You had everything to be that dude, the number one dude, but you constantly want to take a back seat. I don't care about what's going on with the ownership or none of that, bro. We're talking about you as we wanted you to be a leader. We wanted you to be that guy. You be him, but you steadily want to take a back seat, bro. And I just didn't feel that. So other than that, I'm going to move on and move forward. But personally, that's how I felt as far as a fan, bro. I'm out.
No doubt. Appreciate it, TC. That makes sense to me. If maybe this is where I'm missing the forest for the trees. Maybe the what's the like the not discontent, maybe the boos for Fox are less about how he left and more like, yeah, hey man, didn't feel like you gave 100%, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean you can boo for whatever you think. Like I do know that, like there are plenty of games where you could look at De'Aaron Fox's stat line, or you can look at the way he played on the court and feel a certain way. Like I totally agree, but I also like you got to look at the entirety of the situation and how in Sacramento, every time you take a step forward, you take at least one step backwards, and sometimes it's 2. And sometimes it's 3. And that's a problem. Like if you're a player who's entering his prime, if you're a player who keeps missing out on all NBA and all-star games, even though you have some of the best stats in the league, because your franchise is considered, it's just looked at in a different way than the other franchises in the league around you, then that's a problem. You know, so again, I like a player is going to go where he's wanted and where he can make the most money. Sure. And at a certain point in their career, they want to go where they're going to win.
Yep.
And I can look at this situation here and tell you that we've been asking for the same thing that Fox was asking for 2 years.
Yep.
And it never materialized.
Yep. No doubt.
And that's tough.
Sure is. Is Dustin back? I'm going to do this right this time. Go ahead, Dustin. You're on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. What's up?
What's good, guys? What's good, Kyle? Good
my man. Appreciate you.
Shout out to my man, Joe, for getting the production job.
Yes, sir.
Big homie of him.
Yes, sir.
And I think that tonight is kind of going to go like an SEC kind of basketball game. I'm in Alabama. I live in Alabama. Grown and raised in Sacramento. But I feel like he's going to get booed when he gets the ball. But I don't know. I feel like the fans kind of feel a little bit betrayed. But me personally, I'm a big fan of Fox. Loved him. Kind of was there when my dad passed away. We drafted him. So got a little sentimental value for him. But it's going to be interesting tonight, man.
All right. Very good. So you're not going to boo the television from Alabama? No. Okay. It sounded like a no. It sounded like you wouldn't. And that's why I that's why this is even interesting to me, because I think there's a portion of the fan base, I have no idea what percentage, that kind of feels like that.
Yeah. I think I told you to, like, the Kings stats from a couple of years ago is like 19% of their season ticket holders have social media. That's it.
That's crazy.
And that means
I would have said like 50 and thought I was shooting low.
And that means that like 80% of the people in the building aren't 100% attuned to everything that's happened here.
Yeah.
And you still had a lot of boos when his picture flashed up on the screen.
Yeah.
And to me, that was like really telling that whatever is out there has permeated a large percentage of the fan base.
Yeah.
And, like whether it's listeners on the radio, whether it's, people who read the newspaper or whatever, they're reading a lot of what's happened here and they don't like from his side.
And if you feel like, regardless, let's remove the organizational element of this and why he left. If you're a fan, and let's say you're not on social media, you don't have social media, you own a flip phone, and you're not on social.
Yep.
And you just go to a lot of Kings games. If you feel tonight like, man, De'Aaron Fox quit on the Kings, he did not give 100%, or he did not play his best, or he did not want to be here, and it showed. If that's how you feel, there's nothing I'm going to say, James is going to say, D-Lo or Casey, there's no report that can come out in the Athletic, ESPN, or otherwise that is going to make you feel like, oh, okay, never mind, I feel okay about this. Because if your vibe is, hey, you know what, I think he's a better player than he showed, and I think he kind of quit on the Kings, then that I would boo that too if that was my thought. I don't, and so again, this is not, I don't blame anybody for feeling how they want to feel. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land going into tonight. Like, hey man, what's the vibe at Golden One? That's how I'm looking at this.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, like the vibes when Doug took over instantly turned around, and then this got in the way of those vibes. So I get why people are like, look, things were going well, like the season was turning around. Why did you have to do this? And I think you have to understand that the decision was made when they fired Mike Brown. Like that decision, the management went into the decision to fire Mike Brown with the full understanding, 100% understanding that when they did that, De'Aaron Fox no longer wanted to be there. He had made it very clear during the offseason. He said, I played for 3 coaches already. This is my 4th coach. I don't want to play for another one here.
And I think he was close with Mike Brown, but I also think there was just a stability factor there.
Yeah, that's it. Like there's like, in all sincerity, he really likes Doug Christie. I know he does. They've known each other forever. Doug has always had his back. He really likes Doug Christie, but he's like, look, here we go again. And Doug is an interim. There's no guarantee that I'm not going to play for my 5th and 6th coach.
That's what it's Amick and Slater refer to in their article.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not a slam dunk that Doug Christie is the next head coach.
Nope.
Like, oh my God.
And it's not a slam dunk that Monty and Wes are back. There's a very good chance that there's management change again. There's a very good chance that they hire Doug Christie before they hire a general manager again. Like this cycle of like chaos is very likely to continue.
Yep.
And that's part of the problem where you got a guy who reaches a point in his career where he's like, look, I've got 6 years left probably of my prime, and then maybe a couple of years after that. So I might have 8 years left, 35, maybe 36. Like, do I want to spin my tires, and do I want to never make All-NBA again? Do I not want to not make an All-Star team again?
Sure.
All of these things that actually mean something when you're done playing basketball.
Yeah.
They do mean something to you. They the difference between you look at his stats, compare him to a bunch of other people's stats, he has Hall of Fame numbers. And he's not even being considered for All-Star.
Yeah.
And that's tough.
Yep. Let's get to Daniel. Daniel wants to talk Kings and De'Aaron Fox. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, how are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah. The last few weeks, I've been getting the same vibe from Domas that Fox gave right before he asked out. Do you think there's a chance he's going to want to leave in the summer?
Terrific question. Thanks, Daniel. So that's the other aspect of the Slater and Amick article that we were going to get to.
Yep.
It's just a little nugget dropped in there that Domas is looking around and having the same questions De'Aaron is. Has the same issues De'Aaron had. And this summer might go, I'm tired of this. I would like to not play basketball here anymore.
Like, look,
Whew.
like this is going exactly as it looked like it would lay out.
Mm-hmm.
We told you this was a possibility,
Mm-hmm.
that Mike Brown would get fired, that De'Aaron Fox would ask out, that management would lose their jobs. And then when all of that happens, where's Domas going to be and what does he want?
Mm-hmm.
And does he not want to be here? And we're looking at a guy who's 28 going on 29.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does he want to finish his prime here?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a tough, like, I would be asking the same questions. And that, again, Domantas Sabonis absolutely adored. We talk about De'Aaron Fox having a good relationship with Doug Christie. Yeah. Domantas Sabonis adores Doug Christie.
Yes.
Like, they have traveled the world together the last 2 summers, Doug working with Domas every step of the way. And they have this incredible relationship. And it's someone that they literally, like, it makes perfect sense that he would want to sit here and play with.
Sure.
For Doug. But also, like, the chaos is a chaos, man.
Yeah.
You can feel it.
Yeah. The instability matters. Sass in the chatty house, one of our chatty house MVPs, says, I feel like that's sensationalism, adding in Domas. I would agree if they were like, and now maybe Domas will ask out, but no, it's reporting. Yep. It's like, hey, this is a thing that is happening. And within the context of De'Aaron Fox got so fed up that he asked out, the Kings' other biggest star, when I called De'Aaron Fox the tip of the spear that broke the playoff drought, I saw the people in the chatty house saying, hey, actually it was Domas. Okay, cool. Fine. You can, fine. He might want out too. Or he's going to want out too.
There's a good chance. But, like, look, this is why we keep, like, there's easy pathways to avoid all of this, to avoid the chaos. Mm-hmm. And they never take that off ramp.
Nope.
They look for the chaos in a lot of ways.
It's kind of
it's just like, again, the Mike Brown firing, it was avoidable. Like, if you didn't want to give him the contract, that's one thing. But when they gave him the contract extension, it was with the understanding that he was going to be here for 3 years. Mm-hmm. That's why they gave him $8.5 million a year. That's why they bumped his salary up this year. They didn't just give him that money so they could fire him 30 games in just because. Like, oh, hey, we've got to appease Fox. Like, no, it was with the intention for him to be here. And if you're going to do that, then support him the right way. That's all we were asking for the entire time. And it's what De'Aaron Fox has been asking for. Go get the length and athleticism. Because, like, let's be honest, it's still the same issue. Like, Zach LaVine is facing the same exact issue that De'Aaron Fox faces.
I don't want to relitigate the Mike Brown stuff, but I do think there's I don't think it's a coincidence that they started winning more often once Doug Christie was the head coach.
Well, yeah,
like, it feels like there's like there's, again, I don't want to relitigate that whole thing, but as you said at the top of the show, it's very, very nuanced.
This whole thing is nuanced.
Entire thing.
And I'm not litigating. Like Mike had lost 5 games in a row and the team was sinking. Like, that's going to happen.
Charlie, go ahead. It's a big deal when Charlie O hops in. Charlie, can you move your computer so you're centered in the frame here? We got you. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Charlie O, everybody. What's up, man?
Hey, it says my mic's muted. Am I muted?
Nope. You're good.
All good.
All right. I had a question. Okay. I didn't realize, I heard you talking about a tribute video. Is De'Aaron Fox retiring tonight?
No, he's just returning to Sacramento.
Then why are they doing a tribute video?
As a, like, hey, thanks for the 8 years. It's a pretty standard thing when a person comes back to,
which is absolutely ridiculous.
The Warriors did a giveaway for Klay Thompson.
Ridiculous. Giving everybody little hats to say, hey, Klay, come back to the party. We love you. You went to Dallas. You left us in the lurch. I am out of my freaking mind. I am out of my mind. De'Aaron Fox did not do everything that he could do to stay in Sacramento. As a matter of fact, he even said, my preferred destination. When you tell me your preferred destination, you're telling me you're out of the house. Okay. And he said his preferred destination was San Antonio. So they got him to his preferred destination. That is his tribute video. Okay. That is his tribute video, because now for the next 5 to 7 years, De'Aaron Fox's pledged work is to come back to Sacramento, or every time Sacramento goes to San Antonio, is to beat their ass and make sure every time they play, they do not make the playoffs. Okay. And tonight we're going to put this guy on the floor and give him a 5 to 7 minute tribute video because he left us.
Yes.
You don't go to divorce court and give a tribute video to your ex-wife. Okay? I want to give a tribute video to my ex-wife, and then sue her for everything that you've got.
Sports teams and personal relationships are
Slightly different.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
They are.
They absolutely are not. They are very personal. Okay, and this guy got up and left.
Here's the deal. If they didn't do that, the story would be, wow, look how petty the Kings are.
Yes.
Look at the Kings. The Kings don't care.
I don't care. Who's judging us? For what? 72
players?
72 hours players judge?
It's the same exact organization who didn't have a press conference when they fired their head coach for 40 days. Yeah. And the only reason they did is because
they
made a trade.
That's because that was a total bungle of jungle.
Hang on, Charlie. My boss is telling us we got to step aside for a second. So it's safe to say you won't be cheering De'Aaron Fox tonight.
Not only will I not be cheering De'Aaron Fox, I will be booing through the entire tribute video. Perfect. And I will be booing every time he touches the ball.
I love this.
Amen, Charlie.
Love this. All right. Charlie, appreciate you. Joe Brazil.
Medulla oblongata to everyone.
Yes, James, I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. Joe, hit the button.
Hey, I honestly think, again, everyone is allowed to feel however they want here. And I don't think we've sat here and told you how to feel. The whole time, I think what we've tried to give you is that it is way more complicated than you think.
We literally, so there's I love Charlie. I didn't want to
yeah,
that's facts. I didn't want to cut him off. There's just literally specific times we have to do stuff. So I'm only a couple songs in. It's fine. Lisa's album was fine. Jenny's been fine so far. Rosé's is pretty good, but Jisoo's album of the Blackpink solo stuff is by far the best. Yeah, dude. Charlie let the clip go. That was awesome. Hey, this is the number one cue. This is Space Dragon Chicken.
Yeah.
Gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the thing, man. For a lot of people, it is black and white. It is that guy wanted to leave. He doesn't play for my team anymore. Boo.
Yep.
Salute.
I'm fine with that.
I feel like I don't really want to boo, but if I get a couple of those $5 beers in me, there is $5 beers at Golden Once that that's all I'm gonna say. But if I get, about $20 worth of that $5 beer in me, I might.
Are they this big?
They are very small. Yeah, it's at the sushi. Yeah, have you guys seen that little sushi hand cart in the?
Oh,
it's
don't
in the
give
second
up your
floor.
secrets.
Okay,
don't give up your secrets,
all
man.
right. I guess you guys also probably never go up to the second floor, anyways.
Second floor.
I walked up there once.
I do.
Only to walk back.
One of my favorite things to do is to go up to the draft house.
Yeah. Yeah, you
That's
actually
such a great spot.
I remember that was one of you told me, you were like, well, I was like, well, I don't know. Really. Just get a cheap ticket, get in, go stand up
Head to
there.
the draft house.
Unfortunately, I'm not the tallest.
Same.
True. same, but different. But yeah, no, it's It's fun. I like it. It's actually a good view up there. If you guys haven't tried the Draft House yet, just standing, check it out.
Shout out to the Draft.
Someone said Joe is the complete opposite of Casey. That is so funny.
Hey, that's facts.
Nosebleed Joe, bro. That's so funny.
Nosebleed Joe.
Courtside Kenny, nosebleeds Joe.
That's awesome. I don't mind Kona. Kona's fine for $5. Absolutely. Salute.
Yeah, it's Kona's. Yeah, it's actually not bad. And the sushi, no joke, like it's really good sushi.
You're a big like gas station sushi.
I know. Hey, well, okay. Here's the thing. I have a
not
litmus
judging,
test. I know you're not. Yeah. Well, okay. So let's start by saying it's not gas station sushi. It's from Sprouts.
Oh, snap.
That's a big difference.
Okay.
They have people there that are paid to make sushi.
I'm sorry. You know what? You're right. You said that. There's that burrito place in the Chevron that people always get food from.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I had. That's right. You get it.
You thought I was getting my sushi from the Chevron?
Yeah, bro. If they got a fire burrito spot, maybe they got a fire sushi chef back there. I don't know.
The food at the Chevron's actually not that bad.
Oh, no. They make a really nice breakfast burrito.
Yeah, rock solid.
Yeah.
50 seconds. Okay.
See, this Cam Scadaboo is being sued by former teammate Mateos, maybe? Kader Garris, who claims Scadaboo's reckless actions caused a severe elbow injury that ended his football career. It was a golf carting incident.
Oh, my God. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Scadaboo jumped on their golf cart, collapsing the cart and causing a ruptured tendon in his elbow.
Dang.
That sucks.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And make sure to listen to YouTube or watch at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Because we just yap through the breaks.
Oh, yeah.
And our guy Joe Brazil is just dropping knowledge on where to get good sushi and $5 beers at Golden One Center.
I know.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. Yeah, and I thank you in the chat for backing me up and saying it's not gas station sushi. This has actually been
It's not pre-made like, oh, go grab it out of the box.
No.
Sushi. It is made in front of you.
The guy's there. The owner's there.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
I love this.
Yeah, absolutely. Go check it out. Shout out to them.
Absolutely. What were we doing? De'Aaron Fox stuff? Yeah, we had to. Charlie had to let it go. And Charlie, if you want to pop back in here, go ahead. But to me, I don't think the exit was so ugly that you don't tribute video him. Like there's every player that's like the Klay Thompson Golden State Warriors exit, and I know that its situation's different because of what each player accomplished with their respective teams, but that wasn't like a fun thing. That wasn't like a nice thing where they said, "Hey Klay, you know what? Go play elsewhere." Like, "Hey man, good job." Like that was an ugly kind of breakup.
It was.
And then he came back and they treated him like royalty. So you do the tribute video. I'm not saying they need to do like when Scott Moak does his intros tonight, he doesn't need to do the like, and starting at guard number 4. Like he doesn't need to do all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, just say his name like normal. You play the tribute video. Fans can boo or cheer as they want. And then it's done. It's over with. You never have to do it again. It's 5 minutes before his return to Sacramento. You're getting it out of the way this year, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
In a game that doesn't really matter. Can you imagine if you wait till next year and the Spurs don't visit Golden One until February and you're locked in a playoff race with them and now you've got to show this tribute video for a guy who's been gone for a year? That's weird now.
I think it would have been better though for everyone to have a little bit of a cooling off time. You know, that's why I was like, if he didn't play because of his pinky or because they've fallen off, I would have been okay with them pushing it out till next year. But that's just me, because I think, cooler heads will prevail. Like, in the end, like, you have to wait and see. Like, I'll just ask the question: would anyone feel different about the De'Aaron Fox situation if Domantas Sabonis does the exact same thing this offseason? I mean,
I wouldn't. I'm past the point of blaming anybody.
Yeah.
For not wanting to play in the chaos of this organization right now. Until they hire a GM and the ownership group says, "Okay, GM, you're running stuff. Let us know when you need us to sign off on something, and we got you. Go ahead. Goodbye." You run that. Until that happens, like, yeah, I think this is just kind of be it.
Okay.
The fact that in the 22-23 season, like, everything was heading the right way. And then we can talk about team build, and you might have gripes with certain players. You might think De'Aaron Fox is not that dude. You might think Domantas Sabonis is not that dude. But I know coming out of the 22-23 season, my thought process on De'Aaron Fox was, man, hey, if he doesn't hurt his pinky, they win that series, and he's the best player in the series. They're going to the second round. And if that had happened, I would be fascinated to know, A, where the Kings are now, and B, if it all kind of played out the same way, if De'Aaron Fox is viewed the same way.
Yeah. It's a good question, man. It's just a weird situation where, like, I don't know how this is all going to end. Like this, but that's why we go to the ballpark. It's why we go check out the game. And like, you want to see how fans react. I want to see how Fox reacts. I want to see if we have a revenge game or we have a shutdown game from Keon Ellis. Like, I'm really excited to see, like, what does it look like?
The fact that this game every game is big for the Kings. Every game matters for the Kings.
Oh, yeah, totally.
They need to win them all. But the Spurs aren't good, and they're not playing well. And Victor Wembanyama's out, and they're just kind of playing out the string here. Maybe they're battling for the 10 now that the Mavericks are all beat up. But like, in the scope of big games the Kings have coming up, this would not be one if not for De'Aaron Fox. Like, this is fascinating tonight.
Oh no, it is. It's totally fascinating.
I'm so excited. I'm spending my Friday night at Golden One. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, the last thing you want to see if you're a Kings fan is for Kings to actually lose to Fox, because it's not just the the magnitude of losing to Fox. It's the standings. You can't handle a loss, and
right.
You want to let the Spurs right back in. Yeah. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, we've talked, like, you got to get the winnable ones. This is an eminently winnable game.
Oh yeah. Well, and it's a hugely important game.
Yeah,
and a team that you've lost to multiple times this season.
Yep.
So yeah, this is a big game. That's funny. Did Cousins get a tribute video? Kells 916. I don't remember if Cousins got
I genuinely do not remember.
I don't remember. He was here, I want to say 6.5 seasons. Yeah, that's a good question. Was it 5.5 or 6.5? 2010 drafted. I'd have to look.
Don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Did he? Okay. John Poles says, yes, he did. I was there. Oh, no. There we go. All right. King starters tonight. Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Jonas Valanciunas, with Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis already ruled out.
Yep.
For the Spurs, probably looking at Chris Paul, De'Aaron Fox, Devin Vassell, Bismack Biyombo, and Harrison Barnes. Victor Wembanyama and Charles Bassey both out. You mentioned Fox versus Keon and your interest in that matchup.
Yeah.
That should be box office.
No, it should be incredible. I hope that Keon keeps a cooler head than he did in the Denver game, because I thought Keon got a little outside of his game and the kind of crazy fouls.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need all 6 tonight. You're going to have to play really, really close. And, like, let's be honest, the Kings also have, Keegan Murray to throw at De'Aaron. And that's a guy who went one-on-one against him all summer last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they know each other extremely well. Like, this should be a fun matchup.
My one worry, and we'll get to keys to victory here in a bit. My one worry here is the Kings spend so much defensive energy on Fox, making sure that he's not beating them, and Devin Vassell gets 30, and Chris Paul gets 15, and Harrison Barnes gets 20. And now all of a sudden they're in this dogfight, and De'Aaron Fox has 12 points on 3 of 10 but he's got 9 assists, and everybody else is lighting it up because the Kings are making sure that De'Aaron Fox is not the one beating him.
Yeah, that all the focus is on one player.
Which might be the smart thing, because if you don't do that, he might go get 50.
Maybe.
Like, yeah, we spent time on this radio program talking about, like, man, how do you get De'Aaron Fox mad night in and night out? Because when he's mad, he's really good. It's like, you think he's not going to, if you told De'Aaron Fox you're going to lose the rest of the games for the year, but you win this one, he would win this one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he would win this one and then go get his pinky surgery tomorrow.
Like, I kind of think that's what's going to happen. To be totally honest.
Yeah.
Get this game out of the way, go get your surgery, be done for the year.
I mean, maybe that's what happens. I just know that fans I think there are going to be a lot of fans in attendance that will show appreciation for Fox. Mm-hmm. There are going to be boos.
What do you think the split's going to look like?
I'm going to go 75-25 fans cheering versus boos. And then once we get to the point where the game starts, yeah, he'll probably hear more boos every time he touches a ball. But like early in the game and tribute video and stuff like that, and I don't think there's going to be a 5-minute tribute video. It's usually like 2 minutes of tribute video.
Yeah. So that's the thing is I feel like we're going to see a tribute video where people are going to be, I think, probably respectful. And then when he gets announced, when they do starting lineups,
yep,
and they say guard number 4, De'Aaron Fox, or whatever Scott Moak says, I think that's where I was leaning like 60-40 cheers versus boos.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm off a little bit, 75, 60, 75. Like, I think that there are a lot more people who have appreciation for De'Aaron Fox, and a lot of kids who grew up with De'Aaron Fox being their favorite player.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people will wear number 5s tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think will happen. Like, not the whole entire, arena.
No doubt.
But certainly enough where you're going to be like, okay.
I'm a little bummed we don't get Malik Monk tonight.
Yeah, I'm
Monk
bummed
v. Fox would have been fun.
Monk and like Sabonis, like all of it.
Yeah.
The beef, the who unfollowed
sorry,
who.
what?
The who unfollowed who. The beef. Like, there's a beef between Domas and a perceived beef between Domas and
it plays. It tracks.
Yeah.
That one tracked.
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you?
I need a flag over here, dog.
There's no flag for
you
that.
Just tell me you're looking forward to beef. That's crazy.
The beef.
The
beef between these guys.
It's not better.
All right.
Oh, my Lanta. James Hams here. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. Not throwing flags. Joe swallowing the whistle today. The Kings looking to jump back in the win column tonight against De'Aaron Fox and the Spurs. We'll have keys to victory coming up here in a bit on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Man. The whistle, John. The whistle. We said the whistle.
Imagine I throw a flag right now.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. That'd be crazy.
It does. Like, this is where we're at. Wow.
Man, I'm just so glad we talk sports.
Manny, see, there's a thing that we have to do production wise that doesn't involve you.
Yeah.
So hey, Joe, that's going to be kind of a weird cut for you, but if it does, like, just do what you got to do to.
Yes, and Jason,
for the purple and black.
I got you. Yeah, it's cool.
You can blame Charlie. Not just that. We had other things going on that we have to do.
No, it's on me.
No, but we didn't know Charlie was going to come in because we were going to take more calls in. And then Charlie came in.
Oh, right. Yeah. Charlie came in with the flamethrower.
He did come in with the flamethrower. He's very angry.
That was great. Oh, is that, you think so? I think he's wearing the Banzitos tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, salute to Lawrence Butler, man. We'll get to that in a little bit. I received a text from the homie Matt George, and he made a good point. The tribute videos are usually a couple minutes after the first or second time out.
Yeah, it's usually the first break in the first quarter.
Yeah. Okay, then maybe there will be some booze at that point.
I don't know. The game will be going. I don't know. I mean, we had a Harrison Barnes tribute video, didn't we?
I would imagine. I think so.
I mean, they already came through town, right? So, yeah, they came through town.
It's a taco truck, dog. It's delicious.
Yeah.
Oh. I know they just brought out the Kentucky colored Foxes.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's what I was just about to highlight. That's hilarious. Fox was always a Whataburger guy. Whataburger. Always.
Ugh. I went to Whataburger one time. I got a burger. It was super okay.
I think.
Did you say what a burger?
No, I didn't.
You're supposed to get the chicken sandwich.
That's what everybody was like. Oh, well, you don't get the burger. Like, then it's not a good burger spot.
Well, then why isn't it what a chicken sandwich?
Right. Hour number 2. That's James Ham, Kyle Madson, Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Thanks everybody in the chat house. Thanks everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM. We appreciate you very much. Talking a lot of De'Aaron Fox and his return to Sacramento today. I want to hit the Elk Grove Kia talk line, but before we do that, DeMar DeRozan caught a little $25,000 fine.
Yeah,
for his comments about the officials after the game in Denver.
Yeah, Chris Biederman tweeted out those quotes, and that's always going to get you a fine.
Mm-hmm.
And it is what it is.
You do, like, players and coaches know they're going to get those fines. It's purposeful.
Yeah, you talk about the officials, you're going to get fined. That's it.
Yep.
So, I mean, there are sometimes when, as reporters, we like throw the hook out there, like, right. Hey, you're gonna
30 to 14 free throw discrepancy tonight, huh? Thoughts?
But you're you don't want to get a player or a coach fined. If they want to come out and start going off on the officials, and it's like, okay, well, let's continue this conversation.
Yeah, right.
That's fine.
Let's hit the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Manny has been very patient, hanging out on hold. Manny, what's going on, man?
Happy National Cereal Day, guys.
Yeah, it's big time for you.
Big time. Brick up big time, buddy.
Okay.
But I understand everybody's feelings, like, both ways, right? Like, whether you want to cheer or boo. But I also think sometimes you have to take a step back and look at it from the job perspective, right? So, like, you're at a job, you know, you've been at this company, it's up and down, it's teetering down a little bit. They have this big meeting, see what direction the team is, the job is going, and then you're vocal about your position on leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Come in a couple weeks later, right, or a couple months later, they get rid of your immediate boss.
Yeah.
But nobody says anything, and you're the only one that sounded off about this earlier. So now everybody's whispering and talking about, were you to blame? Were you the one responsible? but nobody's having a meeting to explain everything that's going on. So at this point, you're looking at your own job, and you might enjoy some of the people you work with, but you're not sure about the leadership of this company anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You got to look out for yourself at that point.
Sure.
And that's how I looked at it, of how the dominoes fell. At some point, Fox, he had expressed what he wanted, how he wanted it to go down. It didn't go down that way, and he felt he needed a fresh start somewhere, and that's what he did.
All right, very good. Appreciate the call, Manny. Yeah, that's it. And you take that to any other job. It's like, hey, I don't think I'm going to have the success I would like to have at this job.
Yeah.
And I don't feel confident that leadership is going to do the things that they need to do to put me in the position to have success. They decided they didn't want to play here anymore.
Yeah.
If you hate him for that, salute. Like I got no. Bronson's been on hold since Tuesday. Let's get to our guy Bronson. Shout out. Appreciate the call, Bronson. What's up, man?
Did I make it? Is this real life?
You made it live. You're on the radio, Bronson. What's good, dog?
Hey guys, I just want to get your take on something. Do you think Fox and Monty are going to have any type of interaction? Do you feel like there's bad blood there, or what do you guys think?
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. I think they'll dap each other up pregame. I don't know that there will be like big hugs and in-game interactions. That Malik's honestly probably going to talk a lot of trash from the bench.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I also think in pregame, I think they'll all be out on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
There are going to be hugs for Harrison Barnes. There are going to be hugs for De'Aaron Fox.
Yep.
I think, Domas and Malik will be in street clothes, but I still think they'll be out there.
Yep.
I think that they want maybe the photo op just to make it look like everything's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll work things out outside of the game.
Yeah.
Because feelings get hurt in the moment, but these guys have been friends since they were in high school, and they're college teammates. There's not going to be bad blood moving forward between these guys.
Yep.
And Malik knows that De'Aaron helped him get his big payday in the league.
Yep.
He helped to create a situation where Malik could thrive, and that's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Kings-Spurs tonight at Golden One Center. If you're on hold, we will get to you shortly here on ESPN 1320. The Kings still have to go play tonight. And if we separate ourselves from the De'Aaron Fox of it all, there's still a race for the postseason happening for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, this is a huge
game. This
game.
is a very winnable game.
Mm-hmm.
They've played really well in really over the last four. Over the last 4. 5.
They'd won 4 in a row.
5. Yes,
there
we go.
One.
And then the last one. Last 5. That's what I was looking for. Last 5 games. And even though they lost in Denver, I thought they played pretty well. If they play like they did in Denver, they're going to win by a lot of points tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I was still kind of encouraged despite the result there. So that's as we get to keys to victory, that's going to be one of my keys. Is you got to start fast, and the fans are going to be into it. This is going to have a playoff type of feel tonight, I believe. And if you can get off to a fast start and really get the fans into it, because if you get off to a slow start, now there's tension. Now it's weird. Now the entire arena is getting like, oh, it's a little uneasy. They're down 5 at the end of 1. Like, get out to a fast start. Get up 10 in the first quarter. And really let the crowd get into it. And I think that's when you kind of see the Spurs shut down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a really good key, and it plays very similar into what my first key is. And that's don't get caught up in the moment. This is not a good Spurs team right now.
Nope.
And it's a very winnable game, and it's a team that's 5.5 games behind you in the standings, and you can basically just put them to bed here. Just say, okay, your season's over, right? And that's how the Kings need to approach this. It's going to be an emotionally charged evening.
Yeah.
And the Kings need to find a way to harness that, which they have not done a very good job of at home over the last couple of seasons, and sort of show your best side. We'll ask Doug Christie about him in pregame tonight. How are you going to deal with the emotions of the night? And how are you going to deal with your team's emotions of the night? And at the end of the day, you got to be a pro. You got to be able to walk out there and be stoic and everyone needs to do their best Harrison Barnes impersonation and just walk out there and just do your job.
Well, I mean, maybe not Harrison Barnes.
Well, I mean, from the professionalism level
sure,
and the way I expect it. Yeah, I mean, like, look.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you when Doug gets asked about the emotions of tonight? You owe me $1 if he says you can't get too high, you can't get too low.
Oh,
that's the thing he's going to say.
Okay, I'll take that bet. I don't think he'll say that.
Okay, all right, very good. I have $1. I literally have $1. So you get $1 if he doesn't say it. You have to ask a question though.
Okay, that's fine.
Very good. Or I can ask, I guess.
There you
I'll
go.
be there. Whatever. Number 2 for me. Pass the damn ball, bro.
Amen.
When the ball moves in this offense, they are really effective. When it stops moving, they're less effective. It's that easy. Move the ball.
It should not be this difficult, and they seem to make it really difficult about half the time.
Yep.
And so I know it's a little different because you don't have Domas and you don't have Malik, your 2 primary distributors, but that doesn't matter. You've got to find a way to share the rock and to get everybody involved. I thought last game we saw the back cuts from Keon and from, I think Keegan had a back cut that was nice. Like Laravia had a back cut that was nice. Like, keep doing that. All of these nuances of the game, keep doing that stuff. Get everybody involved. That's how you win.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Number 2 for you.
Number 2 for me. Keep Fox out of the paint. We don't want paint touches, and we don't want him spraying the hot guy.
No, we don't want those things.
No.
Absolutely. All the things that other teams tried to keep De'Aaron Fox from doing, do that.
Yeah, do that.
Try and keep him from doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. The problem is it's not as easy as like with Golden State. A little different now with Jimmy Butler, but when they beat Golden State here at Golden One Center earlier this year, it was like, hey, double Steph, make him get rid of the basketball, and then just make sure he doesn't get the ball back. And you're gonna let those other guys dribble it around and throw a shot at the rim, and you'll live with it.
Yeah.
Like, the problem is if you do that with De'Aaron, okay, now it's getting to Chris Paul, who's not great anymore, but he's still a dynamite floor general. And he's going to get the ball where it needs to go. And then it's going to get to Devin Vassell. And Vassell can put it in the hoop. So Harrison Barnes, we know he can hit an open corner 3. That's where you run into a little bit of trouble with the Spurs if you just throw 2 on De'Aaron and make him give the ball up.
Yeah.
So I think how the Kings go about keeping him out of the paint, because I don't know that it's as easy because we know he's so fast. I don't know if it's as easy as, just throw Keon on him and it'll be fine. I think Keon's going to do a good job. I think Keegan Murray will do a good job, but you got to, if he starts beating them off the dribble, you got to have a little bit something else to throw at him.
No, I totally agree. And, like the Chris Paul situation, they're going to put Chris Paul out there to try to instigate and try to get people in foul trouble. That's what they do. And so he'll start with the ball in his hands, and then it'll go to Fox, and they're going to try to get mismatches and all that stuff. It should be interesting.
Number 2 for you.
Number 3, I think.
Are we on number 3?
Yeah, we are. Maybe this is your...
number 3 for me. Sorry, I went backwards.
Yeah.
That's my bad. Number 3 for me. Need Keegan to play big. I need like a double-double from Keegan tonight. I'm trying to come up with a different way to, like, I don't necessarily need him to score. That's something we always ask for from him is shoot the ball, be more aggressive. But if you get matched up on Fox, on Chris Paul, on Devin Vassell, back him down, take him into the post, get to that little mid-range that he's so good at. And then, of course, crashing the glass. Their starting group is not a large group of individuals. So the Kings should be able to feast with their starting group on the boards. And that's Jonas Valanciunas, of course, but it's also Keegan. Would love to see a double-double from Keegan tonight. Yeah,
I would like to see Keegan just have a breakout game too, because he's going up against 2 of his mentors in Fox and Harrison Barnes. And go out there and, like, continue this climb that he's been doing over the last, like, month and a half, where he's starting to shoot the 3 better. He's starting to be more active and more part of the game plan.
Yeah, need to see it continue for sure. Number 3 for you.
How about leave the refs alone?
Man.
Like, DeMar just got fined $25,000 for talking trash about the officials. And look, there were bad calls. I'm not going to say there weren't, but bad calls isn't why you lost the game against Denver. You lost the game because you stopped moving the ball. You stopped passing the ball. And, so stay off the officials. Let Doug Christie handle the officials. It is going to be a highly contentious game tonight. There's going to be a lot of emotion. Like, back away from that and just play the game. Don't worry about the officials. Everything will take care of itself.
Yeah, man. That's right where I'm at. If you get called for a touch foul and then you get hammered on the other end and there's no call, you go play defense.
Yeah.
And I know it's tough because like in these high intensity moments, you're competitive, you want to go and you have something go your way on one end that you thought should have gone your way and it didn't, and then the same thing happens on the other end. I know it's frustrating, but that's where you start getting out of your game. That's where you start getting mad and now you start taking a bad shot or you throw a bad pass or you fall asleep defensively, or maybe you're not back in transition. Now they're getting an easy bucket. Like these are just these little things that, Devin Vassell, De'Aaron Fox, going to get in the lane. They might get some calls. Chris Paul is one of the OG foul grifters.
Oh, yeah.
He can be very frustrating to play against. And in a highly charged game like this, it was super easy to fall into that trap.
Oh, yeah.
You can't tonight.
Nope.
I think that's a great key. Do the Kings win?
Yeah.
I was asking. I think they do.
I think they do as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an emotionally charged game, but I do think that they're just a better team at this point. Yeah.
I think Doug Christie has them in a space mentally where I think they are more capable now than maybe even they were pre-All-Star break to go into a game like this and do what needs to be done to win. Like, I don't think Jonas Valanciunas is going to get that caught up in it. I don't think Jake LaRavia is going to get that caught up in it. I don't even think Zach LaVine's going to get that caught up in it.
No.
So, honestly, the guy I would be worried the most about, like maybe throwing up some bad shots and trying to do too much, is Malik, and he's not playing.
Yeah.
So
I think
they're in a good spot to handle a potentially tough situation. I think they win.
I think a lot of the luster's off this game too, because there is no Wemby, there is no Domas, there is no Malik. Like there could have been a much more broad discussion on this game outside of just the De'Aaron Fox return.
Trying to see how many the Kings are favored by tonight, according to BetMGM. They are 6.5 point favorites. I think they cover. I think it's going to be pretty close, but I think they win by like 9 or 10. Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you.
Very good. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil is on the ones and twos. The Kings looking to jump back into the win column tonight against De'Aaron Fox and the San Antonio Spurs. Will have keys to. Nope, that's not right. I have to script these because if not, I fumble over myself. And here we go. I read the wrong one. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. James is there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil behind the glass. Tonight's game at Golden One Center should be a good one. Can't wait to break it all down with you Monday on the Insiders at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. Coming up next, Lance Woods, one of the GOATs here in Sacramento. He is performing tonight at Laughs Unlimited, tonight and tomorrow. Tickets available at laughsunlimited.com. Can't wait to talk to Lance about De'Aaron Fox, about the state of the Kings, and about nicknames on Basketball Reference. This is going to be a ton of fun with Lance Woods coming up next on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Hey. Just Ron Burgundied it. Did you send him the thing?
What's that? He was there. He was there.
Was he? Oh, he left?
Yeah. Yeah, Chris, you're right. I didn't say the officials didn't affect the game. But the officials always affect the game. Positive, negative, they always affect the game. So go out there and play your game. Like I did not look at the last game as a Kings got beat by the officials game. There are always those games during the season. I didn't look at that game as that. Yeah, where'd Lance go? We had Lance. Now we don't have Lance.
Did he really? That's funny.
Hey, so the reason why it was 30-14 is because, I mean, it was lopsided, but was because the Kings had to foul in the last 5 minutes, the last 3 minutes of the game, and they got a bunch of additional free throws. Like, the disparity would have been like 14-22 or 23 free throws. Like, that's a disparity for sure, but you're also playing a team that's number 1 in the league in 2-point field goal percentage and scores a ton of points in the paint. Like, that's what they do. Points in the paint usually equate to more free throws. So, like, did it impact the game? Okay. But, like, look, they got themselves in a situation. They stopped passing the ball. They stopped moving the ball. Talked about it yesterday. What do they have? 8 assists in the first quarter, and then, like, 8 assists in the third quarter and 1 in the fourth.
Oh, wow. Keegan said that De'Aaron Fox gave his, this is according to Kevin John of ABC 10. He gave his all while he was here, so I'm hoping for the best reception.
He gave his all while he was here, and I'm hoping for a positive reception.
It's not bad.
When he comes in the building tonight.
Hey, if you thought the Kings-Nuggets game was bad, go peep Lakers-Knicks from last night. Yeah, I agree. That's a good Keegan.
Oh, Lance is back.
Oh, is he?
Hell yeah.
Let's go. Lance Woods, what's up, baby?
Hey, what up, man? My bad. My parole officer called. I tried to tell him, look, I just got to do this real quick, and I'm going to check in.
We're in the break right now. The chat can still see, the stream can still see you. Oh, we got like 30 seconds, and then we're in. How you been, man?
These POs be tripping, man. I'm gonna pee in the cup. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? just relax, y'all.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
They're not. Did you tell them to listen to the show?
I told them to listen to the show, but this my problem, man. You rob a few little check cashing places, and now everybody is tripping. It's like, come on, man. The check cashing places only keep about $1,700 in them. You know what I mean? Total for the month. Right. Like, what is the punitive damage here? You know what I'm saying? Y'all just don't want to see somebody come up. That's your problem.
We're coming back. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'll tell you what. If you can't get to Golden One Center tonight, you should head to Laughs Unlimited, where Lance Woods, Sacramento's very own Lance Woods, is going to be performing. And get your tickets at laughsunlimited.com. He joins us now. Lance, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, I feel great like the Michigan Lakes. How y'all feeling?
That's a bar.
Good, man. We need some someone to lighten the mood today, which is
been very angry today.
There's a lot of anger. Charlie came in here angry. There's lots of anger. Whoa.
Oh, here we go. We're back.
We lost Lance.
So what are your thoughts on De'Aaron Fox's return to Golden One Center tonight?
Hey, man, I was going to be in attendance, but then I had these shows. You know what I mean? Work getting away all the fun. But man, I hope that the fans show him love and all that. He was here for, was it 7 seasons?
Yeah. 7.5, yeah.
7.5 seasons, man. He played his hardest, man, to help us break the playoff drought. You know what I mean? He was in the community. Like, you know, things didn't end exactly how you wanted to end, but that's how relationships work.
Yep.
You don't go booing your ex. You just hope that her new boyfriend, lose his job.
Very good.
Lance, I told Kyle this the other day. When you and I went to a media day, we had this incredible shtick that never ever saw the light of day. Do you remember when I brought the tape measure and the step stool, and we never ever got to see that. But was that? I mean, that was spectacular, wasn't it?
It was great. So that was 2019. So that was the 2019-2020 season. So if you remember that season, they were doing like real player measurements. They was like changing everybody's height.
Yep.
Like, and that going into the season, they were like, "Oh, we said he was 7'1", but really he's 6'5". It's like, what? It was like all over the league. So players like heights was changing. So then we brought the tape measure through, and I still got all these pictures of me like standing on a step stool trying to measure Marvin Bagley, and then standing on another step stool and trying to measure like Harrison Barnes, and then me standing straight on the ground and measuring Yogi Ferrell. So
and Kyle Guy, that's the other one. Kyle Guy did not like this bit.
Yeah,
he did
Kyle
not
Guy
like
didn't need a step stool either. I just stood there. Yeah,
Kyle Guy.
Now that was fun, man. I be wanting to know where all of this footage goes. You know what I'm saying? You know what happens is they're not gonna show this footage till I get in trouble.
Oh.
So once I get in trouble, all of this goes into my documentary about how they knew I was like this the whole time. And then it's like, you know what I mean? Like he was a psycho. He used to just come to the facility with tape measures and try to measure men. And they gonna do it. I'm telling you, this is how they do. This is how they do these documentaries, man. And they put it off like I was some person the whole time that I wasn't.
Brutal.
I'm here for it.
For my guy. Lance Woods joining us now. He is performing at Laughs Unlimited tonight and tomorrow. Tickets available at laughsunlimited.com. Lance, the Kings currently in the number 9 seed, but it's very jumbled in the West. They're firmly in the hunt for a postseason spot. What's your confidence level in the Kings with 20-ish games to go?
I feel very confident. I feel like it feels like they're playing with house money. Like somehow the expectations feel like they left, even though the productivity feels similar. So, outside of injuries, like Sabonis got to get healthy and Monk got to get healthy. But I mean, after that, man, I like our chances as anybody. With Dallas, you know what I mean, looking like their season might be close to done. The Clippers is inconsistent and you don't know what they are as far as health goes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I like it. I like it. I want to get to that 6th spot. The play-in is stressful.
No doubt.
Play-in is a very stressful place. But I'm confident. 20 games left. I mean, I think we can easily go 20-0.
Oh, yeah. I don't see. I think that minimum.
I think it's very possible. 20-0 it's on the table.
Yeah.
Kyle, we have this game we want to play with.
I can't wait.
With Lance.
Okay, so Lance, the reason we talk about the sports reference sites, basketball reference, baseball reference, football reference. They have little nicknames under the player name.
They made them all up.
You did a video about this the other day. About the Ben Simmons one.
Yeah.
And you say they made them all up. That's what we always, whenever we pull up a player's basketball reference page, we'll stop what we're doing to be like, hey, did you know that this is this guy's nickname? It's like, nope, no chance.
He didn't know. His mom didn't know. Nobody knew.
I actually hit up somebody at the sports reference sites and I said, hey, how do you guys get these? And he's like, yeah, if we hear it, we'll check and make sure that someone else has called him that one time. And then we just put it up there. So the game I wanted to play is I'm going to give you a nickname that I found, and I need you to try and guess who the player is.
This should be fun.
Does that play? Okay, here we go. The first one, you guys can play along in the chatty house. This is the first one. The Big Sleep.
The Big Sleep?
Yep. Which sounds morbid.
Rudy Gobert.
No, but that works. Tracy McGrady.
Oh, yeah.
Who didn't know that Enoch was the Big Sleep?
Well,
they said he had the sleepy eye.
He's a sleepy eye. Yeah.
Right. I was saying Rudy Gobert because Draymond choked him to sleep.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, the next one. The hint for this one, this player actually plays for the San Antonio Spurs currently.
Okay.
La Pantera.
La Pantera?
Yeah, La Pantera.
No,
like
my girl asked me for that when I went to Starbucks. She was like, yo, bring me back a La Pantera latte, mocha, ice, grande. Yeah.
You can order that right now. Yeah. That's Bismack Biyombo.
Oh, Bismack Biyombo.
Yeah.
He don't need a nickname. We trying hard enough to get Bismack Biyombo.
Kings legend, Bismack Biyombo.
That's right. It's stressful enough saying Bismack Biyombo 10 times fast with your shoes untied.
Okay,
go ahead.
We've got the next one is Armadillo Cowboy.
I don't know is this a PG show?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We got FCC stuff.
Okay. Armadillo Cowboy.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
This is all basketball?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now hold on. I got this. I got
this.
You?
Okay. Here we go.
Armadillo Cowboy. Everybody knows that's Klay Thompson.
Honestly, it fits Klay Thompson better than it fits the person who this nickname is attributed to, Joe Johnson.
Which Joe Johnson had his own like great nickname.
ISO Joe.
ISO Joe.
Yeah.
Armadillo Cowboy.
Maybe this is what he called himself.
No chance.
I don't know.
I don't want to know who called him this. I don't think this is my business. Yoga Joe now.
This is frustrating.
You know Joe Johnson does yoga. He has a yoga studio in Atlanta. He's like a full yogi.
Really?
Yes.
This is not a bit?
No. ISO Joe Yoga. Look it up.
That's incredible.
He's super into
Joe
yoga.
I love this for him.
He looks great. He's still shredded, ripped up. Yeah.
Outstanding. Big fella. This is the one that annoyed me. I'm so annoyed at this one.
Big fella, it's a lot of them. Shaq.
Big Baby. No, it's not any of them. You would think so because Big Fella is just a very general... No, Warriors legend, not quite. Joel Embiid. I want to know how Joel Embiid got to be that. Every guy who's large is Big Fella.
Yeah, my girl called me Big Fella all the time. I know that means she wants something, but I don't.
That makes
sense.
My
head.
There you go.
Okay, so how about this one? Big Musty. I think your girls called you that too, right?
Oh, no.
I don't know if y'all know this, but this is how black people just call you Musty. Like if you musty around, they be like, yo, he was Big Musty. Like that's the language. So you was like, whose nickname is this? Big Musty. So, somebody on somebody's nerves. That's who that was. Him right there over here stanking. Big Musty. Who's Big Musty? Who is Big Musty out there on the court?
It's an old one. Yeah. Retired.
Petrovic.
No, it was.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but that's not who we're looking for here. Wilt Chamberlain.
Listen, let me tell you something. I heard the numbers. Wilt Chamberlain put down over 10, 20,000. He was not Big Must. That wasn't must that they were smelling.
Probably true.
Let's get to the last one.
The black hole.
Oh my goodness. How Marcus Thornton? Is that where we starting?
No, that's a good one.
That was Lil Buckets. Marcus Thornton was Lil Buckets.
Lil Buckets, black hole. I know a lot of black holes.
Okay.
Oh, that didn't sound good, huh? Hold on. Holes with an L. Let me clarify. Yeah, it's some black holes, man. Like
we could sit here and name NBA players for 6 months, and I don't think we would get this right.
Oh, snap. Okay. Give it to me.
Kevin McHale.
Kevin McHale?
Yes.
Yep.
White hole.
That was my thought.
It was right there, guys. Come on, man.
Exactly. It was right there. It was right there waiting for it.
There they go. Still the minorities' jobs again.
Unreal. You're at Laughs Unlimited tonight and tomorrow. When do those shows start, and where can people get to
7 and 9:30. LaughsUnlimited.com to get your tickets. It's going to be cobblestone, so just know that when you're walking in Old Sac. It's right by Joe's Crab Shack, right next door to the candy store that don't give out free samples no more. You remember the Candy Heaven in Old Sac used to give out free samples? They don't give out free samples no more. They say ever since COVID, I got a mask on. Give me the candy. What are we talking about?
Facts. That's the only reason I went to Old Town.
Yeah, the barrels.
Yeah,
the barrels.
and it's like you can have. You want to buy anything? Like, no, I'm full now.
Yeah, exactly. You can get a few samples. I don't have a good gauge of few. So this is a few to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lance, appreciate your time, man.
I appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah,
you guys are doing a great job.
Wow, thanks, man. That means a lot. Means a lot.
Thanks, man.
Shout out to Jiffy Lube.
We love Jiffy Lube.
That's right.
My man.
That's right.
Man.
Hey, Jiffy Lube, when I come for an oil change, that's all I want. Leave me alone.
They do so much for you, though, Lance.
I don't want none of that stuff, man. My brake lights is fine. Change the oil and let me up out of here, man. They come back with this filter is dirty. It's gonna be dirty when I leave. Put the oil in and let me go about my business, man. Your AC duct. Listen, man. Put the oil in the car. You're lucky I'm here. I usually put cooking oil in here. Put the oil in here and let me get up out of here, man. I put the oil from church. This car is blessed. I come when the check engine light go off. That's when I get afraid. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Lance.
Good seeing you, Lance.
Take care, everybody.
Always.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. Lance Woods, Laughs Unlimited, laughsunlimited.com for your tickets. He's one of the best. Big fan of Lance.
That's good stuff, Kyle.
Yeah, man.
We should have our guy Lance Woods on more often.
How does Jaden McDaniels get Big Mac? Of all the people, Jaden McDaniels gets to be Big Mac. Mark McGwire is Big Mac in Major League Baseball. We're just handing that to Jaden McDaniels.
Well, I guess like Xavier McDaniels had like.
Why was Kevin McHale not Big Mac?
That's a good question.
Doesn't make any sense.
Or as Lance said, White Hole.
Yeah, it's right there.
It is right there.
It's right there. Shifting gears briefly before we get back into Kings-Spurs tonight. Lawrence Butler of your Sacramento A's. The A's just doing business left and right. They've extended Brent Rooker. And after the Rooker extension, there was word like, oh no, they're working on some other stuff. And this was it. Lawrence Butler, 7 years, $65.5 million. We've said this before about Lawrence Butler. A1 dude. Great guy.
Oh yeah. Super fun.
If you are wondering why you should go watch the A's in Sacramento, Lawrence Butler is the number one player on my list when it comes to reasons to head to Sutter Health Park to watch the A's. He is hits for power, sweet swing, really fun defensively, going to steal some bases. And like I said, overall, really great guy. Really, really easy to root for.
Yeah, he's just dynamic. And the A's haven't had a lot of dynamic players like him over the last even like 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a guy that just like jumps off the screen every time you see him.
Yep.
So I think fans should be really excited. What he did in the second half of last season was off the charts. So
incredible.
I love a 7 year, $65.5 million deal. That means he's going to be here all the way through his pre-arbitration and arbitration years, and then an additional like 2 or 3 years after that.
Yeah.
They've got him locked up realistically until he's like 32 on a reasonable contract. That's absolutely crazy. So good for the A's.
Yep, for sure. Hey, who's on? Joe, can we get to line 1? Did you let us know who that is? Okay, no, let's just do it. Let's let it rip. Show's already off the rails.
All right.
Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
I think my name is Jared. You talking to me?
Yeah, sorry about that, Jared. Our call screener got the name wrong. What's up?
You're good, dude. Hey, I just wanted to give you some credit, Kyle, because yesterday during the handoff, we were getting the fake James Ham story, who some people call James Scam. It's great.
Yeah.
But you, I believe this was totally original off the dome, called him James Canadian Bacon, and your co-host left it entirely unacknowledged. And I thought you needed some credit for that, because that was an original idea. That was fantastic.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
I enjoyed it in the moment. I did.
I laughed.
But there was too much going on.
There's a lot going on.
There was a lot going on.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Yeah, James Canadian Bacon. Absolutely.
That's right.
Our other guy, everyone else is gone.
Everyone else is gone.
Appreciate everybody who's called into the Elk Grove Kia Talk Run tonight.
We lost Big E. We lost some of the others. Sorry.
It was a hot line today, though. Thank you, everyone, for calling in. This was great.
Yeah, man. We have fun. Darren Fox visiting with the San Antonio Spurs tonight. The Kings last night, real quick, got no help.
None.
Nobody in the West lost. The Warriors beat the Nets. The Nets had 37-7 worth of runs in that game. They started 27-5.
Okay.
The Nets did. And then they finished the game on a 10-2 run.
They were up 27-5 to start the game.
27-5. And they lost.
And lost.
They were down 10 with a minute left. And then went on a 10-2 run. So they had 37-7 worth of runs across like 9.5 minutes of game time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe they're
Shout out to Jordy Fernandez, dude. That's a fun team.
They're now 20 games under 500 after being like in the playoff hunt for a long time.
Still not sold on the Warriors just yet. Don't love falling behind by 22 to the Nets and then struggling for a while with the Hornets. But they just kind of keep on winning. The Rockets beat the Pelicans 109-97, and then the Lakers beat the Knicks 113-109. Doesn't really affect the Kings. That was just a really fun game, and Luka and LeBron make them championship contenders.
We'll see how it all works out in the end, Kyle.
We will. But man, that level of just creation and shot making. And all of a sudden, Jackson Hayes is catching on the roll and spraying out a perfect pass to Austin Reeves for a huge three. Like, come on, man.
That doesn't make any sense.
Jackson
what you just
Hayes
said,
is just hooping now?
I don't believe this happened.
All right, man.
I don't believe the
whatever,
game actually happened.
Whatever. God, I need something to go wrong for them.
Okay.
Like my disdain for the Lakers
it just keeps growing.
It's just dormant inside of me and the worst. Anyways, the handoff coming up next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's pushing buttons. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah, Pod's getting hurt wasn't good for them. They really struggled holding on to the basketball.
I got to be honest. I did not know that Trey Jemison III is an actual person.
Yeah, getting a lot of burn at center.
Alex Len did not get any burn. Did we do, let's see, Stephen A. Oh.
Do you guys have any idea at all what this could possibly mean?
What? They're just saying that, like, Joe Brazil's sounds like a steakhouse.
So my name sounds like a restaurant?
Just straight up, it sounds.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, cool. That's a compliment. I'll take it.
Sloppy steaks at Joe Brazil's.
Uh-oh. Oh, man.
Oh.
They can't stop you from ordering a steak and a glass of water.
Oh, my God.
Are you and I think you should leave, guy?
And a what?
I think you should leave?
No.
Oh, Birdcage was a mall. Got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Birdcage Walk is like it's across from the Sunrise Mall.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Got
So
it.
I knew what that was.
Joe Brazil's. Okay, I got you.
They also had the Dollar Theater there.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I spent a ton of time there as a kid. Shout out that place.
Got my wife's engagement ring there at Kenny G's.
Oh, yeah, Vass, that's sick.
Many years ago.
Surprised you could see him. Dude.
Yes.
Good question.
Yes, we're not doing
Really
this
good
right
question.
now. Absolutely. I'm going to put you guys on real quick if you want really good scrambled eggs. You scramble it with a little bit of half and half creamer or just like heavy creamer. Not creamer, milk.
Heavy cream.
Heavy cream. Sorry, it's not sweet.
Yeah.
A little bit of heavy cream as you're scrambling the eggs before you put it in the pan. Dude, I'm telling you. Try it.
I'm going to not do that.
Grandma's special, man. Come on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Oh, Kyle, he's Joe. I'm Kyle, he's James. Joe is also here. I did not realize, I thought that there were like certain types of eggs and everybody ate eggs kind of the same way. And that's just what it was. But then I found out Jesse Tapia, who produces D'Lo and KC, who's going to join us for the handoff here shortly. I found out that Jesse Tapia does not put salt on his eggs.
Like any eggs or like hard-boiled eggs? Or
like not at all.
No eggs?
No salt.
On any egg?
On any egg.
Okay.
And it's not that he thinks it's weird. And if you're like, hey, I'm cutting down on my sodium, I'm trying not to eat a lot of salt, fine, whatever. But his thing is like, no, that's weird to salt eggs. And it's like, no, it's not. That's just what people do. And now I've got Joe at the break telling me to put heavy cream in my eggs.
Yeah, or milk.
Absolutely not.
You know, if you're making an omelet or scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs, of course. We're not pouring milk on top of a fried egg.
To make scrambled eggs, you do put a little bit of milk.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you just whip all that together and you dump it in the pan and you cook it.
Oh no!
I'm putting milk in my eggs.
It fluffs up your eggs.
It's really good.
I don't need that to happen.
You don't need fluffy eggs.
No,
you're all right with
dumping milk in eggs. That's disgusting.
I'm gonna bring you some eggs.
Do not bring me eggs.
Yeah,
I might make you an omelet one day.
No, absolutely
not. He's gonna
not.
make you an omelet too. Yeah,
just like whip up an omelet right here.
Y'all are crazy. That's fine. If I'm the one in the wrong on this take, if I'm the one with the insane egg take, then I'll take that. That's fine.
Looks like the chat's on my side.
that may or may not be good news.
It's wild. What's happening? Oh, we got Jesse.
Yeah,
today?
Jesse's pulling up.
All right.
D'Lo and Casey are recording stuff, so they're
all right.
So Jesse's gonna rock with us for the handoff.
We have a lot of chaos going on here in the chat today. I will say you highlighted. Where did that go?
Boy, that's a great point by Alfonso.
What is more concerning? Domas potentially wanting to have a similar discussion that De'Aaron Fox did, or Anjali having a big voice. Like, look, Anjali having a big voice, it was always going to be one of Vivek's kids, and I don't have any problem with it being Anjali versus Anil, or
sure.
Any one of his three kids. Somebody was always going to have a voice. I did not think it would be Anjali because she wasn't around the franchise for the first decade he was here. But at the end of the day, someone's going to have a voice from the family forever. And so it being her, that makes perfect sense. The Domas stuff is super concerning.
Yeah, for sure.
It is. But again, you address the things that Domas and Fox have had questions about, and you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. If Domantas Sabonis wants to talk this offseason and he says, hey, I would like to see these changes, if you're going to commit to Domantas Sabonis being your franchise center, then you make those changes.
Yeah.
Jesse Tapia, what's up?
Jip forgot you guys switched up the break schedule when we're not on break right now.
Oh, no, we're back.
Yeah, no, we're live. We're good.
Yeah, no, we're super live.
Yeah.
All right.
That I read both of those Fox articles this morning. It kind of just points to dysfunction to me.
I have not gotten to the ESPN one yet.
No, it's more of the same. I think
it's very similar. It does not have nearly. Again, Sam is the best postmortem writer that there is in the NBA. Yeah. It doesn't have nearly the same. Like there's a lot of stuff that we've already heard from Fox, and that it's more of just Fox's side as opposed to what Amick has, which is all kinds of behind the scenes scuttlebutt.
Yeah.
A lot of cooks in the kitchen, I guess.
Hey, that's what we said.
Yeah, we said.
Except never a good
James
thing.
said it was more like culinary school because none of the cooks kind of really know exactly what they're doing.
Oh,
well, there are some cooks that do.
Yeah.
But then others that they're, that aren't there yet.
Oof.
And no one is taking the role of head chef and sous chef, and it is what it is.
I think obviously this is all being said in the context of De'Aaron Fox saying I don't like this, I want out.
Mm-hmm.
We've been having, I think, these two conversations at the same time today, but really they're two separate things. You can feel however you feel about De'Aaron Fox. You can think that oh man, to hell with him. He stinks. Zach LaVine's better. I'm glad he's gone. He didn't give 100%. He wanted out. That's fine. but that's separate from the dysfunction that is just very, very evident.
Well, can you
with the organization?
Can you fault De'Aaron Fox too, from I guess looking at it from his point of view, and if the dysfunction and all that stuff is there, just how can you continue to deal with that?
Yeah, so that's what we've been wondering all day.
Yeah.
And that's I personally don't, but I think there's some people who are. That's why I think it's separate. I think there are people who are like, yeah, okay, he might have wanted out, but also like he didn't carry his weight. He didn't do enough to get the team where they wanted to go, and instead made excuses and then used that to leave.
Yeah, it's kind of like too, like it's all just one big old mess, because then you learn
it's a disaster.
In the offseason, there's people who didn't want Mike Brown around. So it's kind of all right. We keep Mike Brown around and keep this one guy happy, or let him go and keep these others happy, or whatever. Like you're just kind of stuck at that point.
Yeah, it's a total, like it has been this same way forever. It's just like you never know what's the next shoe to drop, and who's the next name that's going to be, entering into the window. And like, because again, 6 months ago, like I guess the question is, about Anjali being part of this. 6 months ago, she wasn't really part of this. A year ago, she had stepped down as the general manager of the Stockton Kings. And then it was like she wasn't really like in anybody's, like, I don't know, we weren't seeing her around a lot and all that stuff. And all of a sudden this season, it's like, oh no, she's in it. Like she's in the thick of it in this entire story. And so it's different. It's just like new players in the game, and that's par for the course.
That's one thing I wasn't able to fully glean from the article is like there's a quote from a person in the Kings organization joking that like we're all going to be working for Jeremy Lamb someday.
Yeah, I saw that one.
It's like, wait, was he actually like in meeting rooms where they're going, hey, Jeremy, your thoughts on Mike Brown?
Seemed like he was along for the ride. I don't know how involved he was, but it seemed like he was at least along for the ride.
Right. And so that's what I wonder with Anjali. Is it, yeah, she's around, or is she the one pulling strings where she says, yeah, I think we should do this, and it's like, nope, overriding everything else. That's what we're doing. I have no clue.
What the Kings need is a president of basketball operations.
That's it.
Hire the one guy, Vivek, you go cut the checks, sit center court. That's it. And then let the president of basketball operations hire whoever he needs to hire and make decisions. You need one guy.
I think that there's always going to be a layer of ownership that says yes or no to a major deal. And it almost feels like, if we look at the Dallas Mavericks situation, like it feels like the general manager just went ahead and traded Luka Doncic without.
If you're trading my franchise player, let me know, because there's money like that. An ownership at least be in the loop with that.
Ownership has to sign off on stuff for sure.
But everything else, I think, keep it to the, just like I said, one guy. He hires his people or whatever, and it's just there's one guy who makes decisions.
And then you have to let stuff play out. If you hire a guy, let's say this offseason, they say we're clearing it out. Vivek says, get every consultant, everybody else out of here. Anjali, you're going to be here as the heir apparent, but for like the business side of stuff, we'll do all that. We're hiring Bob Myers, president of basketball ops. Bob, hire whoever you need to hire. You got it.
Yeah, Bob's the guy.
And then if the Kings, and he hires his coach or whatever, and the Kings make a bunch of changes and they go 30-52 next year. And again, not with this roster. They make a bunch of changes and everything's different. You can't immediately go, okay, well, everyone's on the hot seat now. You better make the playoffs next year. Somebody needs to be given the grace and the time to actually build a program. And if after 4 years or whatever length of time, 3, 4, 5 years, you're like, hey, I don't like the direction this is heading, then you make some changes internally.
You guys think they could fix what's going on right now? Or are they due for a restart?
What do you mean fix?
Reel it in as far as
get back on track.
Get back on track. There's less dysfunction. Maybe Monty's like you just like the article said. Like it's just we don't know who's calling the shots here. There's so many people involved. I guess it's not that.
I think they can.
You think they will?
I would be less inclined to think they will, because if they pull the plug on everything and say, okay, hang on, hard reset at the top. We're doing the president of basketball ops. I'm going to say Bob Myers just because that's the first name that popped into my head. Bob Myers is hired. Vivek's clearing out. It's his show. He's the face. He's going to run everything. Then I think there's a chance that you can get this going the right way. I think they have enough talent on the roster to get this thing moving back the right direction.
Mm.
But man, the odds of that happening, I think, are pretty slim.
I mean, you've created like a really odd window.
Yes.
I mean, like this offseason, DeMar DeRozan is entering the last year of his contract. He has one more year that you have a $10 million buyout for, but it's also Zach LaVine is entering the final 2 years of his deal. You have to make a decision on Keegan Murray. You know, there are a lot of things. Jake LaRavia, you and I got Jake LaRavia, but you may have him for a season. You might not be able to keep him this offseason. Jonas Valanciunas, he's got a 10 point whatever $1 million salary for next year and a team, or I think it's a team option for a third year. Like, this could be the last year of this group, but the fact is that I don't think Vivek ever wants to start over again. He doesn't want to go back to 2016, 2017,
Sure.
and 2018, where you're acquiring as many draft picks as possible, and because it doesn't always work that way. Like, there's only one Sam Presti who's able to build this like empire off of, and even he missed on a whole bunch of guys that, you know, but he just had so many picks, it was okay if he missed on a couple of players. Just like, to rebuild this thing, I don't think that they're ever going to be in that mode, and that's going to put them in a major disadvantage, because that's usually how you have to reset. But when you drive ticket prices up to the way that they are, you'll have 10,000 fans in the building, and your season ticket base will drop unless you can maintain a certain level of win-loss, and I don't see them being able to do that.
And if your goal every year is just make the playoffs, then you're going to see probably a lot of this.
And there's a thing where you got a great coach. So, I mean, he's what, 19-10 right now, Doug Christie, since he took over?
19-11.
19-11. And it's like, we love Doug, but we love the front office. And are they tied together? And it's just a mess.
Yeah, not a good spot. You know what is a good spot?
D'Lo and KC?
Well, obviously D'Lo and KC, but my underdog lineups right now, I'm 3 for 3 in my last 3 underdog lineups.
It's called a heater.
And not even with the flex plays. I am getting everything right.
Oh.
I've had 10 players in my lineups the last 3 days. All 10
That's what we like
did what I needed them to do. Last night, Draymond Green, higher than 5.5 assists, 10 assists for Draymond. Karl Anthony Towns, higher than 11.5 rebounds, 14 boards for Karl Anthony Towns. And then Luka Doncic, I needed him to go higher than 28.5 points. He got there thanks to overtime. He scored 32 points. I was 3 for 3. And I would love for you to play along with Underdog's Pick'em game. It's super easy. You pick 2 or more players. You pick higher or lower on their stats, points, assists, rebounds. You know the deal. They've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Create entries with all basketball picks or mix and match across other sports. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using the promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credit when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credit instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Underdog.
Pro.
Thanks. What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and Casey?
A lot of this, I mean, De'Aaron Fox coming back. It's obviously what people are going to want to talk about. You guys will be on the show. Eddie Gonzalez.
Can't wait.
A lot of King stuff.
Can't wait. D'Lo and KC coming up next. James and I are done for the weekend. We'll talk to you Monday at 10 a.m. Joe Brazil, appreciate you. We're back Monday at 10 on the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water, be nice, people. Bye. Chatty House, appreciate you guys. Really good show today. Really, really good stuff. If you're going to the game tonight, enjoy. Be safe.
Happy Friday, Chatty House. It was my first week. I had a great time.
Yeah,
let's do it again Monday. Why don't we?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hey, I also I want to answer this, but there's no time. Maybe I'll try to answer this on D'Lo and KC.
Yeah.
That's not just angry people within the organization. So no, he's still there for sure.
Mic's on. What's up, baby?
What's good?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Come on. One more time, because it's Friday. We welcome you in here to the Friday, March 7th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Guess we were the only ones who didn't put out an article today. My bad.
I guess.
Should have had my think piece ready to drop today.
Hey man, they was waiting, boy. They was waiting. And understand, I mean, it's this is the day to do it.
This time to do it.
Yeah, this is the day to do it.
Interest is up. ESPN's got theirs. The New York Times, The Athletic, they've got theirs. And I don't know about y'all, ain't a bit of news in there. I guess other than we're trying to make Anjali the new boogie woman. I guess she's the new Matina. It's Anjali's fault that the organization is destructing. Like, it was funny, man. We can't make up our minds.
Jeremy Lett may or may not be.
Yeah, they're not together, by the way. I don't know if that was noted in the article or not, but they broke up. Now, I don't mean to put out personal business out there, but since we're putting personal business out there in articles, they're not together.
And shout out to us. We did classify him as Triple H. You know
and we were right.
Yeah.
We did. Not everybody gets the reference, but it's time to play the game.
But no, I mean, your point's well taken. I mean, it's all right.
Now, let's be clear. Mike's firing at first, it was the front office. Mm-hmm. Then it was Vivek. Oh, wait a minute. Now Anjali was the one who didn't want him back. All right, dog. Okay. Look. There's probably some level of truth to all three of those.
Right.
But we can't make up our mind on whose fault the dysfunction of this organization is. Mm-hmm. We can't decide. It's too many people to choose from.
There are so many things going on this morning. I knew this morning was going to be, it was okay. Fox is back. We're going to talk. It's going to be a busy day. I didn't account for the think pieces that, would say, and I'm not even saying anybody's lying or anything, but just like new information or conflicting information or speculation or whatever. It's all over. There's so much to talk about.
The ESPN one is funny because there's the part where De'Aaron is talking about he's explaining, oh man, I literally just read the ESPN one minutes ago, but he's talking about how like someone is we're sitting there trying to have a conversation, but I know what he's about to tell me because Rich already told me, and a reporter calls trying to break the story. But mind you, our GM hasn't told me yet, so I had already been told even before I was told by our team. So he's talking about a person in the front office. He's like, "Oh, I'm not going to name the person in the front office. It's Wes. Everybody knows it's Wes. What are we doing?" Like, what are we doing? Oh my God, man. This organization is a mess. 2, you could say anything and they'd believe you.
Well,
you could literally say anything.
And that's the thing. I'm not here to say that it's not a mess. But like you just said, you can say anything. Now Anjali's name is in there. Oh, she's running the Kings. Is she really? Or are you just, like you said, saying anything,
so much influence,
and it'll stick?
Yeah, she's got so much.
You know what I'm
influence.
saying? And that's and then
remember, wasn't that long ago it was Matina who was running everything.
Mm-hmm. And then That goes, I think a lot of this stuff, to be honest with you, and we're gonna break it all down. We're gonna talk about it. I want to hear from everybody. I want to hear from everybody's thought. A lot of this is distracting people, at least in my eyes, from the meat and potatoes of it. What did
bread and meat
of it all?
Yeah.
Shout out TC.
Yep.
Should Mike Brown have been fired or not?
Well, that's the thing too. I talked about the insiders earlier. It's like, all right, you keep Mike Brown around to keep one guy happy, or you let Mike Brown go to keep others happy on the team.
Oh, that's the other one.
Well, look, I'll pause it right there.
Yeah.
Is that so? We are for sure that if they keep Mike Brown around, De'Aaron Fox is staying.
No, I'm not.
Nobody is, but it's being put out there as if that's why I left. You know what I'm saying? That's why I left, because I didn't want another coach.
What's funny
That's why I left. Not to mention, I didn't sign the contract. I probably, with this coach around and with this team, wasn't going to make All-NBA. We probably weren't going to make the playoffs. And I'm just, I was going to come back regardless. But once they got rid of Mike Brown, that was it for me. All right. I'm just saying that's what's being painted out there. Is it true? Is it accurate? I don't know, but that's what's being painted. But I don't think that's accurate.
I love because both the New York Times and ESPN did this. Well, you know, he didn't sign multiple contract extensions. Again, all of this very explicit clearance for me to repeat on the air. De'Aaron, I didn't sign the effing contract because of the money. That is verbatim what the man said. I didn't sign the contract because of the money. Now, I'm guessing whatever variety of reporters he talked to, he said the same thing to them. But that doesn't look good for the story. I didn't sign if De'Aaron had made his second All-NBA team last year, they would have had to have traded a 5-year, $300 whatever million contract.
Right.
That's what this was about. It was about dollars and cents. We were adamant about that from the beginning. Never once criticized De'Aaron Fox for not signing that contract extension. It made zero financial sense for him to do so. He did it for the money. He told us he did it for the money. It makes sense to do it for the money, but to now reshape this and say, oh, he didn't sign it because he was upset with the organization. There wasn't enough clarity there. That's BS.
And even
that's all trash.
And I agree with you. We've talked about it at nauseam. We'll talk about it more today. But I'll even go away from that. We get to today. They're where Phoenix is. They're not making the playoffs. He's not signed. He's not making All-NBA. But Mike Brown is here. You're telling me, securing the Bagley and everybody else, De'Aaron Fox is going to sign the extension here in Sacramento because Mike Brown is still the coach like today. That money is gone. He's not getting the All-NBA money. He can only get the max of what the Kings can get him. You guys are sure. And De'Aaron, that's the question that should be asked. De'Aaron, if they would have kept Mike Brown, all the stuff aside, are you signing regardless? I don't believe he is. I believe he's asking out. So it's a little disingenuous to be like, I left because they fired Mike Brown. If they weren't good, you were going to leave.
The funny part about that scenario that you just presented is he wouldn't be the only one asking out.
No. And I'm not even blaming him. I'm not even saying he's wrong. I'm just saying the way it's been painted, at least to me, and you can tell me if I'm reading it wrong or you're reading it differently. The way it's being presented is Mike Brown being fired was the straw that broke the camel's back. So that leads me to believe if Mike Brown wasn't fired, we just would have been good.
Yeah, I think you're making an assumption.
I am.
But yeah, I think you're making an assumption that that's the case. But there is a heavy emphasis on Mike Brown's firing. And so when you do that, when you weigh so heavily on one thing, you kind of remove the other options, so to speak. You remove not the options, the other scenarios. You remove the other possibilities. The possibility that Mike Brown stays. DeMar is upset. Domas is upset. Unnamed player number 3 is upset. And you wind up 9-10 games under 500 in the season. Or 5 games under 500. Or 4 games under 500. Whatever. Yeah. You wind up a bad basketball team.
Did the Kings end up making the right moves even with all this dysfunction?
Probably.
Oh, there's a not what was it 19-11 record to show us that yes, you did.
Yeah, probably. And for this year, and maybe for the franchise. And here and to that point of the
18,
they were 13 and 19, I think. Maybe they're 13.
No, 13 and 19 that's when they started winning because Doug lost the next game.
Doug lost the first one. You're right. You're right.
And what did we say? 18 and they're 19 and 11.
Yeah.
So we're off. It's 31 games to 30, right? I got that math right. That's so 13 and 18 tonight. Tonight will be the 31st game that Doug Christie coaches. Each coach will have coached 31 games this year. Let's go with the best case scenario. 13 and 18 versus 20 and 11. Yeah. Kings get the win tonight. Those are the records of the two coaches. 31 games in the same season. To be clear, I love Mike Brown. 13 and 18 to 20 and 11.
It's clear as day.
What discussion are we having at this point?
Well, I guess the other side of it is, are you willing to stick with Mike Brown and what that season was to keep De'Aaron Fox around, I guess?
No. I'm not.
No. He had to, and they did, we talked about it, we joked about it, whatever. They did what was best for business. And that's what I'm talking about. Everybody talking about all this other stuff, and I understand it. It's topical. It's the Kings. I get all that. In that moment, you do what's best for business. And we can talk about how we got there. They shouldn't have hired Mike Brown. They shouldn't have, whatever. At that moment, your season was dying. You do what's best for business. You get him out of there, and you deal with everything later. If it means De'Aaron wants to go, then that's what it means. You weren't winning with them here anyway. And I'm not even saying it like I fool with Fox.
No.
But like that should not factor into an organizational decision like that.
Yeah. There's so much stuff out there that's just funny, man, which is why I just want to talk to my guys every day. Like, don't tell me nothing anymore, because I know when all you hoes are lying. I know who's talking to who, and I'm just reading through this like you can't, like you, both of these, like you can't be serious. This is what we're doing. Okay. This is what we're doing. Well, we'll set the record straight on as much of it as we can. Not that what the New York Times, not that what Ant-Man and Sam wrote was wrong, but there is some interesting angles in it. The Monty McNair stuff is the stuff I just can't get over. I just can't. We'll talk about it. We're here. Why not? It's the Kings and the Spurs tonight. De'Aaron Fox back at the Golden One Center. D'Lo and Kate, shout out to the Fox family if y'all are listening right now.
Man, it's love.
D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Young Sav, first of all, I don't mean that in any rude way. I am going for work, so I'm not doing either. But if I was there just in the stands, I'd probably cheer. I definitely wouldn't boo. But I'd either cheer or not do anything. That's just me, though. That's my thing. But yeah. I wouldn't boo. But that's if somebody feels like they want to boo, by all means.
Be your own person.
Y'all, I tweeted about this. This is the trip, man. There's no chance. But the fact that he's even making public that he's making a visit that's crazy. This is like a top 10 quarterback in the country.
Just that NIL money, though. You sure there's no chance?
Well,
come get a bag for a year.
Hi, everyone. Do you know how rich you have to be to have hat jewelry?
Man.
No, yeah, we've discussed that.
Stop it. This is not rich.
You have so much. You were like, what else can I put? Oh, little dots in my hat. There's nothing in there.
This is not rich, man. This is just.
Why don't you show the class, Casey? We can't even really see it.
It's just the man. You just get the little hat jewelry.
Oh, I can't see. I'm blind.
That's all it is. Trust me.
Kyle, you're a pretty big hat guy. Do you have hat jewelry?
Absolutely not.
I can point him in the right direction. This isn't exclusive.
Oh, I can't.
No, you
play in the
can't.
pools you play in, bro.
No,
It's
no,
okay.
you can. Absolutely.
Okay. No, it's fine. He says in his.
What's in your ashtray in your car? Do they still have ashtrays?
My ashtray?
I don't think they have those anymore. Do
This
they?
is 1965.
Good Lord.
Driving a
ashtray in
64
my
Chevy?
car.
Like, what are you talking about?
I got a center console and that's about
What?
it right there. And a couple of cup holders.
Somebody did have a like a meme the other day of like an old school car and the ashtray for the people in the back seat. That's crazy. They used to have that.
Oh, that's
they had like
crazy.
4 ashtrays in these cars back in the day. Stop smoking.
But at least the hot box.
Did you ever hear the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, the Vince McMahon smoking airplane story?
No.
When you used to be able to smoke on an airplane, but they would have like a non-smoking section and it would just be the row behind. Like there would be a non-smoking section in row 1 and then a smoking section in row 2. So are we live? Are we back on? Oh, okay. I think my little thing is ahead.
Well, I know it was risky.
It was not ready. What you mean? Okay.
Have some confidence in yourself.
Work with a bunch of children.
Well, we had James today saying he's looking forward to the beef tonight.
Well,
so.
yeah, you did. Yeah, he did say that. Then he tried to play through it, but no, there needs
Joe
to be.
let him play on.
Joe.
Well, okay. Well,
Joe
okay.
has playoff rules.
Joe needs to go to referee training.
Joe, a rookie official. Like give Joe a little leeway here. He a rookie
He's
official.
the younger Hockey Lee.
Yeah. he's still trying to get his legs underneath him and figure out when he goes, hey. We're gonna do that and jump in and throw the flag. Kyle Madson of the Insiders with us here. What do you think of all these articles that dropped today? They move you in any way at all?
No, not in any way that makes me feel differently than I did previously about De'Aaron Fox, the Kings, or otherwise. Like dysfunction in the front office and above. Whoa, crazy! I had no idea. Like, yeah, it's kind of laying bare all the stuff that if it wasn't already public, was stuff you could surmise through connecting dots.
The thing that I have questions about with like all this stuff, right, is and Sam and Ant-Man, like I said, these guys are A1. Those are my boys. So this ain't towards them. But like the Anjali stuff, I mean, who is saying that? How true is it? Not what somebody told them being true, but like Kyle, if you were like, man, Wesley, she around here a lot. Who knows? Am I gonna have to start answering to Wesley? Nobody, like, that was founded on nothing. That's just a conversation that we had and how you feel. That's not founded on New Heron saying anything or anybody in Philadelphia saying anything. That's just you saying, man, Wesley's around a lot. I'd have to start answering to her.
She might be running this place one day.
She might be. No,
She's
might.
sharpening up.
She's a little too quiet over there too. I think she's plotting on us. But my whole
her,
point,
Danielle and Jesse, they're gonna run the whole company.
But it's, like, where are these conversations coming from for somebody to say that? Is it somebody with some concrete, like, this is happening, to get up here and say she might be running the franchise?
Yeah, I mean, That's where I have no idea. And
yeah.
I just assume, I don't assume guys like Amick and Slater are just hearing from rando guy who cleans toilets.
But it don't even have to be rando guy. It could be a guy that is unjustly paranoid about nothing. Right? It could be
named Wes. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Oh, Wesley.
What again? Yeah, Wesley. This is right out there.
But that's who it could be. It like the people who are higher up can say things that they feel that have no basis to it. They just looking around and like, well, she was in this meeting the other day. Is she really running things? Jeremy Lamb has been at these games a lot. Is he about to run things too?
So that's the question I have. Is we hear about them being around, or Alvin Gentry being around, or Joe Dumars, and all these names that have through the years that they pulled back. That's what I don't know. Is Vivek getting off the phone with Monty McNair when Monty McNair says, "Hey, we might have to go a different direction with Mike Brown," and he looks at Anjali and goes, "I don't know. What do we do?" Or is she just happened to be sitting next to him when that phone call was made? That's where I don't. That's where I don't.
That could be.
I'm not going to speculate. I don't know.
That could be the case. But even if he gets off the phone and Anjali's sitting right there and he says, "Man, this is what's going on. What you think?" Like, that's not necessarily dysfunction.
I do think so. No, I think you're right.
No,
that's right. The issue for me, the dysfunction comes in when, to me, a healthy organization is one where, and this might be pie in the sky, and maybe nothing runs like this, but in my brain, this is what a healthy organization looks like. Ownership is always going to sign off on everything because they own the team. You can't just do stuff and the owner's not going to be around. It's their money. It's their team that's going to be.
Even when you're playing football on the beach, still your team.
Explain, please.
Well, no, Vivek was playing football on the beach, I think, when Mike was fired, right?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay, yes.
He's running routes.
They cooked Anjali. I think that's who was guarding him, Anjali.
Was it Anjali? Oh, come on, Anjali. You gotta be able to move in the sand.
That's why she doesn't have any influence. No.
Can't get beat on an out route by your dad. Come on, man.
Especially on the near hash. Come on, that's day one stuff.
What are we doing?
Use the sideline as a defender.
Come on, man. Jeremy Lamb, all-time quarterback out there.
You play outside leverage. Let's go.
Come on, Anjali. Everybody knows that.
No, you hire somebody to be the basketball ops guy or general manager or whatever title you want to give them, and they do stuff. They have the final say. It's there. With the Kings, the way that article made it sound is no one's quite sure who has the final say, whether it's Monty or Wes or Anjali or Alvin Gentry or Matina or Vivek. It's just all these people who are like have varying levels of influence, maybe based on moods, based on the day. I don't know. And that's where I think the dysfunction comes in, is nobody's really sure exactly what the Kings organizational structure looks like.
I'm not sure that I believe that.
Yeah.
I think their concern might be more whatever Anjali's role in this, and I believe it's minimal at best, if that is. Well, she has an opinion. Well, so does Monty. So does Wes, because apparently this freaking franchise has 2 general managers.
Which is insane, by the way. That little nugget in there about like, yeah, Monty McNair hasn't been seen, and Wes Wilcox is out here running around talking to everybody. Like, I'm sorry, what? Why is that happening? Anyways, go on.
A former King star player who now plays in San Antonio once said to me, "You can't even have a conversation with Monty. You'll never guess who it was." Again, he said we could talk about this on the air. None of this phases him. He very much does not care. He was like, "Yeah, you can't have a conversation with Monty."
Oof.
But this team, but they both have opinions. Alvin has an opinion. He's been in the league 40 years.
Sure.
The man's got an opinion.
Sure.
All of these people take their opinion to Vivek. And I think that is what people's concern is instead of everyone converge with the general manager, they all just go straight to the owner.
Right.
Because you have 2 general managers, which immediately minimizes the impact of either one of them.
Right. And either one of those guys may or may not have any kind of pull or power, which I think is a problem.
Oh, there's a lot of problems with that front office for sure.
Right.
But absolutely.
Right. And that's what that was my takeaway. It's a lot of cooks in a kitchen where nobody's exactly sure. Like Vivek, the owner, obviously has like final say, but the person to kind of field all those concerns, comments, and to craft it into okay, here's the thing. I have a direction for this team. Here's the thing that's best to continue having this team move in this direction. This is what I want to do. I'm going to take this now to Vivek Ranadive, the owner, to sign off on it, just because that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that's how this works, and I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I try to, like I said, I try to figure out all this stuff best I can, and that's probably my first problem. I can't figure out what's going on with the Kings.
Right.
That's the first problem. But I also look at it like, I mean, there is for lack of a better term, a final boss. It's Vivek.
Sure.
Like when things go down, they seem to go to him. I think the next person in charge seems to be, and this is a problem. This is a problem. I would guess it's Wes Wilcox. Because if you can't talk to Monty, then I almost like what is he even doing there?
That's it.
Like if you can't,
that's a huge problem,
and we don't know what that even means. Like, is he not talking to people? Is he not accessible? Is Vivek not making him accessible?
I think
like what is that?
Awkward.
Huh?
I think it meant he's awkward. He's a hard person to carry a conversation with.
Sure.
So some guys are just hard to carry conversation.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
It just means they're hard to carry conversations with, and that was the impression that I got. And it's not the first time I heard that, by the way.
He's
like Wes is a charismatic guy.
Yes.
Like Monty's
For
not.
sure. Right.
Like Monty is not, but Wes is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a difference between the two.
Yeah, for sure.
One of many.
I would think, I'm just guessing. I probably shouldn't do this, but
nice.
I would think Wes has more say so than Monty.
Kind of feels like
he might just by nature of his charisma, or whatever word you want to use, his outgoingness. He might be willing to say stuff, and Monty's like, that might be a personality driven thing.
Yeah.
But it's like with the 49ers, for example. Jed York's the owner. Jed York is going to sign off on everything. He's just going to make sure everything's good. There's Parag who does all the numbers and the contract stuff. But football wise, it's Kyle Shanahan. Buck stops at Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
John Lynch is there.
Yeah.
John Lynch is going to offer his opinions. Scouts are going to offer their opinions. Josh Williams, who's their director of scouting, he's going to have his opinions. All these things are going to be taken into account, and then Kyle Shanahan's going to make the decision. And that's going to fall on Kyle Shanahan. If the 49ers go 6-11 this year, that's when ownership might step in and be like, hey, we're spending as much money as anybody else in the league. Why are we winning 12 games in 2 years? And making changes at that point. It's not, random guy from the scouting department wants to do this, and Kyle wants to do this, and John Lynch wants to do this. So, man, I'm not really sure what to do here. It's not, there's no confusion. Everybody knows whose team it is. Everybody knows who runs that show. And it's Kyle Shanahan. I don't think anybody knows who runs the show with Sacramento.
Well, that's why I go back to it's Vivek runs the show. Then when Vivek
and that to me is a problem.
When Vivek isn't running the show, I just said I think it's Wes, so I'll stay with that. I do think Monty has some kind of say so, and that's an issue in itself. Is it Monty, is it Wes, or whatever? But I don't think Alvin, Anjali, I don't think they're making decisions, and that's what comes off in this article. They're not decision makers,
right?
They're offering their opinion just like any other organization in all the sports. But when it gets down to it, I think it's Vivek, and then this is a problem. It's either or Monty or Wes. It needs to be one of those people, but it's just those three, and they paint it as if it's just a free for all, and it's. I don't think that's the case.
I think the brainstorming process is a free for all. Like to Kyle's point, like if John or Parag or whoever or scouting guy has an idea, the idea probably goes to Kyle. In the Sacramento Kings structure, that idea probably goes to Vivek. And then that puts now you've immediately undermined your general manager.
Right.
Because you've immediately undermined your general manager by having an assistant who seems to do more work than he does. So I'll rephrase this and say you've immediately undermined your front office by taking an idea directly, whether it's Alvin or it's Anjali or whoever, taking an idea straight to the owner, you've undermined your entire front office.
Yeah.
What and the reason this is kind of a problem, like we can go to the De'Aaron Fox trade. I don't know if this is how it happened. I'm just laying out if somebody's going like, well, yeah, if the owner of the team wants to have a say, like he's going to have a say. Here's why this is a problem. If your front office believes, hey, the best way, here's this trade we got for De'Aaron Fox. It's going to be these picks, and it's going to be these young guys from San Antonio, and this is the way we want to do it. And Vivek or whoever has gotten in Vivek's ear and is like, yeah, but hey, Zach LaVine would look really cool in a Kings uniform. And they decide that and Vivek's like, oh yeah, we have to do that. To hell with what the front office wants. I need to give Zach LaVine in here. Not saying that's what happened. Just here's an example. That to me is a problem. If your front office that you've hired wants to do thing A, and then owner gets somebody in his ear saying like, yeah, but hey, Zach LaVine, I know I talked to some people in Chicago. We can get Zach LaVine. And then he goes, oh wait, I would rather do that. That's silly to me. You can't have that.
Do you think that happens?
I think it has happened. I don't think it happened necessarily with this, unless Vivek isn't planning on moving forward with this front office and said to hell with what they think. I want Zach LaVine.
I think that's very possible too.
Well, okay. Help me if I'm wrong.
Just real quick, Legends got the Stephen A. LeBron audio.
Oh,
for those that celebrate, just wanted to point that out. Just Legends, stay on top of it.
Shout out to our boy Legends.
Next time Legends is in the chat, man, show him some love.
Man, absolutely.
They got the Stephen A. LeBron audio out.
These boys they don't sleep.
I don't know how they do this, but salute.
They handle business. From everything that we've seen and we've heard and all this other stuff, that has not been the case.
Mm-hmm.
That has not been the case. We always joke about it, but it's true. Reports, whatever the reports are that Vivek wants, he don't never get. He never gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Not the coach, not a draft pick, not nothing.
It's always the contrary to what everybody else wants.
Always.
Sure.
So you lay out that scenario,
even down to Doug Christie, and no one has applauded Vivek, but no one changes course.
No.
When Keegan Murray works out, no, because remember, everybody wanted Jaden Ivey except Vivek Ranadive. No one applauded him for that.
He was.
I was on the Keegan at 4 train, by the way.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, I was not. No,
I'm kind of out on Keegan.
I have the receipts. Like I was not.
But that's the whole, like, the scenario that you laid out. Somebody getting in his ear and then he says, oh, I want this guy. It never happens.
Mm-hmm.
Or he might say it, and at the end of the day, he goes with whatever they say.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, and if we want to believe like LaVine, this is the time. Mm-hmm. This feels like the one time that's happened. Because he wanted Mark Jackson. Vivek wanted Mark Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted did he want, I always confuse, Keegan or Jaden Ivey?
Jaden Ivey. No. He wanted Keegan Murray.
He wanted Keegan. That's right.
Keegan.
Everybody else wanted Jaden Ivey. So I guess he got his way there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it, for the most part, it seems like it doesn't happen. It doesn't go down his way.
So do you think De'Aaron Fox is lying when if he's worried about dysfunction?
No, I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying at all. I also think it's a little overblown because, number one, these are the same people that were here when everything was great. Now that you're losing, it's dysfunction and there's a problem. And number two, if all this dysfunction was going on and this was such as a problem, money would have outweighed it. If he would have made All NBA, he's not leaving because of this dysfunction.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a cop-out.
Okay.
Or a reason. But
what has Vivek Ranadive done to earn the benefit of the doubt from you?
They hadn't done nothing as far as like his record and winning wise.
Sure.
He hadn't done nothing. But the way I see things, he listens to these people who lead him astray. Maybe he hires the wrong people.
That's, I think, the issue.
That might be the case.
That to me is the problem.
But the perception is that he is meddling, he's involved in everything, and he's messing everything up.
Mm-hmm.
When I don't believe that's the case. I believe more than not, he's letting these people do what they need to do, and they're either wrong for the job, or to your point, there's too many people that he's letting do their job.
Yeah, that's to me where this comes in. Is there's just too many voices to potentially lead this thing astray.
Mm-hmm.
Hire a president of basketball ops or a GM that you trust. And if you've got Alvin Gentry coming to you and being like, hey, thing X, Y, and Z, and you got Anjali saying like, you know what, thing A, B, and C, and the GM's like, LMNOP, then all right, hey, we're got to go with what the GM's doing because he's got the final say. And just let that happen. That's what I think. But
I think that happens. I think that's my whole point. I think that happens. I've had conversations with people. Seemed like there was only one person that wanted Devin Carter. Seemed there was only one person that was willing and wanted to draft him.
Mm-hmm.
They drafted him. And it wasn't Vivek, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
They drafted him.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like that happens. Like there's voices. I hear voices in my head.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the
They
day.
counsel me. They understand. They talk to me.
There you go. I thought you was going to let it go.
I wouldn't do that. I'm going to do you like that.
That reference.
I'm going to do you like that.
But
I love that movie song.
Yep. It's good. No, you're fine.
Song?
Yep. No.
Song? Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Theme song.
Yeah.
Entrance music.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Orton.
Yeah. Oh, obviously. Yeah. Randy. I wasn't saying it just because it's so obvious. I figured everybody knows.
Who's Randy Orton?
Boy.
Yep.
I believe he quarterbacked the Bears to a Super Bowl.
How do you quantify who Randy Orton is?
No. To me, it's what is Randy Orton.
Yeah, it's a good call. Yeah. Good call.
So I think that's where we agree, but then there's a little part where we separate. I think that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Vivek is listening to these people and then chiming in. I think he may be listening to these people, and at the end of the day, one of you two guys, or maybe one, you do what you do. That's the problem.
Yeah,
they don't have
right.
the one guy.
That's what.
I don't think those other voices are as impactful as are being let on. That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think at the end of the day, he may hear all these other people, Monty or Wes. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Monty or Wes, what do you want to do? All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't really care what Anjali's saying.
And
I don't care what Alvin's saying.
And it's gotten sideways, which is why, to me, it's like, hey, unless you go to the conference finals this year or win a championship, you got to clean house. Because whatever the direction they're going is not the right direction. So time to move on.
Domas wants clarity, according to the New York Times. I think I'm gonna hold off on that because I feel like my take on that might be a little too strong.
I think all three of us should
hold off. Yeah.
Oh, I've got takes.
Well,
What do you need? What do you need to get for Domas in the trade market?
I think all three of us. Now, but so this is what I also say, Kyle.
If they had beat Denver, I think all hell would have broke loose. You break Denver and that line drops in the article.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
I believe all this is a bit of a distraction from what we're talking about. We're talking about De'Aaron Fox.
Yep.
Who wanted to move on.
Yep.
Because he told them, I don't want to play for another coach.
Mm-hmm.
They were 13-18. Season was circling the drain.
Mm-hmm.
They had a decision to make.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they made the right one.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what it is. Like we can get distracted and he can bring up it's so crazy in there and you can't even do it. Hey, we talking about why you wanted to leave. You wanted to leave because they got rid of the coach that you wanted to stay. That was the right decision. If they would have listened to you, they'd probably be 5-6 games under again.
Sure.
And that's what we're talking like. And that's why I say it's a distraction. You can bring up all this other stuff and talk about all this other stuff. We talking about why he left and what's going on and why he gave him that ultimatum. It was the coach. It wasn't everything else.
I think it's less. I've taken it as, you might be right. I've taken it as less like the Mike Brown decision in a vacuum and more like, okay, I have no confidence that even if he's like, yeah, rock with Doug. Doug's my guy. I love Doug. We're going to be awesome under Doug. But I don't think he had the confidence that if they hired Doug Christie next year, that Doug Christie was going to be the coach in 2027.
Mm-hmm.
Because why would he? So that was that to me, it's like, it's a bigger picture thing than just like the Mike Brown.
So why isn't he just saying the bigger picture? because the way he's presenting but the way he's presenting it,
you want stability.
And once again, it's assumption for me is if they wouldn't have fired Mike Brown, he'd still be here today, and he'd still want to sign that contract. That's how because that's all he ever talks about. When they fired Mike, I let him know they knew where I stood.
Yeah,
he don't say anything else. He just said they knew where I stood with that.
I'm gonna play the role of De'Aaron Fox here. My guess is the justification would be that he doesn't believe they would still be 5 games under with Mike Brown. And I think he would, even if they were, I think he would say it's not Mike Brown's fault. Because when he talked to the media with San Antonio for the first time, the first thing he talked about was San Antonio's focus on defense, their size, their athleticism, and all the things. He literally name dropped Mike and said all the things that Mike and I talked about. That was the problem to me more than Mike Brown. And so that's why I think he would still be here.
You think he's still okay?
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm super dumb and naive, but
maybe we know nothing. Maybe we're engagement farming.
And who is Randy Orton?
I hear voices in my head. They talk to me.
How does the rest of that song go?
I don't know. They talk to me.
We have fun here.
He is, I believe, a 14-time WWE champion.
That's crazy.
Sneakily, too. Yeah.
14.
No doubt.
If you would have asked
under
me,
the radar.
I would have said like 7.
Like
if you would have because I didn't know that, so you just said that. I would have said like
7. I might have just made that up, just like Kyle was.
No, I think you're right. It's 14. It's at least 12. I know that.
It's a really high number.
It's a tough thing to wrap my head around after Cena turned heel. You know, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
And that's what you guys get it.
No, for sure.
Your thoughts?
Oh,
I mean the whole
it is kind of
lead up and everything.
Okay, pulling the plug on the bit here for a second. The fact that they did a thing that like Chris Biederman and I were talking about this. The fact that they did a thing that is just I don't know anything about wrestling clearly, and when I saw that drop on Twitter, I was like, "Hey, oh my god, like that's crazy." I knew that was nuts.
Yeah.
So for them to do that in a way that permeated the culture like that is really cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what we talked about on Monday. It's always fun when a wrestling story hits non-wrestling fans' timelines and you kind of see their reaction to it.
Yeah.
And that's certainly happening around the basketball world. But LeBron and Stephen A. scooped all of our heat. It would have been all about De'Aaron Fox and his return to Sacramento today. But, John Bull, that's tough. John Bull said Kyle talking about wrestling is like LeBron James' favorite Malcolm X quote or his favorite line from The Godfather.
Man, it's just so many.
So many. Big thanks to Kyle Madson of the Insiders for being here with us. We will come back. I wish we had asked at least one Brock Purdy question. Shoot.
Do you just want to ask it and go to 58?
Kyle's got stuff to do.
Do I?
Do you? Okay.
I'm going to the game tonight. I'm gonna.
Your vibes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So all right. Let's just stay here. It's Friday. Like it matters anyways.
What are we gonna lose? What are we gonna lose?
We could take a 30-minute commercial break at 3:30 and it wouldn't matter.
How long was WCW streak?
83 weeks.
Oh my gosh, we
tripled that. We're not WCW. There was a report from Jason LaCanfora that the 49ers opening offer to Brock Purdy was in the range of $45 million per year. One, do you believe that? Two, your thoughts?
Okay. I'm not gonna answer your first question.
Okay.
$45 million is not if that's right.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't think that's egregious.
Really?
Yeah, considering like we know how negotiations go. One team or one side goes, "Hey, how about this small amount?"
Yeah, but this
and then Brock Purdy's
failed San Francisco year after year after
year.
No
doubt. And that's yes, that's problematic. And the fact that you've got Adam Schefter and now Albert Breer out here going, well, it's not a lock. A deal gets done. They could just play out the year and then franchise tag him twice and pay him $97 million for the next 3 years. And you know what? That's not great for Purdy, but man, the Niners can. That's a disaster. That in itself, if the Niners want to go, hey, how about 45? And Brock goes, how about 65? And the Niners go, okay, well, hey, how about 50? Like, it's not that easy, but like, if that's how you just want to start and kind of get things rolling, okay, fine. But that we're sitting here on March 7th, and the prevailing story is, well, from national reporters, mind you, maybe they'll just kick the can down the road. Like, they can do it. It'd be cheaper. That's insane. Like, that's totally nuts to me. If you don't believe in Brock Purdy, or you need to see more from Brock Purdy, then you pay him and figure it out. If you need to see more from him, or you think like, not really, then trade his ass and do what you have to do to trade up and get a new quarterback. The fact, like, I know it sounds extreme, but that's what we're talking about here with Brock Purdy.
I'm with you.
Pay him if he's your franchise quarterback, you pay him. What are we talking about?
And I don't know why at this point he wouldn't be looked at as your franchise guy right now. Is he a guy that can win a Super Bowl for you? We don't know that. We don't know that. But for where you're at right now, I think he's about as good as you can get.
I would agree.
So you pay him. You pay him fairly. You don't have to pay him $1 million more than Dak Prescott or anything else like that. But you pay him fairly. And we were talking about it the other day with Jesse and everybody. There's 3 guys there that if I'm going to do right by Brock Purdy, and if I'm his agent, I'm looking at Trevor Lawrence, looking at Jordan Love, I'm looking at Tua. And you either match that or you give me $1 million more. But there's no way I need to be under those guys on the list.
Yeah, I think
Tua's at 53, the other 2 at 55, I believe.
What's Goff at? Is he at 50?
Goff is, he's lower,
Right
a little
50?
lower than that, yeah.
Yeah, I think because the Lions have paid a bunch of really good players with Jared Goff on there. Like, this is not prohibitive, this deal. What's prohibitive is all the dead because they've been restructuring guys and pushing money down the line. Like, that's the issue here to me. I think it's really interesting in sports in general, but specifically with Brock Purdy. If Nick Bosa stays home on 4th and 1 and drops Patrick Mahomes in overtime, Brock Purdy's a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and there's no question about whether he gets paid. That's the insane part about this. Is there's people in the chat like, relax on Purdy, he's not that guy. Bro, he was a defensive stop away from winning a Super Bowl. What are we talking about? Like, that's so I'm not 100%. He's not a tier 1 guy. He might not even be a tier 2 guy. If you want to put him in tier 2, he's at the bottom of that tier. But when
tier 1 is like 2 guys,
tier 1 is very, if you find a tier 1 quarterback, you got extremely lucky.
Lamar and Mahomes.
And look, well, I thought you were even going to say Allen, and the majority.
Maybe
Josh Allen.
The majority of them hadn't even got to a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they're on their
Lamar
own tier.
and Josh Allen.
But they can barely get to a championship game. So why are we getting crazy on Brock?
But this is
because they're all in this one conference, and that conference belongs to one guy. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, right, but it's a team building thing too. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are at a level that when you pay them, and Patrick Mahomes, who actually makes less, it's weird. But when you pay those guys at that level, you feel really good that, you know what, we might have to trim the roster here and there, but you know what, they're going to be good enough to be the rising tide that lifts all boats. I'm not 100% sold that Brock's that guy. And I don't think the Niners are 100% sold that Brock is that guy. And so that's what it comes down to. It's not about like, oh, this guy did this guy did that. It's if you pay this guy this money, 55, whatever it is, and you're looking at what your contract situations look like in 26, 27, 28, are we going to be able to build a good enough team around this guy? Because if we have a, B-level talent around him, we're a Super Bowl contender. We're looking in 3 years like, man, our talent around was looking like C-. Can we pay the guys we need to pay to get back up to that level around him to give him the support system he needs to be this MVP caliber quarterback? And I get why the 49ers have a question on that, but at the same time, man, you say play out this year, we'll franchise tag you next year, we'll franchise tag you the year after, and every year the question looming over everything is, hey, is Brock Purdy good enough? Is Brock Purdy the guy? Oh, threw an interception with the game on the line. Oh, God, you need a new quarterback. It's a game-winning touchdown the next week. Oh, hey, now you have to pay him. That sounds insane. Mm-hmm. That is you can't survive like that in the modern NFL.
The other thing that I don't know if is realistic, and maybe it's not even fair to the 49ers, but that thought process that you have, like, oh, man, if we pay him, then we're only going to have C-level talent around. Bro, John, let Kyle do your job. Find the players.
Yeah.
And what are you talking about? What you think you sorry as a scout, as a talent evaluator? Like, do your job. Have trust not only in the quarterback, but in yourself, that if we pay this guy, we have a great scouting department and a great staff around us. Well, I'm not saying just anybody's going to be Fred Warner or, Debo in his prime. I'm not saying that, but we can find talent around you. We can't, it's difficult to find a quarterback that at the very least, if you have the talent, can even get you to the Super Bowl. Those guys aren't readily available. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of teams with talent, but they're like, I don't know if we have the quarterback. Detroit and Jared Goff got all the talent in the world. I think he can get us to the Super Bowl. I don't know. When the season was really on the line, I know the defense was horrible, but he threw 3 picks.
Yep.
So if they are looking at it like that, which I don't think is far-fetched at all, man up. Don't be so weak in the knees. Have confidence in yourself that you're going to find some players.
Yeah.
Get this guy signed, man.
Debo trade surprise you?
No.
When exactly?
Yes, actually.
In what regard?
Trade.
That they traded him.
Okay.
Or that he got, I'm sorry, let me take that back. That they got anything for him.
Yeah.
I was certain he was just going to get cut and they were going to eat the 31.5 this year, and that's what it was going to be. But the fact they got a 5th round pick for him, the contract is a mess.
Yeah.
But that they got anything for him was like, oh, all right.
I think that's
a surprise.
I think that's stupid. I think not the trade or anything. The rules in the NFL. If I trade a guy, his money should not be on my books anymore. Maybe I'm too NBA with it, but they're accepting him as part of the deal.
Because they restructured his contract, so they made his cap number less in 1 year and pushed that money into a future year. It's like you still have to pay that against a cap. Like you still that's still money.
Otherwise, you could just restructure, trade, and never be held financially responsible for someone, right?
Or
because Washington still has to pay him. It's not like the Niners have to take on all of his contract. They're just taking on the cap that they committed to when they signed the deal and then moved into the future. You can't just run away from that.
Well,
it's the same money they were going to eat if they cut him.
It's still stupid. You shouldn't be able to trade him and still be on the hook for him. Just my opinion.
But you're not. I think the point you're not on the hook for their salary, though.
No, but you're on the hook cap wise.
Yeah, because you were going to be on the hook for that anyway.
And does that have to do more with that? Has to do with the restructure of the contract,
yes. Right?
So they restructure these deals it's like the Deshaun Watson deal. Well, we got to give us some relief here, but that dead cap's like $100 million, so it's not like we can fully get away from it. I think it's a way of holding teams responsible.
No, I think that's fine. Well, first of all, it goes back to this because I thought about this. The restructuring shouldn't be allowed.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
the restructuring shouldn't be allowed.
Absolutely.
But if everybody's
cut the player or play him.
Yeah, then that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you guys are saying. I just don't think on a number of different levels it's fair or right.
Do you know the Saints are $45 million over the salary cap right now?
With who?
It's outrageous. All this money they've kicked into the future. They just restructure.
That's a funny sentence. They're $45 million over the cap because of all of the money they kicked into the future. That's amazing.
Yeah, dude.
It's like a plot of a movie or something.
That's the other thing. If I can just real quick jump on a soapbox. There's been
all
all this really big deal made about like the 49ers want to reallocate how they're spending money or want to not spend as much money. It's like, no, the 49ers don't want to be dumping a bunch of money into players like Deebo Samuel when they're past their effectiveness, and Dee Ford and Javon Hargrave. It's like they're going to spend money. They're going to be right up against the cap. I'm guessing they'll be top 8 or so in cash spent again this year. They just want to make sure that they're doing that in a smart way to set themselves up to have a more sustainable window. Like that's what we're talking about. There's just been this big what's the word? Like this freak out online about this idea that the 49ers aren't going to spend money because they're trying to get younger. It's like, oh, a team is going to try not to dump money into aging veterans who aren't going to be effective for them, and they're going to try and draft good players instead. Like, that's just the right thing to do.
And you're 100% right. And I take it as that's just like a reset right now. Let's say they draft 4 starters in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
In 5 years, they'll probably do the same thing they just did with Debo and all these other guys to try to keep them around and extend that Super Bowl window.
Yeah, I think they'll be more prudent
if they're a Super Bowl.
I think they'll be more prudent in how they're paying them, for sure. I think if Debo is like 20% worse in 2021, I think they probably trade him. But he was so freaking good that you just had you can't just trade a guy after that. But I think in the future they might think about it. If they're like, we're not really sure he can do that again, we're not really sure how well his game's going to age, then yeah, maybe we see him let go of guys maybe a year early instead of a year late. That was always the Patriots thing, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that's kind of what we're going to see from the Niners moving forward. But if you think they're not trying to go to the Super Bowl the year they're hosting it, and you think they're not going to do everything they can to try and get to the Super Bowl this year at Levi Stadium, you're out of your freaking mind.
What does that constitute? Doing everything that they can.
Just they're gonna be active in free agency. They're gonna be aggressive in the draft. Okay. They're gonna do what they can to build a winner this year. Oh, it's not like they're rebuilding and punting on the year.
Yeah.
They're just reassessing how they dole out their big time deals. That's how I've taken it.
You think Ayuk gets moved?
Nah.
Do you think they want to move Ayuk?
For if somebody's gonna come over the top and be like, hey, here's a first.
Oh God.
But that's not going to happen.
That's not really, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So that's what they're open to moving him. Yeah, sure. If Pittsburgh wants to give up a first, the Niners are super open to moving him.
Yeah.
But if Pittsburgh is going to call and go, hey, how about a 6th round pick? They're going to like the hell with you.
Yeah, trading Brandon Ayuk with his torn ACL for a 1st round pick definitely seems like a Steelers move.
Right, but that's just it. It's not going to, like, if some team's going to bowl him over and the Niners are going to fleece him for Brandon Ayuk, then they're open to it. But they say every year, we're open to trading everybody.
Relax, Steelers fans. That was sarcasm. That's obviously the most anti-Steeler moves possible. Great stuff from Kyle Madson for the extra long conversation here. Meet Kyle Madson at the game tonight. Form your autograph lines in an orderly fashion.
Yeah, please. It got out of hand last time.
It did, and that's okay. and like we tried to put Kenny's security in charge of that.
I don't have
Kenny's
security.
security was obviously following him because he kind of veered off into areas with commoners and had to be protected. So. We'll come back. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. Eddie Gonzalez coming up, 2:15. James Ham coming up, final hour of the show. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Get that prize picks when we get back. I don't want to do it with Kyle here. The follow-up video of Stephen A. looking at LeBron James getting on his phone, rolling his eyes is kind of funny.
What did
you can see his energy? The Stephen A.'s energy looked. Hold on, maybe I saw that wrong. Hold on.
That was a great game.
Watch him. Looks right at LeBron, rolls his eyes, starts texting. Hey, peep the. Oh, Kyle.
Oh.
Almost there, baby. Almost there, baby.
Oh, that looks sick.
Okay. All right, Stephen A. It's coming together, man.
You there tonight?
Yeah, that's my plan. I have to get all of my KSFM work done, but my plan's to be there.
Very good. Appreciate you.
I'm dressed to go.
Yeah, you are. You can tell that shirt's rich because the buttons are big as hell.
Well, you know.
No, it's not.
There will be signs. Fam. Did they reverse course and give me a win? I think they did.
Man, this process for turf is wild, the amount of work that they got to do. Every time I looked out the window, they were like flattening it with something and then rolling it with something else. And
they've been doing that all week?
No, just the last 2 days. So yesterday they did all of the prepping. Today they're like doing it. And there's this brother, he's like putting like, spikes or nails or whatever, like all the way down that guy gonna be there all day. Great stuff from our guy Kyle Madson, right there. We were just listening to or looking at the Legends video of LeBron and Stephen A. I missed Sprout wasn't feeling well last night, so I missed Steph's shot. I missed the Knicks Lakers. I missed everything that was jumping off in the NBA last night.
That Knicks Lakers game was fantastic.
I was able to, it's obviously it's never the same live and it's never the same through highlights, but there was some big time plays in there. I did see Jalen though. Did see that.
Damn,
that's tough.
That is tough, man. And I think he's gonna be out on Monday, but you never know. You don't want to speculate, but that was a nasty roll. That ankle roll was tough. So they got a game tonight.
Get better.
Get well. They got a game tonight against the Clippers. I can't imagine he plays tonight.
Get well Tuesday.
Yeah. After Monday.
Yeah, take the weekend.
Yeah.
Take the weekend, big fella. You're good. Take the weekend. You all right?
Yeah. So after I can't imagine him playing tonight. Because they are kind of preparing for the playoffs, I would take a cautious approach with him. In all seriousness, if I was the Knicks, no need to rush him back. You're top 4, I think, kind of as a lock, or maybe Indiana's creeping. I don't know, but you can take your time, and I think they will handle it that way, and he won't play on Monday. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, the New York Knicks right now 40-22. They're is that 4.5 back from Boston, 3.5 up on Milwaukee. You got a little bit of room to play with. So, your priority is your star. Your priority is the playoffs, as you just said. Your priority is the postseason. So no need to rush Jalen back right now. No need to rush him back for a game in Sacramento, of all places. Let the man rest and get better.
Let him enjoy the Echo and Rig.
Yeah, man. I mean, we got people there. We can send them right down there.
Right there.
Get taken care of.
Have a little steak dinner, before and just, watch the game.
We got you.
Yeah.
We got you. Steph's shot also got a lot of run on social media last night. Casey and I, we were doing the KSFM show, and I'm like seeing Bonte, Kyle, all the Warriors people, they're tweeting, oh, this is abysmal, horrendous, awful. I see the Nets are up 20 after one. I was like, you hoes are not going to convince me. You are not going to convince me that the Golden State Warriors are going to lose this game.
Nah.
And in the lead, all of it, the 20-point lead's down to 15. Steph hits like back-to-back threes, and then of course that ridiculous nonsense before halftime. It's like they're not losing this game. The Barclays popped.
Oh, that is. I don't know. I think it's more so Steph than just the Warriors. No shade, just saying what it is. But man, the road pops.
Yeah.
When Steph Curry's hitting one of them threes, hits one of them night threes or whatever, like you can see it, you can hear it in those crowds.
I think
man.
you're right. It's Steph.
Yeah.
Steph is different. Steph absolutely. Steph. That Steph road roar is different. It's different, and it was there last night in the Barclays Center. 40 for Steph last night, by the way. On the day we had a conversation about him moving up the greatest of all time list. And man put up another spectacular performance.
40 for Steph Curry. That was.
I want to play the De'Aaron Fox videos, but I don't know if they play on the stream anymore.
Well, we can try before we set it up and see. We got that beam money tonight. We got that beam money. The Kings are back home. De'Aaron Fox is back in Sacramento, and we've got beam money. You know who's part of beam money? De'Aaron Fox. They got him at 23.5 points. I'm going more. He's going to be motivated. I'm not as afraid as everybody, Angry Fox. Okay, whatever. All right, whatever. He's going to get his points, though, because the team needs him to score, so he'll shoot. So I got him at more than 23.5 points. I got Harrison Barnes, 1.5 3-pointers made. I'm going less. Jonas Valanciunas, 6.5 field goals made. I think he's going to feast. I'm going more. And then Keon Ellis, 3 3-pointers attempted, 5.5. I'm going more. I think he puts up like 7 3-pointers tonight. He shoots 7 3-pointers tonight. So that's the lineup. I'm going to be posting it on socials. Follow it if you want to, because we're going to get paid tonight. I'm going to tell you that right now. And if you are getting on Prize Picks for the first time, put that promo code KIFM in there. Get $50 with that first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 whether you win or lose with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
Get your stuff off there. Chat, can y'all see this? Let me know if can y'all see the screen?
Hey, Dr. David, crazy. You see that, Jesse? Oh, Jesse not in there. Hey, Leezy in the house. What's up, man?
Leezy here.
Where that pizza at, man?
Leave Leezy alone, man.
Come on, man.
Let Leezy live.
Come on, Rook.
Can the chat confirm that they y'all so they do see the screen? Okay.
It might have just been a glitch in the Matrix yesterday.
Maybe. I want to hear what I wanted to do this for. Well, I can't do it right now because Jesse isn't in the studio. I wanted to see if De'Aaron was going to cuss. It's 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes. De'Aaron talking to Sean back at the Golden One Center for the first time. Do you think De'Aaron Fox cusses?
I'm going to say no. But 4 minutes is a long time. 4 minutes of non-cursing for De'Aaron Fox might be, and he's a little comfortable with like Sean and all them. Like,
oh yeah, he's gonna cuss.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying he is?
I'm certain. That's why I won't play it because Jesse's out taking a lap, going to get snacks just to piss off Katie. So we'll just wait to run. I do want to. There's, admittedly bad sports talk show host. I saw the highlights. I don't have a lot to say. I didn't get to ride the wave of the Lakers Knicks game.
Oh man, that happens. Life happens. But it was a great game. Like, it was a great game. The Knicks were up by about 10 for most of the game.
Yeah.
And halfway through the fourth quarter, Lakers closed the gap. I hate to. Crypto was kind of buzzing.
It was buzzing. Okay.
Crypto was kind of buzzing.
Yeah.
Luka hit some shots.
Yeah.
I think he called somebody else out of their name on the
Kyle Madson special.
Yeah. It was one of those because there were some Knicks fans sitting there.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he called him out of their name after one of his threes.
Set legends to alerts like I do. You'll see it.
But it went into overtime. It was just a great game. A great game. Knicks fans were in the building. Spike Lee was there. So when they were doing things, you would hear them in cryptos. It was just good energy in there, man. Good game last night. Great game. Got me ready for the playoffs.
There you go. Okay. That's your dream finals right there, right? Lakers
no,
Knicks?
It's not my dream finals. It is not my dream finals by any means. But taking away any kind of fandom, Knicks Lakers would be a popping ass finals.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the stars, the energy in both buildings. That'd be popping.
I do want to touch on the Draymond Green stuff that was regurgitated by Chris Broussard. And, of course, the Stephen A. LeBron James stuff. This all ties to the Lakers. And then Charles Barkley. I love Charles Barkley. He looked like a jackass last night. He looked ridiculous. And, like, this is why I said Inside the NBA can go away. Because he looked dumb. And I'm going to tell you why I think Charles looked dumb last night. However, Jesse, we were waiting for you because, well, I think De'Aaron's going to cuss. So here's De'Aaron's media availability today.
Thank you.
Hey, De'Aaron. How are you?
How's it going? I'm good.
I'm going under 2 minutes.
Brandon in the house.
Yeah, that's a lot.
What are you expecting tonight?
I mean, I expect a good basketball game.
How about from a crowd standpoint?
I mean, I saw the boos, so it is what it is.
What would you say to the Sacramento fans now that you're back in town and your message?
For people that I've come across already, it's been a lot of love, and I really appreciate that. Obviously,
hold on. Okay, you catch when he's the Spurs are all in on this. He's mic'd.
Oh,
look at his jersey.
Yeah,
he got the Leezy special on. He's mic'd right there. He's mic'd. All right,
you. Good eye.
Yeah, no.
Good
Spurs are ready for this.
I mean, I was
or the NBA is ready for it. Someone's ready for it because the man is mic'd.
2 years old when I got here, so I was welcomed with open arms. So I definitely appreciate the time that I had here.
There wasn't really like a proper goodbye. What do you want maybe Kings fans, Sacramento, maybe even this organization to know?
I mean, that I was raised here, you know. I turned from a really young man to a young man that's raised in a family. And like I said, I appreciate the time that I had here. I had a lot of fun here. So it's definitely not something I take for granted.
What's the hardest part dealing with all this?
The hardest part? Moving. Yes. Getting accustomed to a whole new organization, coaching staff, players, learning names. That's always the worst part for me. But I mean, having to pick up and move, halfway across the country is definitely the hardest part. But other than that, I mean, this is the business that we signed up for. So you understand that happens.
Are there any misconceptions out there?
Boy, that was a lot.
I mean, for me, at the end of the day, it's still basketball. You're going to play against a team that you've played for. So it's not. I don't know if I would say like it's something that I anticipated, but I mean, it's going to happen at some point.
Is it strange being back in this building on the other side?
First thing that was strange was going to the Sawyer. I've never stayed a night there before, so that was definitely the weirdest part for me.
Is it cool having Wemby here to support you the most?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we, he's what he's going through is definitely tough, but for us, we just want him to be healthy. We want him to be healthy enough to be able to get on a plane and to be able to support us as a team. And that's what he wants to do anyways. So for us, it's just, we want him to be, as healthy as possible because blood clots can be a dangerous thing for sure.
I'm going to hit pause right there. We're at the 2 minute and 17 second mark. De'Aaron Fox has not cussed yet. There's about 2 minutes left. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. We obviously went long with Kyle. We're going to get back on track here because we got Eddie Gonzalez on the way. We got James Ham on the way. We'll hear more from De'Aaron Fox, and we'll get into some of those other elements, those non-basketball elements from the Lakers game last night when D'Lo and Casey returned here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I forgot my water today, and I'm getting sodas. Now I could just get water from here, but no.
Good. There are bottled waters in there, I think. No, okay, all right. Well, they ain't gonna get hot at me. That's funny. Hold on, where's Roddy? Roddy, I think you be a little too harsh in the chat sometimes. But I saw that too. I saw that too, Roddy. That's funny. Y'all leave Matt alone. Leave Matt alone. There you go, Collins. Tell him. Man, that's all we need, baby. That's all we need. Just if I can get someone to look at me the way that Matt's looking at Fox. You got it, Will. You got it, my brother. Get better, man. Get well. Glad the surgery went all right. Glad that you're here today. Yes, sir. Yeah, actually we can. Uh-oh. I was hoping Matt was here. I'm so glad you were. Is it? Oh, I don't cuss that much, do I? I hope not. I'll be better. I won't cuss the rest of the day. Ooh. I won't cuss the rest of the day. I don't think I cuss that much. Well, see, look at now look at. Look, they was just saying. Look, if someone looked at me the way that you looked at De'Aaron, man, I'd feel loved, Matt. I'd feel loved. Because I actually hold on, Matt, because this isn't even a good view of it. Hold on, we had 217. Watch Matt here. Look at him. Hold on. Look at him. Oh, to be loved. To be loved. Oh, no, look at Matt just working. Matt's just working. Oh, look at him. Oh, what a feeling to be loved. I can't say the next line because I just told Jeff Hardy Rules I wasn't going to cuss today.
Shut the fuck up.
Yes. That's all I can say. Oh, that's not true, Matthew. Oh, man. Oh, what a feeling to be loved. Oh, man, let's go. What? What, Jesse quit? Soon as I walk into the arena tonight, hey, keep my smile out of this. Man. There is a particular person in the chatty house that is not a big De'Aaron Fox fan.
Well, that's a funny line.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, she's not wrong. I don't know. Maybe he couldn't. He could have called me. Like, he's been known to call me. I would have got him to my guy.
Man,
we got to get them all taken care of.
You're right, though. That's not his number one fan.
I prolonged my normal cut an extra day because it's Mary tomorrow. Like, that's a day of.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Spurs.
Absolutely.
Spurs is not day of treatment. Mary J. Blige is day of treatment.
Go, Mary.
Yeah.
Go, Mary.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
I can't wait to see the dance, boy.
Cleaned up, boy.
I can't wait to see the dance. I'm having the phone ready when Mary start dancing.
2 minutes left. De'Aaron Fox today talking to a.
For the record, I say no cursing today. I say not gonna do it.
No cursing. He's also clearly De'Aaron Fox not feeling well. You could hear it in his voice. He appears to be under the weather.
Well, take some girl flu and get out there.
Okay, Stone Cold Kenny Caraway there.
Misconceptions out there that you've seen that you maybe want to clear up?
I spoke my piece, so I'm done talking about it. I'm excited to be here, play in front of this fan base again, and see people that I know and love.
Seeing your full of smiles, are you happy out there? I mean, just you're beaming.
I mean, this is very.
Oh, damn it! Look at Matt. Matt is still just man. Come on, Matt.
It's a very young group, and if y'all been around the young people in this day and age, they could definitely put a smile on your face. So,
we talked to Keegan. He said he's excited to compete against you tonight. You have something special for him?
I don't know. I mean, Keegan probably knows all my moves. We literally spent 2 summers together, playing a lot of one-on-one. So, it's funny. They asked me who I thought would guard me. I'm like, I would assume Keegan guards me. So, but definitely. I mean, I've been around him. I've seen him grow, continue to grow as a player, continue to see him become a better offensive and a much better defensive player than he was when he came in. So that's definitely an exciting matchup for sure.
He said he misses Poppy and Rain. Have you replaced Uncle Keeks with the Spurs?
Absolutely not. But all these guys, like, I think only HB and CP have kids. So like, there's not a lot of kids around as far as from the players' perspective. But everybody loves the kids.
Last question right here on the left.
We've FaceTime Keegan, so he's seen him for sure.
Yeah, you made a
had a lot of memories in this gym. Is there a specific memory that stands out to you more than anything, or just your time being in Sac?
I mean, I think it's easily the first playoff game. I mean, you have home court advantage. You get game one. That's easily the best moment I think that I've had while I was here, and I feel like we gave a lot of people who were like, obviously, a lot of y'all, got to see, the early 2000s teams, but a lot of kids never got to see that. So just being able to give them, a piece of that core memory is definitely, probably on my real high on my to-do list for sure.
Good stuff from De'Aaron Fox right there. Big thanks to Sean Cunningham for having that video up in full right there. Oh, look at Matt. Oh, what a freeze frame right there. What, Matt, make this your new screensaver. Matt, I know you're watching. Make that your new screensaver on your phone right there. Look at him. Just Matt, did you hug him when this was over? I love this.
Maddie McQueen.
Maddie
man.
McQueen right there. Just as happy as can be to see his guy De'Aaron Fox.
Where's it at?
Here.
Somebody said it in the chat. Oh, I can't find it. But basically, they're like, he's just enamored.
He is. He is. That boy Leezy in here with us.
Leezus, the notorious Just. What up, big dog?
What you whispering about, Leezy?
Where we plugging?
Oh, what?
I
got you.
Okay. All right, rookie. So the rookie text me one. I like this. The rookie's like, hey, can I get on the air? Yeah, Leezy, come on, man, let's rock. And now Leezy can't remember where the headphone jack is.
Man,
that's all right. You good? You got the fresh braids is clean today.
Lined up.
Oh, it's a big day. That boy gonna be down there getting content. You getting there early tonight?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna be down there. I'm gonna be asking everyone. I'm gonna be asking the question of the day. Are you gonna be booing De'Aaron Fox or not?
You gotta get out there for the Fox warm up. That's early.
Oh yeah. I'll be down there on the floor.
You should be able to get in there. Because you going in with a ticket? How you getting in?
I got
a single game?
Oh, yeah. I got a ticket. I'm going to be up in 209.
Oh, so
not talking about Stockton.
Okay, so you don't have
to be up there.
Yeah.
Okay. Easy. You're going to be up there with Luke and Bill.
Oh, Jesus, man. Don't be up there with him. Don't be up there with him.
Yeah, we way up. But it's going to be cool, man. I can't wait to get down there and get everyone else's opinion, because we got the Chatty House. We hear people call in. But being there at the arena and hearing everybody and being live on the streets, it's a different feeling. So I can't wait.
Got to have your ear to the streets, big dog. What you think, man? How would you handle this?
I'm the last person to ask about this.
Well, you're the first person. I need to know right now. How are you handling this?
Okay. I think it comes down to this one question. Do you think the front office gave De'Aaron Fox enough? And I personally, you look at DeMar DeRozan, Sabonis, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, I would say they gave him plenty. So when it comes down to booing, I'm going to be one of the people booing. But I can also understand on the other side of it, people be like, well, Fox had X amount of coaches, X amount of GMs, this, and that. But I'm like, I think he had plenty of opportunities and great players around him to be more successful. So I'm gonna be in the crowd that's gonna be booing. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you're gonna boo?
I'm booing.
Okay.
I'm booing.
Okay.
at the warm up. They might have to boo
him
me.
and Charlie. Did you hear Charlie on the Insiders? He said he's going in.
Charlie is.
Yeah, he said he's going in, and there should be no tribute video.
Yeah.
Damn, Charlie.
He wasn't playing.
He wasn't playing.
All right, that feels harsh.
Yeah,
but...
Charlie hopped in the studio.
Yeah,
he was on the mic. I got something to say.
Hold on. So Charlie just walked in during the show.
Yep.
And said we need to boo De'Aaron
I'm assuming
Fox?
he was right here. I don't know. I don't think he was over there. I think
he was right here.
Yeah, he came right over there to that seat and let it be known.
Yeah.
I'm booing, and we need to stop with these tribute videos. They said, "What is he retiring? What is he having a tribute video for?" Charlie might come down here in just a second.
Charlie had a rough day yesterday. He just might be a little surly.
Yeah. The thing is, though,
need to get him a little scotch. He'll settle down.
Everybody gets tribute videos nowadays. I think I wouldn't go so far as say Fox didn't deserve one. He can get a tribute video, but just anybody gets a tribute video nowadays.
I don't think that's true, is it?
It's not just anybody, but they do just kind of hand them out. Like Fox deserves
handing
one.
out tribute videos.
Hey, Kuzma, welcome back to Washington. Here's your video.
Like, Fox deserves one. Like, for instance, like DeMar got one in Chicago.
He earned that.
Well, how did he earn it and Fox didn't? DeMar was there for 20 minutes. They got to the playoffs once, and that was it. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. I'm just saying, like, I understand the Charlie side of like, all right, man, we need a tribute video for that. We could have an announcement like, hey, everybody stand up and Say hi to DeMar.
Huh?
Everybody wave politely to DeMar DeRozan.
I remember DeMar more in Chicago than like in San Antonio. Like I think his impact, like the highs they had on that team when Lonzo was rolling and him and Levine were rolling, I think the highs were pretty good for them. So I think
I think it might also be a level of respect.
Yeah. I mean, but the precedent has been set, you know what I mean, around the league and what goes on. So if you don't give the tribute video, it's a sign of disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't intend to, even if you're like, no, we respect everything that you did here and we love you or whatever. If you don't play the video, it's perceived as disrespect. So,
Casey, what's one of your biggest memories of De'Aaron Fox on the court?
That's a good question. Game one was insane.
Yeah, well, the Warriors.
Game one was fantastic. Game one and game 4 of that series, he was unbelievable, and that was great to see.
Yeah.
Those are the first two to come to mind. So that kind of answers you. Those are the first two to come to mind. Obviously, you know, if I think a little bit more, he's got some game winners, some game tying shots there at Golden One.
Yeah, it's a Chicago moment where he hit the 3.
Yeah, but that was it. Nice. So like those 2 shots, that was in Chicago and in Orlando, right?
Yeah, they weren't here.
Yeah. So, but the first 2 is game 1 and game 4. I mean, we were all there at Sky River Casino, and Fox was just was cooking. He was cooking. Casino. He came down. Yeah, always shout out. He came down on the break one time and had the big tomahawk jam, and place blew up, you know, in there. And it was really like that moment, maybe even more than game 1, was like, yo, we really got one of them ones. We really got one of them ones. What we heard for a long time, everybody talking about Ja, talking about Trae Young and all these other guys, and now my man, he got the stage.
Yeah.
And he really one of them was. Warriors can't do nothing with him.
That's the thing. Like, I know sometimes I come off as like a Fox hater, but during that series, like D'Lo, we've all said he was one of the best players on the court.
Yeah.
So you can't deny that. So that was his moment for sure.
Yeah, we thought he had his moment. Essentially what his Ja moment. We thought he had that burst onto the national scene. Here we go. And I mean, he came out firing the next season, and it just kind of dwindled down. Game 1 was spectacular, man. Absolutely unforgettable. It killed me for a second because I'm thinking about Chicago. I'm thinking about Orlando. And then I was thinking about Minnesota. It's like, yeah, the 60 was in Minnesota. And then I realized, oh, it wasn't.
No, it just felt like Minnesota where we were at.
Yeah, because we were steps away from the Golden One Center, but couldn't be there and kept saying, should we go over there? Should we go over there? And we ultimately didn't. We wound up watching the whole thing, trying to stay warm, huddled around our phone.
For me, at least, it was freezing.
It was awful.
It was so cold.
Absolutely awful.
You want to know something, Zach? So that was a game you guys were trying to get into, right?
Well, we were at a function for KSFM.
Oh, okay.
So we were at the rail yards.
Oh, that night.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that night.
That was the night
that was
he
cold.
had 60. Yeah, it was cold.
Yeah,
that was cold.
Yeah. I was gonna say I had a sad moment. So I think it was when the Kings were playing the Heat, the double overtime game. Me and my friend, we were ready to go, and so we're leaving. We're like, "Oh, this game is over." Blah blah blah. Man, wow. We're walking, and all of a sudden our phone is buzzing. It was so sad. It was so sad.
Lizzie and his friend, like those people that left the Ray Allen shot, trying to get back on. Let us in.
Yeah, it was one of those moments.
Dave, what's your moment?
De'Aaron
Fox.
Game 1. Yeah, like game 1 was. I'll never forget that experience. That was
amazing.
Yeah,
that was like electric. Yeah, being there with you and Trista. The fact that they won that game, the way that they won that game, not realizing how clean of a look Steph had till about 4 hours after the game was over, just knowing in the moment Steph's going to get the ball and you hope it doesn't go in.
Yeah.
It's like, whoo, okay, you're celebrating. And then you go home, you're kind of coming down from the night and you're watching the game back. And it's like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Man, he had a look. And for the Kings to walk away, I mean, I thought we were going to win that series.
I thought so too.
I absolutely thought we were going to win that series.
In that game 1, I mean, he was great in the third quarter and fourth quarter, but they had the moment where Steph hits this ridiculous shot in the corner, this three that he's in the corner, falling towards the baseline. It must have gone 35 feet in the air and just dropped right down into the net.
Didn't hit the rim or nothing.
No, and the place was buzzing. We talk about the Steph buzz. Place was buzzing. Like, obviously a bunch of Kings fans in the playoffs there. And it was like groans of like, oh no, my gosh. He hits that shot. And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe Kings come right back down. They push the ball down the court, and Fox hits this somebody makes the extra pass to Fox at the top of the key, and he hits a walk-in three, and the place just erupts again. That moment, he made everybody forget about what they had just seen, and like, oh no, this dude going toe to toe with Steph. Let's go, man. And it was great. It was there's a lot of great moments with De'Aaron Fox. That's why I'm not really of the I'm not judging anybody. I'm not judging you or anybody, but I'm not booing. He had a lot of great moments, and the greatest moment in the last 20 years has a lot to do with him. Like you said, that game one, but we had TV stuff to do, and we asked the ushers like, "Yo, can we go outside real quick just to get the vibes?" And like, man, it was so happy, so euphoric, out in the Doco area after that game, man, and he's a big reason why that happened, man. So yeah.
Shout out to the chat. They had a good one in here. Clippers versus Kings. That was a good one. That was a classic.
Man. Yeah. That was one of the great games I've ever seen.
That wasn't here though.
No.
We're just talking generic. Okay.
Just generic.
Yeah.
You know, one thing that is a little frustrating about Fox.
Not generic, but not. It's just not. I thought we meant at the Golden One Center, but yeah, obviously that one's iconic.
Just Fox moments in general.
Yeah.
But one thing that's frustrating whenever I think about Fox, I always remember, but right before we drafted him, the video of him at Kentucky with Bam, and they had just lost in March Madness or whatever, and he was crying and this and that. And I remember going into that draft, I was like, man, that's somebody I want on my team, someone that's passionate about the game and that's just really into it like that. And it's really frustrating because I don't know what happened to that guy, because near the end, he was just always just apathetic. I didn't see the vocal leadership. It didn't seem like he was the same guy near the end.
No, you're not wrong about that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the signature videos of college basketball that season. Was him and Bam crying in the locker room after that game, and I don't know if maybe he even looked at that moment and said, I don't want to be. I'm trying to figure out why. I don't know, but like, I don't ever want to be that inconsolable again. Because you're right, he was never like that in the NBA.
Yeah, he was so passionate.
Yeah. Well, he's also a kid. Like, not to like he was essentially a child.
Yeah.
And his first 6 years here, 5 years here. The only thing that's gonna make you cry is Luke Walton and Buddy Hield.
Well, Luke Walton will make anybody cry.
Well, damn.
And trading Amon Shumpert.
Yeah. Hey, Purple Talk, Shump.
But
it's there for vibes.
It's not even the crying though. It's if you just pull up a highlight package of De'Aaron Fox at Kentucky, there is emotion all the time.
Yeah.
Like he's dunking, yelling, flexing, and he very rarely did that in the NBA.
Yeah, there's no dunk strikes back then.
Very rarely. And just the emotion, how emotionally invested. Like you said, he was an 18-year-old kid, so it is a little different. But how emotionally he was invested in all these games outwardly, because I don't want to say just because he didn't do that doesn't mean he didn't care, he wasn't invested.
Yeah.
But outward emotion, he just didn't get that in the NBA a lot from him. It was always like he'd hit the three or he'd get a dunk and just trot on back down or whatever. And there's nothing wrong. That works too. But I gravitate towards, that's why we love Malik Monk, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he'll give you the outward outburst of emotion.
Yeah.
And Fox did that in college, but he didn't really do that in the pros.
Do you feel like he just maybe matured out of that? Like you said, he didn't want to be that way. Or do you think maybe all the losing from the early stages of his career kind of broke him? Because that's always a topic in the NBA. Like when it comes to tanking and things like that, you don't ever want to like develop a culture of losing. And because I remember like I used to be a big Joel Embiid guy, and during the start of the process, people would say that all the time, like, you can't keep losing, you gotta break these players mentally, blah, blah, blah. Do you feel like that kind of happened to Fox maybe here? He just was worn down from all the losing, and when he got an opportunity, he was ready to go?
I don't think it broke him, but I think it changed him.
I think it changed him. I agree.
Yeah, I think when you say you broke someone, that's pretty strong.
He lost
Kevin
his
Huerter had
smile.
a nice 3 last night.
Who?
Kevin Huerter.
Who? Oh, good.
Yeah, so I don't know what his point total was, but it was on Inside the NBA.
Good for him. That's big time. It's the first time I've heard his name in months.
He had 23 the other night.
I'll take your word for it.
Who'd they play against?
I don't know.
But I think that I do think losing, hiring, firing, constant. Yeah, like I feel like, again, maybe, I don't think the word is break, but like, does it numb you? But maybe that's not. But I do think it changes you a little bit.
Definitely, it seems like it took a toll on him. It definitely does.
And I don't fault him for that. I don't fault him for that at all.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all, man. He went through, like you said, a lot of losing, a lot of change here, a lot of this is the big leagues type moments. And, you know, maybe that's something that you can't have that boyish exuberance in these situations all the time when you're dealing with that stuff all the time. So, like you said, I break you is different, but it definitely could change your outlook on how you approach emotion and just approach so how you want to show yourself.
So earlier you guys were asking me if I'm going to boo or not. I already said I'm going to boo. One big thing I'm a little upset about Fox was the timing of it. You know, he talks about, I want to go to a winning culture. I want to go to a different team, blah, blah. When he left, Doug Christie was doing pretty good. The team seemed remotivated because there wasn't a lot of maybe Mike Brown guys. And it seemed like the team was heading in the right direction. So I think maybe that might be another thing that's adding to why so many fans are frustrated, because it seemed like through all the chaos, we were going in the right direction.
Yeah, maybe there's a feeling he abandoned Doug a little bit, and obviously Doug is our guy, and you know Kings fans are going to ride with DC forever.
That's right.
From De'Aaron's perspective, and maybe he's like, you guys keep fooling me with this. Yeah. You're not fooling me anymore. This is I am in a window of time where I have there's a window. I'm in a window of time where I have leverage, and I'm going to attempt to utilize that now. Yeah. And I don't think that's a call De'Aaron makes on his own. I think that's a call De'Aaron makes with his family. I think that's a call De'Aaron makes with his team, and that's what they did. I'm not trying to start. I don't know that I fault him for that. I don't know that I fault him for, you know, feeling like you're going to put like, so what if we are really good with Doug? He's an interim head coach. I'm supposed to trust you're going to hire him. Like, I don't, again, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't, again, I'm stalling him out a lot. I don't fault him for that.
Do you think he's still asked out if he's having a good year and he's qualifies for the all NBA thing or whatever, the bigger contract?
No, absolutely not. No, you don't
exactly.
You don't opt out of $100 million on principle or whatever the number is.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stand on my principles. No, I'm gonna sign this this extra $100 million contract first. Then I'm gonna stand on my principles and tell him to get me out of here.
But that's the hard thing. I just feel like it's always changing. It's always changed. 1 minute, if he would have been all NBA, I'm gonna stay, I'm gonna get my money. But we're doing bad, and I don't like this and that. So now I'm ready to.
Well, he didn't say that though.
He didn't say that.
Fair,
You're right.
He didn't say that. He said he didn't sign the contract because of the money, which is what we said when people were first. Look at what happened. Like, no, it's financially this doesn't make sense. Of course, he's going to do it this way.
You know, wait and get your big.
Never faulted him for that. Never will fault him for that. Never will fault any player for that. That's the move. That is the structure that the NBA put in place. Okay, if I can benefit from that, I'm gonna benefit from it.
Yeah,
at least as best as I can.
Yeah,
like I've been saying, the thing that I guess confuses me is it's been presented by De'Aaron when he speaks as if the Mike Brown thing at the very least was the last straw.
Yeah.
Right. But it's always brought up as once they fired Mike Brown, they knew what it was. I didn't want to play for another coach. So they would have kept Mike Brown and continued to lose. What would have happened then? That's what I nobody knows.
And we don't know the answer.
That's what I wish somebody would have asked. I'm like, is it as simple as if Mike Brown is here, are you staying?
Yeah.
Are you signing the extension? Because
and that might not even be something he can answer.
Yeah.
You know, you know what I mean? Because I would assume his response would be, well, like, I want to be winning. I think a lot of reporters or writers or maybe even podcasters are leaning heavy on the Mike Brown thing, when the fact is it could have been a lot of different scenarios that led to this. I think you used I think your terminology was the right one, the straw that broke the camel's back, or the last straw, or whatever you just said a second ago.
Well, I was saying they're leaning heavy on it because he keeps bringing that up as the moment.
Because it's the one you can bring up. You can't because that was reality. You can't bring up. I mean, I guess he could go, yeah, the fact is, I mean, Mike Brown getting fired was the last straw. But if they had kept Mike Brown and we kept losing, I would have wanted to leave too. Like, that's a hard. I don't know how you do that if you're him.
What if
is it
what if that's the truth?
or one Mike?
No, like it might be, but like I don't know how. Like, if you're him, you go about addressing that unless you're asked it very specifically. I don't know how you volunteer that if you're De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I don't know how these interviews.
Maybe he needs to sit down with Taylor Rooks. I don't know.
I mean, and I don't even think that's like the worst thing in the world, but like, I think that would be my follow up to him. Like, we keep bringing up the Mike
specifically.
Brown.
What I'm De'Aaron Fox. You're asking me what's the follow up question?
Okay.
Yeah, Mike Brown getting fired was the last straw.
Okay,
Kenny.
Okay, so if Mike Brown were to stay, would you have stayed? If they didn't fire Mike Brown, would you have stayed and signed the extension?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah,
Fox.
nobody.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, because I feel like De'Aaron would have said, yeah, like if we were winning. But the problem with that is they weren't. That's why Mike was fired.
Yeah.
Mike wasn't fired when they were 15-15. That's not even winning, but it's not losing either. Mike wasn't fired when they were 16-15. Mike was fired when they were 5 games under 500, coming off a brutal loss, a brutal 5th straight loss against a Pistons team that we still thought at the time was bad, and ended in the worst way imaginable. Yeah. And so I don't know.
Yeah. I like I said, it's just that the only reason I would ask that question is because that's what keeps getting brought up. Like, he doesn't, maybe he alludes to a little bit, but he doesn't talk that much about the dysfunction.
Perhaps the toughest part is De'Aaron bears responsibility for that loss. He bears a lot of responsibility, not him solely. He certainly bears responsibility for that final play.
He bears responsibility for the position they were in at 13 and 18.
Sure, they all do. Yeah, they all do. De'Aaron doesn't exclusively.
Yeah.
But that final play, that was De'Aaron and Jaden.
But even he doesn't exclusively, and that's not necessarily fair, what I'm about to say, but you're the guy.
Yes.
You're the guy they're about to give you $250 to $300 million.
Yes.
Yes, you bear the responsibility of making sure
and that's
your
why,
team isn't
that's why Mike Brown would go at him all the time to set the tone.
Let's try a different approach when we get back.
Oh.
I just saw that. We'll come back. Eddie Gonzalez coming up in about 30 minutes. Hang on a couple more minutes, Leezy. I want you to be a part of this conversation. It's Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Bryce, I think the answer is yes. Bryce Johnson, I think the answer is definitively yes. Which is why it's so great it's happening this year.
Man, KC, chat is on my head every time I'm in here, man.
What are they talking about?
They saying I got a big head all the time. They getting to me, bro. I thought when I got the braids, I'd be cleaned up and cool. People would be cool, but people just hating, man. 4'11" Stephen Brown and hating on me.
People gonna hate. You do what you do.
That's right. You're right.
That's all. Man. I don't think you have a big head.
Thank you, man. Wow. Chat's getting wild.
They talking about now.
Leezy, you looking like a snack. Thanks, El Gato.
Okay.
Hey.
I see you. You know what I mean? You want to take down the information?
Nah, that's okay. Where's the flag? I'm looking for the flag. That's
well,
what I'm
you
looking
know,
for.
what do you mean?
Hey.
That could be a nice young lady.
It could be, but on the internet, you never know.
You know, well, that's why I say you got to get more. You got to ask this person what their IG is.
Yeah.
Are you already taking Leezy?
I'm a single man, brother.
Oh, okay.
I'm a single man.
Hey,
yeah,
hey.
I updated the team. I'm a single man.
What are we at? Leezy is whatever.
Leezy whatever. Because I do
whatever, man. Hey,
Yes,
getting
sir.
that DMs, man. Come on, man. He said he looked like a snack in the DMs. Well,
I got Stephen A. Forehead. Okay, Victor.
All right. Well, I don't look. I'm not here to judge anybody, you know, but I don't know.
Hey, random segue. This reminded me. So you guys, when you guys come on the show, you have your music and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a request for like some music? Can I get like the Big Show? Like, well, can I get that? No.
Easy, we're not playing the Big Show.
Okay.
Well, you come on now. Maybe you can get hooked up with Young Zell, and he can make you your own.
You know what?
Intro or something like that. But we ain't playing the Big Show. No. That's not even a good intro song.
Well, okay. Oh, hey, this is good for the commercial break. What's your favorite WWE intro song?
Shawn Michaels.
Really? Okay.
Sexy Boy.
I mean, it is a banger. Sexy Red loved it.
Sexy Red. Hey. Sean loves Sexy Red.
Oh, hey, get it sexy.
Sean loves Sexy Red.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Bro, a good one? It's a simple one, but I like Edges. You think you know me, then boom, the crowd goes crazy.
It's solid. It's solid. Mike says Stone Cold. That's
that's always a good one.
John Cena's is dope.
Everybody knows Jeff Hardy's, even though there's nothing like in it. It's just yeah, people go crazy for that one.
I like Randy Orton's too. Randy Orton's is an all-timer.
Yeah. You remember Christian's when he went solo?
No.
Christian at last.
I think I was gone at that point.
Okay. Yeah, it was a rough time.
I think I was gone. Yeah. Seth Rollins is dope too. Yeah.
All right, we're back here hanging out. Our man Leezy Scorsese with us here in studio. So you guys had just made a point. Obviously we're talking about De'Aaron Fox because we're contractually obligated to, because he returns to Sacramento tonight at the Golden One Center. Kings-Spurs, Eddie Gonzalez coming up here in about 30 minutes. James Ham, final hour of the show. You were just talking about like you're the guy.
Mm-hmm.
You're the guy preparing to offer. If because Casey asked the question, has been asking the question all day. If Mike Brown stays, does De'Aaron wind up asking out in the offseason? Does he wind up, staying if they don't fire Mike Brown and all of this? And you talk about bearing responsibility for the team's, 5 games under 500 record, what happened in Detroit the night before Mike was fired, all of those different things. What if there's a scenario where Mike Brown stays and the Kings don't want to re-sign De'Aaron to that contract?
Oh.
That's not an element that we discuss very often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there a scenario where the Kings maybe weren't super keen on the idea of paying De'Aaron Fox a top tier NBA contract like that?
Do you think, are you saying that based off like them, like at the end of the season, assuming they wouldn't have had a good year, a playoff year? And
let's say this,
I only asked because they offered the contract. You know what I'm saying? They already said we
paid
pay
him.
Yeah, but they offered him
change. Maybe are you saying it changes?
They offered
if they
him
have a bad season.
So I believe they offered him. I think the one that they could offer him is the 3, or I don't remember if it's the 3 or the 4. But
I think it was the 3.
It was the 3.
So
sure.
that's what.
Well, no, I think it's the 4 because he's not a rookie.
Okay, so the 4. So they can offer him the 4 year. The off season comes, they can offer him the 5th year, right? So that's another reason that you don't do this. And then the season is played out, so you have another year where you're like, all right, he was kind of hot and cold. And again, we're going to work under the year just kept progressing the way it was. Even if we'll say the Kings got to 500 somehow, but the year as far as De'Aaron Fox was just progressing as it was progressing with him here. Is there a scenario where the front office is like, man, do we really want to do 290 for a guy who leads us to a 500 record?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think. Go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think there's a possibility of it, but I think they would have offered him whatever they could to keep him here.
Okay.
Go ahead, but you had thoughts, Lee. My bad.
I'm just trying to think about the money and how it all adds up, because
I don't think it's a given was my point. Like I don't know that it's a given, and I wouldn't fault the front office for that either. I think the front office is bad, but I don't think I would fault them for going. I don't know, man.
He's had plenty of opportunities. This is
talking 290.
Yeah.
Talking 290. That's our mark. This is our guy. Is De'Aaron? Do we all feel De'Aaron Fox is a 5-year, $290 million player?
I don't. So people always get on me about this. Last year he had his career year. He put up his best numbers, and the team didn't even make the playoffs. Do you really want to pay a guy like that? I mean, De'Aaron's been around forever. He's not really a great 3-point shooter. It's a 3-point league. He's not even that great of a free throw shooter as well. We talk about free throws all the time about this team. And going forward, I mean, the league is full of great point guards. I'm not trying to dump on Fox. I hope it doesn't come across like that. But
No,
I feel
you
like
hate him.
No, you've been beating his ass for the last 45 minutes.
no. My first thing I said, hey, what's one of your favorite Fox moments?
That's a good point.
You never even answered.
I didn't. Man, Casey's on to me.
You said the one. Because you were like, no, this one hurt. It's because your buddy couldn't get into the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with Fox.
Yeah,
I think DeRozan played well. Fox didn't even play that game.
Oh yeah, he did. He did. It was a great Kings moment. That was a great game. Game of the year.
Fox was out.
Man, that was my favorite game.
Lazy's hilarious.
Fox was out. He didn't even play.
Yeah. But going back to D'Lo's question, I wouldn't pay him that money. And historically, I don't think the Kings really given out big contracts like that. And just based on like his recent history, like I said, you missed the playoffs last year. You got knocked out of the first round. Is that really a guy you want to go forward with when there's so many other great point guards you can like try to get or even draft or players you can go after? There's a kid in the draft right now. His name's Jeremiah Fears. I really want him, but also I'm tired of us drafting point guards. So
you don't have any point guards now.
yeah, no. Well, hey, you got Devin
They're
Carter.
all
Carter's out there somewhere.
Yeah, in Stockton.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's with the Kings now. Who knows? I don't know where he's at. Malik's out tonight. We know that.
Yeah, that's rough.
He'll be listed as day-to-day starting tomorrow. Kings, of course, have a back-to-back on Sunday. Game against the Clippers, game against the New York Knicks on Monday. Good stuff, Lazy.
Hey, thank you.
Appreciate you,
Appreciate
my man.
you guys letting me
get
come
back
on.
to work, man. You come in here every Friday. We'll make this a thing. Come hang out with us.
Yeah, come in here every Friday.
No, do
Only
not
if
tell
you
that
got
man
pizza,
to bring
bro. What we talking about, man?
Hey,
this is like 3 weeks in a row. What we talking about?
Wait, real quick. The only reason I didn't bring pizza, I was taking pictures for our guy, Blake the Beast, for his big
Shout out
fight.
Blake
So I was
the Beast.
taking
I'm mad I'm
photos.
gonna miss that. I'm mad I'm gonna miss that.
Yeah, Blake definitely ain't eating pizza. He got to get the Blake. No pizza unless you win, bro.
I'm mad I missed that. I got it. Hey, let him know he need to have one more of these things, and then we can get this thing
Oh, yeah.
popping off.
I'll text him. I got you.
Just tell him to make sure it's not a night of a concert or anything like that.
If Mary's here, well, sorry.
Good. Sorry, Blake. You versus Mary J. Blige. Blake, you lost. But good luck. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask. So we've talked about. I think, and this is why I said people getting a little distracted because we're talking about all this stuff with the front office as opposed to, and how I like to go about it. All right, I understand all that. I understand. Hey, you didn't get Fox, this wing player, and all that. I get good. You're 13-18. You lost 5 in a row at home. You've already, now it comes out, there were multiple. Fox might have been a one-man wolf pack with the people who wanted Mike Brown around. The team has voiced to you in the offseason, people from the team have voiced to you, they're not feeling Mike Brown. Now it's showing in the locker room and on the court. De'Aaron Fox has said what he said about Mike Brown. I ask again for everybody. What are you doing in that situation? You firing Mike Brown knowing that it might lose you De'Aaron Fox? Or are you going to just keep Mike Brown around, and it gives you a chance, I guess, because there's no guarantee, but it still gives you a chance to keep De'Aaron Fox?
So my feeling is you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, because someone's asking out. And if it's not De'Aaron, it's someone else. And if it's not De'Aaron and Mike Brown is still here, it might be multiple other people. Could be DeMar, could be Domas, could be Domas and DeMar, could be Domas, DeMar, and someone else. And now you have Domas and DeMar unhappy, and you have De'Aaron Fox do 5 years, $290 million. if this was like you had a lot of crappy scenarios in front of you, the Sacramento Kings may have just picked the best one that they could have. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was interrupting you.
No, I think they picked the best one that they could have, and they went the direction of let's just continue to try to win. Like if our move is lateral, it's lateral. We believe we're better at the coaching position. If we can bring in a scorer, the likes of Zach LaVine, like let's do that and let's try to tool up this roster as best we can. They believe they did that with LaRavia. They absolutely did it with Jonas Valanciunas, and that's where we are.
The other aspect of this that we didn't talk about, I don't know which article this was in, but De'Aaron Fox making it perfectly clear there were no listed teams. There was one place I wanted
ESPN.
to go.
Yeah.
There was one place I wanted to go. And
literally a tweet that I put out. Word for word.
And people talking about, like, tell me if I'm wrong. Kings had no leverage in this situation. The Kings had to get what they could get, it feels like, but maybe there's more to it. But people talking about San Antonio, and you got Rich Paul involved and all this other stuff. Why would San Antonio give up Stephon Castle if they don't want to? There is no list of teams. There are no other options. He wants to go to San Antonio. He's made it clear. And I know there's the whole thing about Denver trust to request a trade and all this other stuff. Damian, we talked about this months before all this went down. San Antonio specifically. That didn't just come out of nowhere. Like, people were like, no, San Antonio.
Yeah.
Like, that didn't come out of nowhere. So I'm not saying he requested anything. I'm not saying that. But somehow word had gotten out that San Antonio was a destination for him months before all this happened. So if everybody knows that, Kings were kind of like and to your point as well, trying to salvage this season in some type of way for the second time now. First, it was during the coach firing. Now, because the star player wants out. Yeah, you got to kind of do what you got to do. You got to get what you can get almost.
Yeah, there's multiple different directions you could have gone with that. You would have had to have found a team who was willing to take the risk and have De'Aaron Fox for a year and a half. You would also have to have been comfortable pissing off Rich Paul. So, you know, if you're comfortable doing those things, you might have more leverage. The problem with the first one is that team might not have existed. That's the other part of it. Like, would I'm just saying that Toronto. Yeah, we'll take no, we'll try it. No, we'll do it. New Orleans. Yeah, no, we'll try it. We'll do it. I don't. If that team doesn't exist, that scenario doesn't exist. How many teams out there are looking for De'Aaron Fox with the idea of, all right, we're cool if we can't. We're going to take the gamble. We're going to attempt to win them over. We're cool if we don't. But if we do, we got to make sure we got $290 million to pay him, or convince him to take whatever we're willing to pay him, whatever that conversation winds up being. If you're San Antonio, no different than if you were the Indiana Pacers and Pascal Siakam. There was no if. We're going to trade for you. We're going to offer you 5 years, $290 million. Are you comfortable with that? Yes. Come on down. We're going to make this deal for you right now. That's it.
Not to mention the team out there, say Toronto or whatever. Not to mention, we're going to give you one or two of our best prospects in draft capital. And we're not sure, number one, we want this guy, or number two, we're going to be able to sign him long term. The hell did you think they were supposed to get? Like, the more it comes out, the more the story comes out. The more the story comes out.
No,
I already corrected it. No, the play, we moved on to the next play. I went no huddle. I went no huddle.
No, we need that. That's got to be on screen, man. Come on, man.
I went no huddle.
Yeah, come on, man.
No huddle.
Sorry, timeout was called.
The more that the story comes out, what the hell do you guys think they were about to get for De'Aaron Fox? He told whoever, and the whole damn league knew, he didn't want to go nowhere else but San Antonio. San Antonio knew that. The league knew that. The Kings knew that. They might have done actually pretty good, all things considered.
Trista sent me an Instagram post that had a quote from that article. It's literally what you just referenced. There was no list of teams. I'm trying to find it. These articles are the longest books in
that was
history.
ESPN, right?
This is it's definitely ESPN.
Yeah.
But the line is something like, there it is. There's no effing list. I wanted to go to there was one team I wanted to go to San Antonio. So a lot of people are mad at me saying I handcuffed the team by giving them a destination. Well, this is my career. If anybody else is in my position, you do the same. It's not my job to help build your team. I'm not about to just go where they want me to. I wanted to have a destination. That's what he told me on the phone. It's not my job to help this team.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Sacramento's job to help him either. They did, but that could have been, I think, what I really think this boils down to for Sacramento is one thing. And I don't think it's San Antonio, and I absolutely don't think it's doing right by De'Aaron Fox. It's Zach LaVine. That's what I think this all boils down to. De'Aaron Fox wants out. He wants to go to San Antonio. Fine. How can I get Zach LaVine in this process? That's what I think it all boils down to. Now, you can put that on Vivek. You could put it on Angeli. You could put it on Jeremy Lamb, Matina, or the front office. It doesn't matter. That's what I think this all boiled down to is De'Aaron doesn't want to be here. Fine. He wants to go to San Antonio. I don't care. Find a way to get Zach LaVine on this team and we'll make it happen.
So let me ask you this, though. Is it that off the rip, like off top? Is it, I don't really care about nothing else. I want Zach LaVine. Or you look at the lay of the land, like, we're kind of screwed here. Like we don't have any moves.
Off the
Since
rip.
we don't have
My opinion.
Mhm.
My opinion.
Mhm.
Off the rip. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I don't think they surveyed the landscape and figured out what to do. I think they wanted Zach LaVine from the moment this process started.
Okay.
So I could be wrong. What do I know?
And to be honest, I mean,
that line is going to bother people, though.
Yeah.
And again, De'Aaron's right. But that line expressed that way with there's no effing list, that's going to rub Kings fans the wrong way.
Right. And much like you just said, he's right. It's not his responsibility. He's doing what's best for his career. But like I say, a lot of the times with all this stuff, you gotta accept that some people aren't gonna like that. Like one of the things that's going on with De'Aaron Fox a little bit is, and it's because he cares, it's like he's trying to ease his way navigating through this situation. He don't want to be a heel.
He wants to stay a babyface.
Yeah, he don't want to be a heel. And he's like, nah, it's not that. Hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do to get where you want to get.
He hasn't dropped the Die Rocky Die promo yet.
Oh,
yeah.
No. And that's going to rub some people the wrong way. That's going to anger. That's going to be looked at as shady or foul in some people's eyes. And they have every right to feel that way. And sometimes you just got to wear it. Like that's, that's not necessarily fair. That's not necessarily cool. Like I'm leaving them in a bad situation, but it is what it is. Well, I say all the time, the game is the game. That's what it is.
Well, that's what you and Katie said yesterday. The game is the game.
The game is the game. This is what I had to do. And like you said, they don't have they don't have any responsibility to send me where I want to go. They decided to, but it's not their job to do so. Cool. I could have been sent to Memphis. That's what it is. So I don't blame him in any way, but I also, not saying he does, but I also don't understand like why are you so flabbergasted that some people are upset with you? Like it comes with the territory.
I just think he's just not used to it. You know, he's been the guy here for years, and you know, I just don't think he's used to that negative type of reaction. The Castle video is the one that clearly set him off, which was again, I believe De'Aaron Fox's story 100%. I believe what he told me. I believe what he told Dave. I believe what he told Matt. I believe what he told anyone else that he called. But I don't know that he understands like that was you. Yeah. It wasn't someone taking your words and misrepresenting them in an article. It wasn't someone reading an article and interpreting their own way. It was Kings fans looking at you saying those words out loud. Now, the context that you provided, we can look at it different. But you provided us that context after the fact, not in the video. Far more people are going to see that video than hear us explain the context of it. And that was tough for him. That was clearly this was all one day. He called everyone he knew in one day. And
like, don't you have shoot around?
Like he again, I mean, but I get it. Bro was upset and he wasn't used to this. And he felt like he felt like there was a narrative being painted about him, but didn't understand he was the artist. He had the paintbrush in his hand, and he didn't get that. And to a degree, like, I feel bad for him in that regard. I don't believe De'Aaron Fox is a bad dude. I don't believe he had malicious intent like with any of this. Would you just say the game is the game? This is it. Luka Doncic was traded without warning. Mm-hmm. You're talking about a face of the league traded without warning. It's the game. Mm-hmm. It is how this works. More often than not in the NBA, what the Dallas Mavericks and Nico Harrison did, that's not how it works. Right. With what De'Aaron Fox did, that's a lot closer to how it works.
And in my brief exchange with him as well, that's what I said. Look,
you told him to go to hell. You told him, I'll see you on the 7th. So if y'all get your camera phones ready when KC gets courtside tonight.
Keep my son out of this. Keep Reese out of this.
All right, well.
But I said,
Stephen A. Caraway.
I said, look, man, hey, how I feel is, once again, you did what you had to do to get where you wanted to get. That's, for better or for worse, my thing is you just got to live with that. But it happens all the time. It happens on the franchise's side before, you know, plenty of times. They do what they have to do to get under the cap or get, you know, a draft pick or something like that. Like, this is what happens. I don't fault him for that at all. I do think, and this isn't me because it doesn't bother me at all, but I do think some people get frustrated with a little bit of the double talk too, right? Like trying to treat him like it's not what it, like it wasn't what it was. And what I mean by that is he's still adamant, I never requested a trade. Yeah. All right, De'Aaron, like formally and with
maybe
those words.
Maybe you didn't say those words.
You put every clue out there for the organization to say, you better trade me.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Like, that's what happened.
I mean, I think he even had the line, what is understood doesn't need to be spoken about. I don't remember which article that was in. I think it was ESPN, because I think that ESPN guy talked directly to De'Aaron Fox. I'm not sure that Sam and Anthony did. I think they were talking to people around the Kings.
Right.
But that was a line from De'Aaron. They didn't need to ask me how I felt after they after they fired Mike Brown. They already knew.
Right.
I told them. Right. And then I said in LA, the front office knows exactly how I feel.
Right.
Let's get Herbert in here. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. What's up, Herbert?
Hey, what's up, D-Lo? What's up, KC? Salutations, man.
What's up, big dog? You back on the court again, man? What's up?
Yeah, I'm back, bro.
Be careful, man.
Yes. Hey, matter of fact, tomorrow morning, man, 7 a.m.
Well, I got opening day tomorrow, so I won't be there. But I'm going to get out there with you one time, though, man, for sure.
All right. Just tap in.
What's on your mind, man?
Nah, you know, I'm a big Fox guy, and you know, I'm a miss swiper, man. We watched a lot of good basketball. You know, the evolution, his game. He brought a lot to the city, and I think he was just a good dude all around, man. And you know, but you know, with time, you know, we got to change, and you know, change is inevitable anyway. So, you know, with that. You know, I ain't gonna boo him or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stand up, you know, give mines, and you know, and now we gotta beat you. But check this out. This game gonna be crazy.
I hope it's not crazy. I hope the Kings win comfortably.
Yeah, this game shouldn't be crazy. Charlotte Hornets these guys and keep it moving.
Yes.
Get ready for a big weekend. Jamil, what's up, baby?
What's up, boys? What's up, boys?
How you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. I just want to give a shout out to Devo, for getting that $25K fine for the refereeing for the Denver game, man. This is frustrating, bro. 2-3 free throws in the second half. Jamal Murray's free throwing the whole team. It's getting frustrating, fellas, man. We got to keep talking about this refereeing. I think the league is boycotting us, man. Something's going on with the free throws. Love y'all.
Love you too, my guy. That was frustrating. DeMar did get fined $25,000.
He did. So he's mad about fouls?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
or
right.
the lack of fouls.
Well, so is Michael Malone. What are we to do? Everybody left that game angry. Everybody left that game upset.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, man.
That's not going to change, man.
No,
it's not going to change, unfortunately.
It is frustrating. I could, if you're getting smacked on the arm and it's not a call, it's easy for me to say, hey, just keep playing. You know what I mean? It's human nature to at least have some type of reaction to it.
Yeah, I mean, once keep going. The fourth time it happens, fifth time it happens, and they're getting the call on the other end. Yeah, I don't blame DeMar for being frustrated.
Absolutely.
Or any king for being, or any player for being frustrated.
And it's human nature, it's competitive nature. Like you're trying to execute something and somebody keeps hitting you and keeping you from doing it, and you're not getting the call for that. Like at some point you're gonna be fed up, or at the very it's gonna weigh on your mind a little bit, right? Like, damn, like I'm not getting the calls, like maybe I can't go to the bucket, or it just messes with you a little bit. So the idea is to be able to move on from it and get past it, but sometimes that's easier said than done.
Chat's going crazy. They said Boogie is tweeting, but I only see one tweet.
Yeah, me too.
Are y'all overhyping it, or did he delete a bunch of stuff? Because here's the tweet from DeMarcus Cousins. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. I was called a villain, bully, thug when I confronted a reporter for speaking on my family. Got suspended, fined, and eventually traded. I look forward to getting my lick back. There's a couple of emojis in there. Obviously, he's talking about LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith and DeMarcus's rather infamous confrontation with I always forget the brother's name. Andy. I can't remember his name. Older gentleman, much shorter than Stephen A. Smith, and paler. That's the only tweet I got. He's replying to people. All right. I don't see these either. You guys must have a special Boogie. Am I following the wrong Boogie?
Are you super subscriber?
I'm not a super Boogie subscriber, so maybe I'm missing out.
Last thing he talked about was, I think this is, I don't even know what this was that he responded to. It's in the Filipino league, I think, in the Philippines.
Okay.
That was the last thing he responded to, and he said, because Big G.
I guess we're not the cool kids, because I don't know what y'all are talking about. Maybe okay. Maybe they meant Boogie Ellis.
I'm mad. Hey, I don't want to say mad, but why you trade Boogie Ellis?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't understand that. Explain it to me. Like, why not just keep the guy?
Because it's the front office, bro. I don't know. We'll come back. Eddie Gonzalez is with us. Always fun when we talk to Eddie. We'll do that next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Grab my juice real quick.
He's not wrong though, and he's not wrong in both respects. Well, I don't know if he's even talking about the other respect, but I see it on both sides where he's not wrong. Number one, he did that, and like he pointed out, he was looked at a certain way, and as a bully, as a thug, and all this other stuff, and that was foul. And the other aspect of that I think about is like people just think it's cool because that happened to Stephen A. Smith. That's okay. I don't know, man. That's not. I don't think LeBron was wrong for it. I don't know if he needed to do it that way. I don't know. I don't know if he needed to do it that way. Yeah, I'm not gonna question the way he went about it, but
Eddie,
he could have.
Versace shades in the crib is crazy in the office.
So Friday the
That's
sun
your
is out,
boy.
baby. The sun is out. You know what I
Your
mean?
boy getting ready to show out at the game tonight, man. You got to be.
But I know the sun don't shine if sun don't shine.
Hey man, our boy's in town too. I'm gonna miss it. I don't think the times are gonna line up. My boy Boss Man in town tonight.
Oh, I
Damn.
seen somebody talking about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to go there, man.
Oh, that's
But
gonna be. Where he at?
Ace of Spades.
I'm about to say Ace, right? Woo.
Yeah. Damn.
That's gonna be a night in there. That's gonna be a night, boy.
And Mary here tomorrow. See, that's what I don't know, Eddie. I don't know, man. You're a little younger than us, man. I don't know if you really like, yo, Mary's in town. I need to fool with that. I don't know,
my
man.
My first concert. Remember all right, I'm gonna age myself. The Manteca water slides.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So they had like a summer jam concert, and it was Mary J. Blige, and it was Soul for Real. It was my first concert I ever went to.
Oh man.
So come on, I love Mary. What you mean?
Cool, yeah. Now Mary, that's my girl. I saw her one time. I saw her twice. Last time I seen her was when her and Hov were on tour.
Oh,
was
That was hard.
2005, 6, 7, something like that. It's been a while.
Eventful day, man. Eventful day.
There's a lot.
They've been
going
waiting to
on,
drop
man.
these articles, boy. They've been waiting to drop these
I
articles.
didn't get a chance to peep it, but I just like. I mean, he clearly had a lot to say.
The league popping right now, bro. The league is just crazy. I don't know what's going on. Everybody on edge.
They just sent me this Jeremy Lamb shit in my chat on stream. I was like, oh, all right.
We've been calling Jeremy Lamb Triple H for months.
I'm about to say, like, I've heard it, but I didn't like it's. We're talking about it now. Okay.
Yeah, Trips Lamb.
What a league. What a league.
NFL ain't got nothing on this, man.
Oh, not nothing. Nothing. Y'all gotta have both Bosa brothers, and it's not gonna be nothing compared to this.
I'm trying to move on from the one we got. It costs too much money.
Hey, they might have to split the
For
difference.
11 sacks. All right, bro.
They might have to split the difference.
And I think Bosa was like really good. Like his ceiling is like up there, but last year I was very disappointed.
Hey, what did you think of buddy? Did you see this video? He pressed Tio about calling Tank a gorilla and Bud a gorilla. You see this video?
Oh yeah. Who is that? Is that a podcast?
I don't know who that is either. Like,
you saw what happened with Bud when Bud had him in Divido.
yeah.
Hold on.
That's the
Hey, real quick, Dwayne Wiggins passed away today.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, man.
Damn.
Yeah, one of the founding members of Tony, man.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
that was
RIP.
terrible.
They had Raphael Sadiq and a bunch of stuff in the Bay for All-Star, and I kept wondering, like, why not just all of everybody? But the dynamics of it, and then this news today, obviously, yeah, that sucks.
I hope. I pray I'm not speaking out of turn, but I think he was like on some type of life support, and a couple of days ago they found.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, R.I.P. man, legendary.
That's Mama cleaning up the house music right there.
Straight up, man. Boys in the hood.
Hey, calm down. That's me cleaning up the house. What we talking about right now? Hey, hold on, man. What we
I
talking
wasn't
about?
gonna say nothing about you.
Oh,
Man. Here you go.
Boys in the hood. I feel like that probably wasn't the first time I heard them, but that was.
Just me and you is the joint, but yeah, nah.
Was that their first?
No.
What
Come
was
on,
before
come
that,
on,
though?
child. No.
What was before just me and you?
Feels good. Southern
Those were
California.
before, okay.
Yeah.
I thought they.
Hey, Little Walter dropped before that.
Oh, hey, little Walter.
Yeah, man.
I was always like, that video always kind of like, I don't know if stressed me out was the right word, but I was like, what's going on here?
What video?
The Hey Little Walter video.
Oh.
I don't know why, but as a young Kenny, I was like, yo, I don't know if I need to be watching this at night.
I know they're in the YouTube chat calling us all kind of unk.
Yeah, oh man, no, we used to it.
Hey, leave us alone, man.
We used to it. We used to it. Eddie, this is by the way, X-rays negative on Jalen, so nothing broken in that ankle that took that nasty
that was
roll.
a nasty turn. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. What did you think of the Stephen A. LeBron James face off last night?
Okay, so I just did a stream on playback. I was talking about this for like an hour. So what I did not know until well after this hour I was talking about it was this happened in a timeout. I thought this was after the game. This is at the timeout. I don't know if you've seen the video behind like the
from Legends. Yeah, when he gets up and walks over.
Legends.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're not on the radio, it's LeBron. Like he's doing a double take. He's like, wait, I know that. Hold on. And he gets up and he tells Markieff Morris, one of the twins, hey, come with me real quick. And twin just walks with him. Like as soon as he realized, he was like, oh, I'm on him. That made it way better to me. That made it even
absolutely
crazier. Like that just took it to another level. Like when we having our GOAT debate, I'm bringing that up. Like I never press nobody during a game like this. So I think it's hilarious. I mean, Jamil Hill had a great tweet. She was like, we used to say stuff about guys, and then we would have to then interview them in locker rooms, and then they would be like, hey, why'd you say that? And that's just this. That's the new version of this. The fact that he did it in timeout, though, like, salute. Salute, Pop. He being a dad, it is what it is.
Grabbing the Morris twin to walk with him, though. That's epic.
That's some real boss stuff. Right like, you don't go nowhere without the bodyguard. Come on.
No, you gotta have the muscle. You know what I mean? I'm not here to cape for Stephen A. or any of the reporters or anything else like that. And I know we like the sensationalism of he pulled up to him right there and all this other stuff. Part of me, and maybe it's just, I'll be honest, maybe it's just black man to black man, and I'm not really crazy about that. He could have talked. Obviously, that has been on his mind. He could have got in touch with Stephen A. And said that on a phone call or FaceTime or something like that. I'm not blaming. I'm not mad at LeBron or nothing like that. It's just like, damn, man, like it bothered you for a while, man. Like you could have called him. You could have hit him up and told him about himself.
I remember because I see what you're saying. Like, and I see what Stephen A. Smith was saying, like in that setting. It reminds me of Chris Rock and Will Smith a little bit. He obviously didn't hit him, but I remember having a conversation with someone of like stature, and it was like this. It was basically this thing he said. It's like, yo, when I see guys at a game, and it's only us, you know what I mean? We're the only black people here. You know, you adapt somebody up. You adapt up YG, who I don't know, but he's there, and it's like, yeah, salute. Like you here, you courtside. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So there is that. I thought that's a great point by you. There is this cultural element of like, yeah, you probably shouldn't just show up another black man in front of everybody, but LeBron don't care. LeBron got a beef and he don't care. We've actually never seen him do anything like this. And now I'm like, I'm gonna skip to go to a game now. But no, it is kind of crazy that he did it, and he's been an AAU dad, and that's not all that surprising. But I do think that the difference is Stephen A. did take it a step further. When you start questioning a man as a father, when you start questioning his child on TV, when you doing, that's when
that was such an over the top segment too.
Exactly.
That's like, this is beyond the realm of discussing sports. Like what you're talking about Bronny, like he is trash. Like there's 100 worse players in the league than Bronny. Like what are we talking about? They're on every roster. Right. But you singled him out because he's LeBron James's son. I think both of you two are also missing like an emotional element to it.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
LeBron could have been like, man, F that dude, man. That's what they do. They're making money off our name. They've been doing this for 22 years. Don't worry about that. And we said this with the Anthony Edwards stuff when he was talking about Anthony Edwards. Oh man, I don't blame him for not wanting to be the face of the league. We had an hour and a half discussion about this. And then the second the mics went off, I looked up and he was on TV. And I said, Kenny, maybe he was just in a bad mood that day. And maybe that was the case last night. He's in this fight with the New York Knicks, and he looks over, and it's that, oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna do this now.
Where
he
watching,
wasn't thinking about it earlier, but it was just, oh, he's here. Okay, now it's different because I see him. I'm gonna go say something.
We're watching the rare air of a dude who he's reached that point of he's pretty much untouchable. He's done it all, and he just don't care no more. He just walking by his own pace now, and you getting kind of this. We saw some of this with Kobe late. Kobe kind of got in his like, I don't care. I'm saying what I want to say, whatever. I'm cussing in press conference. I'm doing whatever I want bag. You see that with Kevin a little bit.
He's with Mike till after he retired.
Yeah,
Mike hit that full mode after he retired.
Once he retired, and so this is rare air.
Yeah,
we're seeing a little bit of it with Steph. Like it's starting to, but LeBron's there. And the crazy part is the difference with Mike. This is what I was gonna say was he's still playing. He's still a grumpy 40-year-old, but he's still got to play basketball. Right. And so it just happened there. But you can kind of watch the wheels turn as he's looking. It's like, should I go? He stops for a minute. He gets up. He looks again. Tells the twin. Like he's going through the process. He's like, I'm just do it. What are they gonna do with me? I'm LeBron James, and he did it. So it's very rare we see athletes in that space. If we're gonna get a couple more months and maybe another year of LeBron in that space, and he's popping off. He's letting everybody know exactly what he feels. He's done being Nike Bron. He's just Bron now.
Mike's version of I don't care no more gave us that picture of him with the two girls and he had the light. He was dancing. He said, I'm outside now. I don't care what y'all talking about.
Mike was fresh off a divorce in them streets. And it just
it's just like
what it is.
He's like everybody else.
Fresh off the richest divorce, I think, in history, and was still good. It was just still perfectly fine.
He got more sneakers to make, baby. Come on.
Hey, LeBron was well within his right, though. I thought Stephen A. took it too far.
Yeah,
I'm not really into telling anybody how to parent.
Yeah,
like that's. I don't care if he plays in the NBA or not.
The thing is, y'all made this a talking point.
Exactly.
Bronny is a player who was drafted in the NBA. Y'all made this a talking point. You chose to not cover Scala BCR. Or you made it a talking point because LeBron James works for your business.
Yep.
So to frame it as any other plea to a father is ridiculous. It's disingenuous.
To plant your flag on a second round pick didn't play good in the game. Therefore, his dad must be bad at being a dad. That's a hell of a take. And that's what it is when you strip it down. We can strip down Bronny to the point of he's a second round pick and he's a borderline NBA player. He's shown to be a pretty good G League level player, which means you probably deserve to be on a bench somewhere. That's all he's doing. The Lakers were injury depleted. He got thrust into a spot he wasn't particularly ready for. He didn't look that great. And again, now we're questioning the greatest player of all time as a father. Yeah. That's a line that I can go, hey, don't do that. Had he just been like, damn, Bronny played bad, that kind of sucks. But the Lakers are injured and they had to play him, and this is what they had to do. And it is what it is. He's got more time to develop. None of this would happen. But when it goes to like, yo, as a dad, why are you doing this to your kid? All right, now I can press you.
Being overly dramatic for no reason.
Well, Bronny's 0 for 15 in his 20 minutes in the league this year, and the Rockets missed 30 straight threes in a conference finals game, and y'all worried about what this kid is doing 20 minutes into his career.
Right.
Stop it.
I know you were being facetious with it, but then that'd be crazy. You get 15 shots up in 20 minutes. Getting them up. That's my boy right there.
That's how I be playing. You couldn't make me pass the ball if I was LeBron James Jr. on the Lakers.
Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I got this.
Okay. No, that's the Antetokounmpo. What's his name?
Oh,
Thanasis.
Thanasis hit him with the sham guy.
Clear out.
Remember you seen that clip? He's like, "Give me the ball." He's telling the guy, "They get an 8-second."
Yeah.
That would be me if I was running.
Clearing people out, isn't there? And then he turns it over. Yeah,
I love it.
Hey, we need Thanasis. Get well soon, big dog. We need you. We need you out here.
No.
We need him back in this league.
Thanasis goes away, and the Bucks turn things around. Yo, You said it's a wild day in the NBA. All the 57 De'Aaron Fox think pieces dropped today. All of this investigative reporting. Fox returns home tonight. Where are what side of this are you on with De'Aaron Fox? What do you think the reaction is going to be tonight?
He's going to get booed. Fans like being a part of the game, so he'll get booed. I'd imagine he'll get a nice video package where he'll get cheered and then he'll get booed. Is this going to be LeBron returning to Cleveland, KD returning to Oklahoma City? Nah, but it'll be a fun night for the Kings and interesting night for him. It's no coincidence. Obviously, his quotes come out and he's getting asked about this as he returns. And honestly, I don't know if he said anything all that egregious. The stuff about the coaching. He didn't say nothing we didn't know. You know what I mean? His team, you reported live on air. His team list is one team. And that's where he wanted to go. And, the fans should feel away. He wants to get out. It's tough to have your star player say, I don't even want to be here no more. But I think like the real dynamics of it is because I went through it and watched Kevin go through it and watched other guys go through it. It's like, yeah, the franchise wasn't good enough. They didn't honor the promise you make when you draft a guy that high and you pay him that much, which is to say we're going to be a better team. They had some stuff work, some stuff didn't work, but he's within his rights to get out of there. And I think if he can attach himself to the greatest prospect in the history of this sport, yeah, he made out like a bandit.
Yeah.
Eddie, you know it. People all throughout the league, you follow the league and all this other stuff. And there's one thing that I always think about when people talk about Sacramento and like, oh, it's dysfunctional and it's a mess. How many organizations operate in a way you think they should? My guess, I'm gonna let you answer. My guess is 7.
I would say less. I would say like 5. And you know what the funny thing is too? It's not simple. But one of the key things you see in those organizations that are functional, a ton of continuity. You got a GM that's been given 30 years. You know what I mean? You got a president of basketball I've been given 30 years. With the Celtics, you brought Brad Stevens in as a coach. You had Danny Ainge, obviously, but you have these principles with your organization that you've instilled for 20 years. And then you have these organizations like the Phoenix Suns, like Sacramento Kings, like, I guess you could say the Los Angeles Lakers, with just tons of overturn, tons of just dueling philosophies and tons of changing constantly. And you end up in these up and down waves. So are the Kings dysfunctional? Sure. But was everybody calling the Kings dysfunctional 2 years ago when they beat the Warriors? No. Everybody was like, oh, they're on the upswing. They're great. They're so smart. Look at this genius team. And then you look at some of the minds that have come out of that team and some of the talent that is coming out of that organization. You say, oh, they're being successful in other places. They're no different than most teams in the league. Some things work, some things don't. De'Aaron Fox wanted out. It's not like the team he's on is better now. They weren't better when he got there, but there's a more promising future. And yes, there is a little bit more of a foundation there. And then you have Victor Wembanyama, and then it makes sense. But again, like you said, a lot of dysfunctional teams in the league.
Yep.
Owners,
a lot of them.
Owners, these rich people are kind of out of touch with reality. No surprise. Like these billionaires, they just like they don't really get it. Sometimes.
Eggs are $19. Really? Crazy. Yeah, the way this whole thing. I think the best part about this is this game is happening this year. And as someone asked in the chat, like this will probably put the De'Aaron Fox conversation to bed. There'll be a lot of conversation about Domantas Sabonis this offseason based on Sam and Ant-Man's reporting today. But this will put the De'Aaron Fox part of this conversation to bed, and the Kings can just move on. And he's just it's good dude, great ball player, but just another former player.
It's not the first star we've seen out want to leave. Like I was there when Chris Webber was ready to go. I was there, many guys left, and it's unfortunate, but that is the league. We're past the age where these guys are playing 20 years and retiring in one jersey, and I don't think we're ever going back. And so yeah, boo him, have fun tonight. Hope you beat him. Hope you show him. You know what I mean? Hope Zach LaVine outplays him. But I think it is better. Yeah, get this over with this year. Next year, it could be about something different. And next year might be a whole different team. I mean, the Suns, like the Kings, they're going to have to explore all those options. And then that includes trading your best player this summer. You got to decide if we have enough right now or we're going to
be amazing if those two teams could work together and execute some of this.
I tried to start the negotiations the other day with Eddie.
Yeah, I got a text at like 4 a.m. I took a screenshot. I sent it to a couple people. I get no responses, so I don't know, man. We starting a dialogue, I guess. But
yeah, I'm trying to kickstart it. You know what I mean? People that know people. That's all.
That's how ideas are born, baby.
You got to put the billboards. You'll mow his lawn.
Right.
Worked before.
It worked once, yeah.
You got old Chris to stay, man. Got old Chris. I don't know how much you know.
Center court with Kevin Durant.
Hey, we got to cash in on Malik.
The most dangerous restaurant in the city.
There's a lot of drama up there, man.
Yeah.
I know we was gonna go there, but like it's a Sacramento landmark for another reason.
Yeah. If you know, you know.
Yeah, man. It's a spot, boy.
Moving on.
Yeah.
We outside tonight, baby. Where we at, man? Oh, they talking about center court. Whoa. Hold on, man.
Oh, I'm gonna pass on that one.
Man. You know what, man? Baby mama calling. I gotta go to the house. I gotta go to the house.
Yeah, man. We gotta chill on that.
We had Mac Dre. We had Mac Dre at the tunnel at Vladdy's, and then we had the rest of Sac.
I don't know how much you've seen lately of the Kings, man. 3-1, 4-game road trip. Had a tough loss to the Nuggets, but they beat the Rockets, beat the Mavericks and the Jazz. That's not crazy, but man, starting to play better basketball.
You got our boy Zach some paperwork, man. We got him a nice little award. I don't know what.
Come on. I think it's just me and you, Eddie, man. We the only ones that like Zach out here, man. He's shooting the ball well again, man. What you think about this team, though?
I mean, we talked about it during the trade. They're a competitive bunch, and they want to continue to be that. They were up on Denver. I was watching like, oh, man, they really turning it around. Obviously, tough fourth quarter. You got some calls you didn't like. You might have earned some fines after that, complaining about them good calls. But there's some offensive punch. Again, Zach provides that. Domas provides that. But I think what you're seeing with them, and you've seen that in the whole Doug Christie regime so far, is it's just a team that just works hard. On both ends of the court, they just work hard. You're never going to question the effort of the team. And I know that's super cliche and like surface level, but in the regular season, that matters a lot. And that keeps you in a lot of games. And yeah, it's going to hurt you in the fourth quarter in Denver with that air and then those refs and all that, but it's going to keep you in some tough games. And I think Zach playing at the high level he's playing at, that elevated them. You know, we were talking about if they were level talents, De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
I think on the right night, yeah, you got the better player out of the two. And he had a great week and hopefully has a great another 6 weeks before the season's up. But I'm enjoying it. I'm watching them as much as I can and enjoying them. They play a lot of times play at the same time as the Suns, unfortunately. So I only got so many hours. But definitely excited to see them play. I want to see this game tonight and then see where they go. They're in a better place right now than I think they were, both in morale, also in the standings. And hopefully they lock up that spot and we get to see them play a series, not with OKC, but I'd like to see them play somebody else.
You know what I thought about last night? Hey, man. Hey, let's go back to the early 2000s, man. Come on now. Kings Lakers, let's go. Let's go.
I want to see it, man.
Let's go. Ooh, that's, man, it'd be on fire. Eddie, for real.
It'd be on fire, but
be quick.
I like
it. Quick. Fire be put out quick, bro.
I don't know. I kind of this Lakers team feels legit to me. Like I don't know. I think I'd rather lose to the Lakers than the Warriors, though. So if it comes down to it, like, all right, if you're asking me to pick a rival, well, go ahead, Luka.
Yeah, you watched them last night. I mean, you've watched them since the All-Star break period, and you have LeBron turning up at another level right now. And you have Luka, like it seems like he's rounding himself into shape, but the jumper's falling. He's hitting these ridiculous shots. The way those two dudes command the game, and the way they keep them, they're moving really fast. A lot of long outlet passes. They're pushing more. LeBron's pushing more. LeBron like knows he's got a quarterback now, so it's like, oh, if y'all shoot, I'm out. See me down here. Meet me at the rim. I'm cherry picking. I'm old. It doesn't matter. And it's just little stuff like that that gets them. I think that the fact that those two dudes are so willing to rebound and they can play with these different lineups, they look tough, man. They look tough. I'm not trying to be a stan or whatever. That team has to scare you. Anybody in the league, you have to be looking at them like, man, even the way they walked down the Knicks yesterday, I know Jalen got hurt late, but they were kind of in command at that point. I think Jalen was playing 1-on-2, and the two dudes he was playing against was better than him. So it was kind of always going that way. That team is scary, man. That team is scary.
Is this indicative of Anthony Davis at all? Like, I mean, they've been like, even before Luka put on a uniform, AD was out. They were playing really well. Like, is this a tough look for AD?
You know, it's funny. I was talking about this last night, and I just think it's a different talent. And I also think it just speaks to Luka. AD is great. Luka is that much better that he's elevated your team in so many different ways. I had a debate about Luka and AD last year, and I'm like, you know, does what he does on defense outweigh what Luka does? Because he's a great offensive player as well. But Luka unto himself is a number one offense in the league. An offense great enough to get to the finals, great enough to win a game in the finals. Honestly, it's great enough to win the finals. AD's defense unto itself got you swept. Healthy AD, you know what I mean? You run into the wrong guy, that's a sweep. So it's just a different tier of player. The calculation I was doing in my mind yesterday was like, yo, they're getting all of this out of Jackson Hayes. What is Derek Lively? I thought Derek Lively was a dude. Like, can you just do that with just any big if you have these two dudes? Like, they're making so much out of that. I'm a little scared about next year. They spend this summer actually convincing a good center to come. Like, oh my goodness. So it is a little indicative of AD. There's a reason why everybody reacted to this trade the same way they did, like it was a highway robbery, including Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
Who was on some show yesterday saying, yeah, you got to get like 4 unprotected first. You got to do this. It's because Luka is that good. So I wouldn't say I'm dropping AD anywhere. I'm just remembering what Luka is. And his best player alive is his ceiling. And he's been that before, and he could be that again. So
no, they cooking right now.
Yeah.
I hate it.
I want to see him in the first round, though.
I just want to see the first round. Like, hey, if seeing the first round means seeing the Lakers, so be it.
Yeah, let's
rekindle
something. Let's
It'll be
rekindle
booming. It'll be booming for game 3. Game 4, maybe. It's not another
Come here to say our goodbye.
Yeah.
But it'll be fun, though. It'll be fun.
Eddie, we appreciate you, man. Love everything that you got going on over there. You know, we stay tapped in, man. Thanks for joining us.
Real quick before he
Friday.
goes, because we never. Hey, tell people where to find the playback thing, man. You've been popping off with that.
Yeah, it's playback.com/Eddie. It's just me streaming, watching games with some of the homies. And again, the hook for playback, why I'm not on Twitch or YouTube, you can actually watch the games on playback, regardless if you have League Pass or not. So pull up, watch some games with me, laugh. I get to cuss on there. I get to call D-Lo and leak our infamous but no, we having fun. I'm calling up some of the homies from around the league, around media, and we're watching a lot of games and just talking, man. So pull up on me, having a good time with that. Got some other stuff in the works coming soon, but this is my favorite spot every week. I'm here every week, Friday, talking to the homies.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate
Thank you, brother.
Shout out Charlie, man.
Shout out Charlie. Always. That's our man Eddie Gonzalez right there. You heard him, man. Playback.com/Eddie. Check that out. We gotta get Eddie back here to Sacramento. You know how we can do that? Hook him up with Johnny Jennings and the team at Made for More Realty. The real estate bar has been raised, and you can avoid the hassle of selling and get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours.
If Eddie were to come back and he gets back out here with us, D-Lo and Casey, and we're doing our thing, like you said, he can holler at Johnny Jennings, because there's plenty of testimonials with Johnny Jennings helping people like Michael and Patricia. They were selling their home in Rockland, and after interviewing 2 other agents, they decided to go with Johnny Jennings, and that was the right agent for them. Johnny was able to get them top dollar for their home and help make a smooth move out of state.
They got those guaranteed cash offers. That's what it's all about, is those guaranteed cash offers. They got a guaranteed offer program. They can sell your home for 27% faster than other homes on the market. They will sell your home for an average 3% higher purchase price than other realtors. There's a ton of other incentives, including that guaranteed home sale program. Ask about getting multiple instant cash offers. Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty can do all of that for you. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and the Made for More Realty team. California DRE number 019827171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. James Ham next here on ESPN 1320. You good? Yeah, you good. I got you. Yeah, no problem. No problem. We'll close this out. Do some Flashback Friday. Keep feeling like I forgot to do something today, and I don't know what it is. Do not know. Maybe I did everything. I don't know. Good or bad, the drama end after the Fox drama ends after tonight. Yep. In my opinion, yeah. I don't think there's a lot of talk about De'Aaron Fox after tonight's game. Not in this city, at least. I don't think there's a lot. Man, they are transforming my backyard, man. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy to watch in real time. Yeah, just don't lose for sure. Yeah, where'd you go? Mondo, that's every day. Every day. Not that I don't be hungry every once in a while, but that's every day. Yeah, the Mavericks are having a hell of a season, man. That's tough news about Omax, man. They can't catch a break. Well, game is the game. The game is the game. Yeah, where'd you go? Hold on. Don't lose. Don't lose under any circumstance. Don't lose. John, I'm not. I'm back working out at the house. Shout out Greg. Wish him well. I got you. Okay. That's hilarious. Okay. All right. Over. All good. It's all good, baby. It's all good, baby. We are live, pal. James Sam going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. One story I mentioned earlier that didn't get an opportunity to get to that we touch on here real quick for a second is Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley last night went on what I thought was an absolutely ridiculous rant about ESPN, and he's up here talking about all these idiots and all of these fools and all of these dummies that we're going to work with who have been talking about the Los Angeles Lakers, the Golden State Warriors, some of these teams that are playing really well right now in the NBA. And he's like, listen, let me tell you, this is Oklahoma City and this is the Cleveland Cavaliers. All right. Okay, Charles. I like Charles Barkley. I respect Charles Barkley. But this is one of the main reasons I felt like Inside the NBA could come to an end. Like, I know people love the show. It's just time for this nonsense to be over. Charles Barkley speaks like someone who talks for 40 minutes a week. These shows that talk about the Lakers and the Warriors and some of these up-and-coming teams, they talk for hours every single day about professional basketball. And you can't devote hours to the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. You devote time to the Oklahoma City Thunder and to the Cleveland Cavaliers and to some of these other teams that are playing well. You do segments on the Detroit Pistons or any of these other teams that are on nice little runs, having nice little turnarounds this year. And when you have two teams that made trades that are like 12-2 since those trades have been made, and those teams just happen to house two of the best players that have ever played before, yeah, Chuck, they're going to be a focus of conversation. And to rant and rave about Kendrick Perkins and ESPN and all of this stuff is so silly to me. It's like, Chuck, this is what grows the game, is the conversations about this. Is there a heavy Lakers influence? Yeah, there is, because there's a huge Lakers fan base. Is there a heavy Warriors influence? Yep, because there's a huge Warriors fan base. It's no different than the Dallas Cowboys or the San Francisco 49ers. It's no different than the New York Yankees and the Boston Red Sox. Charles Barkley, year after year after year, acting like he's new to this is so played to me. I wish that show had just been taken out back and put to death. It could have ended. It did not need to keep going. I'm kind of sad that it is, and this is a reason why. It's so silly. It's not personal like the Stephen A. Smith stuff. It almost is just like uneducated. You don't understand why this happens, Chuck? Are you watching clips on Twitter? Are people sending you something? Do you just tune in at the same time every day and see something? I don't believe you're actually sitting around watching a bunch of television. So, like, where is all this coming from? I don't understand it. I don't understand why Charles does this every year. And I don't understand why he doesn't understand how the business of sports media works yet.
And I think it came from Kendrick Perkins. He had a comment the other day. I didn't even see the segment. I just saw it was either like a 10-second clip or it was a screenshot of him saying the Lakers have saved the NBA season this year. And I mean, that's subjective. It's whatever, like whatever you think. They have added intrigue. Like what happened with Luka specifically. He went to the Lakers. It's the Lakers. LeBron is there as well. Like, I'm not going to go so far to say they've saved the season, but that's a big level of intrigue that's been jolted, a jolt for this NBA season, and intrigue league-wide. Like you mentioned, OKC, Cleveland. Yeah, they're great. At this point, we're really just waiting for them to get to the playoffs. Like, what do we need to spend a whole lot of time talking about OKC and Cleveland right now if they're not playing each other or any other great team? Like the other day, OKC played Memphis and beat them. All right. Like, we're supposed to talk 40 minutes about that game? No, they're great. The question for those teams is, can they win a championship? We won't even begin to get answers until they get to the playoffs.
I'll ask you another question, because you bring up the Lakers. Luka, that's interesting. Jimmy Butler, the Golden State Warriors, that's interesting. What's interesting about the Oklahoma City Thunder? I'm not asking you if they're good or not. I'm asking you what's interesting.
I mean, SGA, it's interesting watching him play. It's entertaining.
I do not think he is an interesting person at all. Like, what about, like, I don't know, like I love the, you know, he's not really my bag in terms of fashion, but I love to see what he does. Like, I love watching, like, but like they do all of their interviews together, and it's like, cool. Like, this is not interesting. You're really good. That's cool. That's great. It's not interesting. Now, when you start picking off teams in the playoffs, yeah, that doesn't matter anymore. Like, your journey to the championship is what becomes interesting, or your journey out of the playoffs become interesting. But when you're an 82-game season and you've got to latch onto something, and Luka Doncic gets traded, or Jimmy Butler gets traded, the Milwaukee Bucks turn their season around. That's interesting. Those are stories. I don't know what to latch onto with Oklahoma City.
Even if they were interesting,
other than they're good.
Right now, there's nothing to say. There is nothing to say for another month about OKC. They're not in a race for the 1 seed. Like they pretty much got that locked up.
Yep.
They're I guess maybe you want to, and nobody ever goes crazy about this conversation. The race for the best record in home court in the finals. All right, cool. There's not much to talk about until you get to the playoffs. That's when we'll start to focus again. And they'll be focused on the Warriors and the Lakers too. Like you got to deal with it. But that's when we'll have more focus on OKC and Cleveland. And you know, they're in game 3 going on the road with the series tied at 1. Like, yeah, we're gonna be tapped in. We're gonna see what it is. But I'm with you. I don't know why this is such a I don't like either one of those teams, but I understand the business. I understand. I didn't like the Red Sox Yankees all the time, but I understood it got the highest ratings of all Sunday night games. So yeah, they're going to put that on there when they have an opportunity.
You know who OKC kind of reminds me of? I'm freestyling this. Work with me here. That Carolina Panthers team that went to the Super Bowl.
15-1 joint?
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of them. I think Canton was more interesting than SGA. He's a little bit more of a loudmouth. He ain't afraid to say nothing. Not that SGA is afraid to say anything. I just don't think there's nothing for SGA to say. He's all vibes. Yeah. But they used to do the pictures and all of that stuff. That was their team thing, you know, akin to the post game interviews. What was that called? The DAP?
Yeah, the DAP. They have one funny clip when Cam does like an extra dab on the dude from Tennessee. And he
Yeah.
And the guy got mad. The guy from Tennessee got mad.
Yeah, hey man, you ain't gonna dab on me twice, bro.
That's an all-timer.
You ain't gonna dab on me twice, bro.
Point well taken.
But no, I kind of feel like it's them. Now that was a team that went to the Super Bowl. Like they went to the Super Bowl. They lost, but they went to the Super Bowl. That they were an interesting team. Cam was incredible. Cam was the MVP. But that's kind of what this Thunder team is reminding me of right now.
Okay. I like I said, I think
they got to finish their story.
They've got to finish their story. They might have to wait a while. I don't know if they're gonna finish their story.
Yeah. Cody didn't finish it the first year either.
But yeah, I the whole thing with Charles, like I thought it was over the top and
hey, listen, let me tell you something. And he starts right off like the show just started. Chuck, like, relax.
Ernie, let me talk real quick, Ernie, because I see all these fools out here.
No, these dummies.
These dummies. You know who I'm talking. Kenny, don't talk. You know who I'm talking about. And we're gonna work with these dummies next year. And they just go on and on about the Lakers and the Warriors all the time. I'll tell you, Ernie, let me finish. They need to be talking about the Cavs and the Thunder. That's who they need to be talking about.
What do you think, Shaq? Oh, I can't believe I did that. Wow.
What'd you say, Chuck? What'd you say, Chuck? Look, I'll tell you this.
Fine.
When
that's my
the Cavs and the Thunder, when they're playing in the playoffs, we'll talk about them. Okay. But they need that big man university.
Okay, Shaq, we got to keep going on with the show, Shaq.
Well, no, I'm still talking. We'll talk about the Lakers and we'll talk about the Warriors.
One other thing.
Lakers, Vitch.
One other thing before Hammer joins us. Did you see the Draymond Green, Karl Anthony Towns stuff?
I saw the clip of Draymond. I saw that Chris Broussard said something, and then Draymond kind of walked it back a little bit, didn't he?
So Draymond said on his podcast that Cat was missing the game against the Warriors because he was ducking Jimmy Butler.
That was ridiculous.
Chris Broussard's stupid ass repeats that and says, well, Draymond said that the scuttlebutt and what everyone in the league is saying, and it starts adding all these extra words that Draymond didn't say. Because I actually I saw the clip. Like, he did not do all of that. I didn't watch the show.
I thought you were about to say.
I said I watched the clip. That Cat was ducking Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
And then I guess Draymond was asked about it and was like, oh, that's what I heard. I don't know. And it's like, don't put him on television. Don't put Draymond Green on television. Like, you said another basketball player skipped the game because of one of the opposing players. Okay. Now, this video once fooled Kenny. But if you take an extra 10 seconds to search out a video, I think it was from last year.
I think it might have been this year.
Maybe it was this year. Yeah. It was. Okay, maybe it was.
It was Nick's Heat, I think.
There's they won't even acknowledge each other, and it's Jimmy walking behind Cat, and then the video cuts off. If you find the director's cut, that's about 10 more seconds. You see Cat is kind of like I don't know if he's like hunched over or holding his shorts or whatever, and Jimmy walks behind him and he looks over and he clearly says Jimmy, or he says something. Jimmy turns around and they come over and dap up. What are we doing?
Even aside from that, like even if they didn't dap up at all, they played each other multiple times. Like what are you talking about? He didn't play because Jimmy was there.
Draymond is ridiculous, man.
And then when asked about when he creates this firestorm, oh yeah, that's just what I heard.
Curry 900 says, y'all really hate Draymond. Yes. I think he's a jackass. I think Draymond Green is an
and that was stupid.
Jackass.
That was ridiculous. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Dummy. Why would you say that, James?
I missed what you guys said.
No, that's fine. Why does your mic sound different? Is the volume higher on? Do you have like a mic control on your settings? Or
How about right there? Is that better?
That's it. Yeah, that's better.
What'd you do?
I have a audio capture device that I run my.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that you had one of those. I was thinking, like, I'm looking around, like, why does James sound different? That's why it's his audio capture device. I don't know what an audio capture device is, but. Did James just tell us to hold on? He did. He told us to go to hell.
Okay.
James, for those that aren't watching, James just put his middle finger up and told us to go straight to hell.
I tried to show you guys my audio capture device and unplugged it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's fine. Award-winning movie producer.
There it is.
James Ham with us here on ESPN 1320. Boy, everybody had something to say. When is the Kings beat De'Aaron Fox expose dropping? Everybody else's came out today.
Like, look, I get it. And this is, you're trying to capitalize on the day that he returns. But at the same time, like most of what's put out today, there's a lot of like little tidbits that are new. But I don't think there's anything overwhelming outside of, sort of things that we've talked about on the radio almost every single day. So I'm not looking to break open this thing and cause even more stress than people are already under.
What were some of the things that maybe, in your opinion, we weren't aware of? Was it, the way it played out with the front office and Rich and relaying that to De'Aaron? Was that a new revelation? Was there something that stuck out to you with some of the things that came out today?
No, to be honest with you, I've heard just about everything that was in that. But that doesn't mean they've been out there, that it's all out there for the general public. So like, look, I think there are some interesting revelations there. Doug Christie being repped by Clutch is something that has not been put out there. I think, the sort of how much Angeli is part of everything now. I don't think that that's something that was widely known by everybody who follows the Kings. And it's why I keep saying, like, this story is way more complicated than what we can talk about and what we have talked about on the radio. And we've talked about a lot. And so it's just, it's one of the more complex stories to dive into. And I think Amick did a really good job of putting some of this stuff out there. But, even like Kyle talked about it this morning, he said with too many, cooks in the kitchen. And I kind of, like I said, it's more like a culinary school. Like there's some cooks, but then there's also a bunch of people who think they're cooks and who might one day be cooks. But for right now, they're just burning everything and causing problems. And that's kind of where this story, kind of zigs and zags all over the place and doesn't feel all that comfortable. And, I think at the end of the day, people should look at what Amick wrote and maybe for a minute, look at what Amick wrote as if you were De'Aaron Fox and take a step back from your fandom and about who you believe and who you don't believe and all that stuff. Just read that story with an open mind of how would I feel if I were in this situation, if this were me, that all of these things were swirling around. And if, realistically you had a very defined, 8 to 10 years left in the league, and this was your opportunity to put your best foot forward, how would you feel about this? Whether, whatever career you're in, how would you feel if you were in De'Aaron Fox's situation? And that's how, I think why I've been a little, I don't even know if it's on De'Aaron's side as much as it is, there is like a pretty cut and dry. He was honest with the team in last summer and they made a decision. And then once that decision was made, the wheels were put in motion for him to depart. And I just think it's a really interesting story that, again, all of the nuances aren't out there, even with Sam's, postmortem here.
Do you think the front office would have had any hesitancy in offering De'Aaron that max contract extension this offseason?
No.
Should he have stayed? None at all.
No, I don't. This is not a Dallas Mavericks situation where all of a sudden they're questioning whether they're going to pay him or not. No, and if he made All NBA, he would have made max money. I mean, they would have had to deal with a whole bunch of complexities of it, but at the same time, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, they've always been all in on Fox. He's especially, Vivek until he clearly wasn't at the end. This is the one guy that out of all the draft picks, I mean, we've talked about this so many times. De'Aaron Fox's rookie season, there were 9 first and second year players on that roster. Most of those players are out of the league. There's a couple that are still in the league. Buddy Hield's still in the league. Bogdan Bogdanovic, who came over from overseas. We just had Skal Labissiere pop back up in the league, but the Yorgos Papagiannis and Malachi Richardson and Frank Mason, Justin Jackson and Harry Giles. Like, there's so many players that just didn't make it. Even the Marvin Bagley pick didn't work out for this team. And so when you take a big step back like the Kings did during the 2016 and 17 and 18 season start over, De'Aaron Fox was like the one thing that was the good thing that came out of all that. And now he's gone. And so it is kind of a tough thing. And it's one of the reasons why I think this franchise doesn't want to do a complete rebuild, because they know that, like, hitting on enough draft picks to make this work and then piecing together the rest of it while that player is still young and you can build around him is, like, really, really difficult to do. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
One of the things I've been saying is, like, all this stuff that has been going on, it tells a story. And Ant-Man and Sam Amick, they do a fantastic job. Those are my guys. But it's this is really coming out because of De'Aaron Fox and all this other stuff. I feel like it's a little distracting to what the bread and meat is, as TC would say. You had Mike Brown here, who in the summer, it's coming out that the hesitancy was there was multiple people in that locker room that didn't want him back. And that's real. Like, it's easy to say, like, oh, well, Fox wanted him back and none of that matters. Like, 4 or 5 players might not have wanted him back. And that's, at the very least, something you got to consider and think about. So there's that aspect to it. And then you get in here and this team is underachieving, to be polite about it. And you've got a situation where you feel like you got to do what's best for the franchise. And that's like, did they do the right thing? Not handle it right. Obviously, they should have had a press conference. But did they do the right thing to try to salvage this season? And that's really kind of what I'm focused on. They made the right decisions. They did what they had to do. Fox, they want to be a part of it. That's cool too. But for this moment, they did what had to be done. And they've been proven to be right, I think, in this situation.
I think it's way too early to say whether someone's right or wrong in this situation because,
That
you trade.
the Jets are better. They're a better team, and they have a better record than what was going on before.
Yeah, but I mean, they're a better team today, and they're still the number 9 seed in the Western Conference. So, I mean, we have to be honest here. What's a better team? And are they any closer to being a contender or anything else? Like, I get what you're saying. Like, for the immediacy of this season, and I've been like, I've said it to you guys multiple times. The talent on the roster today is way better than it was in December. Like, it just is. Like, this is a more talented team overall. But that doesn't mean that you set yourself up in a position to be successful next year or the year after or the year after that. And sometimes, that's why you don't take the swings that happened here. And maybe you did the best with what you had to work with. But at the same time, like, there were ways to go out and try to get a Valanciunas. There were ways to go out and try to get a Jake LaRavia without trading your best player. And that stuff should have happened months, 6 months before, a year and a half before at the other trade deadline. Like, there are way too many opportunities here to have gone out and done what they did outside of the Fox change. So I get it. Again, they got themselves into a situation where they didn't have the assets in December to go make a Valanciunas trade, but that's because they made poor moves in June and July and August. And so, yeah, I mean, Kenny, I don't disagree that the team is better today than they were, but it's also, we're comparing apples and oranges. This isn't the same group of players anymore. It's just not.
But the other thing I'll say about that, and I agree, they needed a Valanciunas and all this other stuff. They had a group of guys there that the coach there had lost for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was, but he had lost a good number of them. They weren't performing well. With that same roster, they came out before that De'Aaron Fox trade and were playing really good basketball. The whole time, essentially, they've kind of played record-wise good basketball. And I think Dame said it earlier, it kind of felt like, to a certain degree, they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. Because if you keep him around, you might have a whole bunch of other people asking to be out instead of just this one guy. And that's what it feels like. And you still might, just because of the organization. But they had to make a decision, and it was either Fox will be happy, maybe, and you keep Mike Brown, but these other guys might be upset, or you move on, and it might get these guys to be buying in a little bit more, but you lose De'Aaron Fox.
No, I mean, like, look, that's the way this is played out. Like, you had to choose a path. You didn't have to at that moment. You could have waited until the end of the season, until this summer, and then made a trade that looked more broad, that opened the door to additional teams, and not necessarily the team that he wanted to land with, but the teams that might be, putting other star level players up this summer, where a 3-team trade could have worked.
Can you have that hang over your roster for the rest of the season? Your team for the rest of the season?
Well, yeah, but I mean, when they traded Fox, weren't they like rolling? I mean, they were like 11-3 under Doug at that point. It's not like
everything came out, when everything came out, they got their ass beat by Philly and OKC, and the team was dead.
No, I mean, like, look, they were dead in the water completely. So look, I think there are a lot of different ways to look at this season, and we have to wait and see what the end looks like when we get to, whether they make the playoffs or they don't make the playoffs, what it looks like this summer. But like, that doesn't change the fact that you changed your timeline for this group of players like dramatically. And, you shave 3 years off of one player's contract. I mean, off his years. And realistically, you set this thing up to be like 2 years. It's next year and maybe the season after that with some of these players. But, again, Levine's under contract for 2 years. DeRozan's 1 year with a team option for the third year. Same thing with Valanciunas. Like, this thing, I don't know what it's going to look like this summer. And, again, to go back to Amik's article, very clear that there's also going to be the same exact questions that De'Aaron Fox had. Domantas Sabonis is asking him as well. Like, who are we? Where are we going? What are we doing? What's the plan? And does that include him, or does he need to go find somewhere else to play as well?
I'd tell Domas to shut his ass up.
Yeah, I think everybody should be asking questions.
I'd tell Domas to keep his mouth shut. You didn't like the coach, and he's not here anymore. Yeah. You want direction. You wanted to move on from Mike. You were one of the guys who wanted to move on from Mike, so we moved on. Clearly, our direction is favoring you. So to put this stuff out there that we want clarity, like, all right, cool. You want clarity. Well, our first step was to get rid of the coach that you didn't like. And let's be clear about this, too. Mike didn't like Domas either. Mm-hmm. This was a two-way street. This wasn't going one way. Mm-hmm. But this whole, look, you could do what you want to. You're an NBA player. You're very good, the whole deal. But let's not put this stuff about clarity out there when you were a part of this. Right.
And that's before we get into this, the aspect of, if I'm the team, maybe I need to evaluate how I construct this roster.
Yeah, because we just won a handful of games with Jonas Valanciunas out there. Maybe the Kings need to seek some clarity when this offseason gets here.
Since we all seeking clarity.
Damn it, James.
I just like
all need clarity out
some
here.
Claritin. That's what we need. Some allergy medicine in this bitch.
We're on the same damn merry-go-round we have been for the last 12 years.
But hold on. You know,
same exact merry-go-round. Players change, coaches change, front office change. Chaos is the only thing that's constant outside of ownership.
But you know what it is? You know what I think it is, to be honest with you? I think a lot of people come into this organization, and because they're miscast, or because hell, this fan base is so good, we love you and we treat you like a star, that like they look at it like, oh, I'm doing Sacramento a favor. I'm here, I'm doing Sacramento a favor. I'm so much above being in Sacramento. Just be glad that I'm here. Like Domas and Fox to a certain degree. Like, man, y'all ain't, I don't believe those are championship ones. Who the hell are you to seek clarity and ask a trade and demand like you Luka? Like, figure it out. Win around here. Mike Brown. I didn't care. I know what championships look like. Hey, work on your relationships with your team instead of acting like you're bigger and better than everybody. But that's what happens. They get in Sacramento and they feel like because Vivek is who he is and all these things that are going on, that it is a sign of God, a directive from God that I'm here in Sacramento. You should listen to me. You should want me here. You should treat me like the superstar that I think that I am. You know who doesn't behave like that? And maybe that's why I rock with this guy. It's Doug Christie. Doug Christie been here through everything. And he's like, yo, we gonna go to work.
Who's 19-11 in his 30 games as the head coach.
We ain't never heard. Doug Christie done seen all of this. He's been here for damn near all of it. We ain't never heard, I need some clarity with what's going on around here. He goes to work. That's what he does. That's what they need more of in this city and in this organization. People that aren't looking for angles, aren't looking for excuses, aren't looking to be validated higher than what they are, and go to work. Go to work to try and turn this thing around.
Yeah, I mean, you did just have a group of players and a coach that did that and turned the thing around after 16 years and then felt like they never took another step forward. And like I hear people in the chat here saying, oh, Mike Brown said, hey, let's run it back. That wasn't Mike Brown's decision to run it back. And it wasn't Mike Brown's decision midway through the season to not go out and get help for the team. They were asking for help.
It was Mike Brown's decision to start Chris Duarte.
Like, he started him like 4 games.
Well, he started him for 1, but then he got hurt.
Like, what are we talking about here?
I ain't gonna go too deep into. He wanted to move people from that team. He wanted to move on from people from that team.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is like that's where like people don't understand like that. It's Mike Brown didn't choose to just run it back. He was asking for help the whole time. Like, hey, let's keep getting better. We got to a certain like point. Now let's try to take it to the next level. And part of that's coaching. Part of that's bringing along young players and doing all that stuff. But another part of it is like going out and getting pieces to make your team better. And, like, again, the JaVale McGee like acquisition looks just so incredibly desperate. But again, that's a player that that had won a championship with Mike in Golden State. Like, he at least knew what he was getting, and all of a sudden we see what having a legitimate backup center, which is what they were hoping they were getting with JaVale. That's not what they got with JaVale, but like, there are pieces that should have been gone out and chased, like, over the last 2 years. And this thing got stagnant. It got so stagnant super quick. And like, we talked about this like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, the DeMarcus Cousins comment. It was like they couldn't wait to get to the playoffs and then didn't have a plan of what to do once they got to the playoffs. And that's how it looks like it's played out. And now we're just going backwards. And, again, like, whatever the record is, a 19-11 since the All-Star break, since Doug took over, like, that's great. And again, Doug is my dude. I'm pulling for him to do extremely well. But it's just one more question to add to the giant puzzle that we're facing here, which is who's going to be making the decisions this summer. Are you going forward with the same front office? Are you not? Are you going forward with Doug Christie? Are you not? Are you going to have a new general manager work with Doug Christie and basically tell somebody, hey, if you want the job, Doug is the coach? Like, there are so many things that are already playing out. So, like, look, we're at this point where De'Aaron Fox is going to be in the arena tonight, and so we're rehashing so much of this stuff, and we also have these written pieces that are put up, which is why we're going like backwards again. But like, that's not where we should be going. Like, tonight is a game against a bad team. It's a winnable game, and it's a game that should have a ton of emotion and everything else. And after tonight, I hope we can kind of like put a bow on it and like move forward next week, because we just keep going backwards again and again and again. And, again, I like to talk about the historical aspects of these things as much as the next guy, but we beat this thing to death at this point. And it's just getting, we'll see how it all plays out, because like, we can read, like what Amick wrote or what the guys from ESPN wrote or anyone else. Like, in the end, it doesn't really matter. Like, somebody has to take this job and has to like try to get this team back into the playoffs and get this team back to a place where it's respectable. And you hope that can happen.
Well, the one thing I'll say about that real quick is the thing that I think frustrates me and tells me a lot about these individuals is, and I'm not saying like the Kings are absolved of anything, but it's always the Kings' fault. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with what you did or didn't do, or how you didn't handle business, or the way that you handle relationships. It's all, how can I? It's such chaos. How can I function here? All right, that tells me I'm just not that type of individual. Like, sometimes you need to look in the mirror. You know what I mean? Did you handle business here? Did you handle you worried about everybody else not handling situations right? And I'm not talking to anybody in particular. I'm saying you worry so much about everybody else not handling situations right. Did you always handle them right? Do you look at this? Could you have been better in certain situations? Could you have handled relationships differently and been a better leader, or been a better coach, or a better basketball player in some form or fashion? It always comes from, like, once again, talking higher than everybody else. Like, oh, I'm without fault, but it's always these guys' fault. And that's just frustrating to me, man. Like everybody played a part. Kings organization, the ownership, the front office, they played their part. The coaches and the players played their part as well. And that's all I ever really say.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would also say that there's always a common denominator. And I don't even like it can be nameless, faceless. It's just chaos. Like, this team has more chaos than any other team in the league, like, over the last 10, 15 years. It's just nonstop. And I get players saying, hey, like, 27 years old, I've made one all-star team, and that was as an injury replacement. And my numbers are all-star every single year, all-star level every single year. And he doesn't even really get consideration. I would
walk around the court when you're out there. I don't know if I'd want you back out there either if I was a coach or somebody, because you walked around the court the one time you were out there and missed the layup that you had. That's cool. Kyrie will be a little bit more entertaining and energetic to be out there. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you want to you want to have these opportunities. When you get those opportunities, you got to show why you're supposed to be there. Because if you're on the fence, if you're borderline, and some of that has to do with being in Sacramento, but if you're on the fence and the chance you get that opportunity, you walk around the court and you act like you don't want to be there, why would anybody ever try to send you back?
Yeah, but he did not make an all-star team because he played 2 minutes and wasn't productive in 2 minutes in all-star game. No one gives anything about what happens in the all-star game. Like, and I mean, like literally the guy had a baby like the week before. His wife had a baby. Like there was extenuating.
Instead of just looking in the mirror, they got an excuse for everything. That's all I say. Like, you got to look in the mirror, man. That's all. That's all I say.
I get it. I get your point of view. I would just say that, like, there's a reason Sacramento is considered Sacramento, and you're going to be that way until you figure out a way around it, and until you change the perception, you change the culture. How many times do we have to have somebody come in and say that they're going to rebuild the culture of this franchise? Like, I know this is I think Doug is my 10th head coach, my 9th head coach. Like, all of them have the same idea of changing the culture. And the culture ends up changing you. And you end up getting paid for a couple of years that you didn't work.
Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. So we'll be back with more Kings and Spurs tonight. Kings and Spurs tonight. We'll talk to James for a few more minutes before we send him off to the Golden One Center. Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That was a shoot.
Good.
This is a complicated story. It's why I keep saying it. It's just like a really, really complicated story.
The Team USA thing?
No, the Team USA thing isn't complicated. Like, straight up. Like, they asked De'Aaron Fox to get on a plane to Australia for 2 weeks, knowing that he wouldn't be back for another, like, because once they got to Australia, then they were going to China for the games, which was going to be another month away. It was going to be like a 6-week commitment, but at least the first 2 weeks, they asked him to go get on the plane and didn't guarantee him a roster spot. They were bringing an extra player. And not only that, he thought he had earned a roster spot. He thought he had earned a place in the rotation. And then they went out and played Spain in Southern California, and he played like 5 minutes. And they gave Derek White the spot, who was on Greg Popovich's team at that time in San Antonio. So let me
Fox
ask you can do plenty of wrong. Fox can do plenty of wrong. I see people saying that in the chat, but like, first of all, that was years ago. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, James. Whether it's right, whether it's fair, or whatever, do you believe, like, if you were De'Aaron Fox and we're sitting down and we're figuring this out, do you believe it would be reasonable if you're like, man, I'm not, all this stuff that happened, I don't want to go. I'm going to withdraw my name from it. And it's fair if I was your agent or somebody say, if you withdraw, that probably ends any shot you ever have of it. Right? Like
well, maybe.
Whether it's right or not,
yeah,
that's what you're looking at. And when I say these things is, you can have all the reasons that you want. They could be justified. You could be on the right side of history, but just know when you make that decision, these are the consequences, and you can't get up. If you decide this is the way I go about things. If you decide that, you can't get upset with the consequences. You knew what they were when you made your decision to walk away from that team, that you probably put the nail in the coffin. Because it's not only that group. You had guys, the draft classes coming up that were going to be able to take that spot. So being in Sacramento or anything like that, like, he left. He decided to leave. And he had his reasons for doing it. He decided to leave. But the consequences are the consequences.
I've never heard him complain once about not being on the Olympic team after that. He understood. He understood the consequences.
I understand. That's all I say. It's just he understands. He's cool with it. Cool with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's why you don't get. It's one of the reasons why you don't get asked back.
Yeah.
You made that decision. Sacramento didn't do that for you, or being here, or notoriety. You made the decision to walk away, and that's what I talk about when I say you got to take accountability for your actions.
Yep.
Lack of them. Well, good point. He'll play for Pop now. Now he'll go. That's the one place he could go where he can get back in Team USA good graces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Sacramento thing has nothing to do with the Olympic team. Like him walking away that day. But again, like, I don't know if anyone is going to take that. You know, he had a wedding to go to where he was in the, his agent was getting married, and either he was the best man or he's a groomsman. And they literally couldn't tell him whether he was going to be able to be back like a month later. And if it was like him going to the Olympics, it was like, okay, that's fine. But they wouldn't commit to him at all. Like I was with him the night before he made that decision, and I interviewed him as part of like the post Team USA game. And I'm like, do you know what your role is? And he just looked at me and he shook his head. He's like, I don't know if I have a role at all. And I said, do you think you're going to be on the team? He's like, I have no idea. I'm like, well, you're supposed to leave tomorrow. And he goes, yeah, I know. Like their communication wasn't up to snuff at that point. And he had dominated everything. He was like the talk of camp. And for that matter, before that, so was Marvin Bagley. Marvin Bagley had a really good camp, and then he just decided to bolt out of nowhere. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they went to take the camp from Las Vegas to LA, and Marvin said, no, I'm good. Even though he had been elevated from the select team and was still, he had an opportunity to go play in that.
No.
Did I tell you the Pop story about Marvin when he quit?
When he thought it was
he
Marcus.
Thought it was Marcus. Marcus comes up and goes, what the hell are you doing here? Like, what are you talking about? What, you said you was leaving. Like, no, someone said, like, no, coach, that was Marvin. I guess Coach Pop was like, oh, all right.
Oh, Marcus Bagley was there?
No, Marcus Smart.
Marcus Smart.
So the thing was, you had to call Pop. If you were leaving, you had to call Pop and tell him. And so Pop, when he said it's Marvin, he thought it said it's Marcus. So he thought Marcus was quitting. We're coming back. All right, back here with a few more minutes with James Ham. Looks like James already got. It doesn't look like a quarter zip, James. It looks like a full zip that you got there. You got to put your customary quarter zip on before you head out to the Golden One Center. I don't know that anyone would recognize you.
It's a full zip. Yeah.
Your Peyton Manning attire on. I don't know.
The Peyton Manning collection.
Yeah,
that's right.
The Manning collection.
Hey, you haven't worn it longer than Peyton Manning was. He was still playing.
No, that's true. Credit where credit is due. All of this Fox stuff aside, Hammer, and we're kind of with you in the sense we feel like it'll be put to bed tonight one way or another. The Kings do have a game against the San Antonio Spurs that they pretty much have to win. You laid this out earlier. The Spurs are not good. The Kings are playing well, and they have a tough matchup against the Clippers coming up this weekend, and potentially a banged-up Knicks team coming in here on Monday that might be, and certainly feels like are going to be, without the services of Jalen Brunson. This is a game where you're playing a bad basketball team that if you're Sacramento and you want to make moves in the Western Conference, you can't lose.
No, I agree 100%. This is a must-win game for the Kings, and it's a must-win because that's where they are in the standings. They got like 20 games left to sprint to the finish line, and they don't have very many games left against sub-500 teams. The Spurs are a team that kind of let go of the rope maybe 3 weeks ago when Wembanyama went down, and they've struggled. they've still beat some teams and they play hard. But the fact is, they're not a great team, and they're 5.5 games behind the Kings in the standings. They're on the outside looking in of even the play-in race, and the Kings have to take care of business. And I think if it weren't for the fact that this is Fox's first game back in Sacramento, this would be a pretty drab game. And we're talking about a game with no Monk, no Sabonis, no Wembanyama. Like, the star power, a lot of it is gone in this game. But that doesn't change the fact that the Kings need this win, and they might even be better suited to play this team with Keon Ellis going up against De'Aaron Fox than they would be if Malik Monk was in the starting lineup.
You heard any word about how close Monk and Sabonis are to possibly getting back on the court?
Malik is listed as day-to-day moving forward, and we don't have any true update on Sabonis yet, but I think we'll get a little bit more understanding of how far away he is tonight when we're there at the arena. Again, they told us it would be a week before they had an update. That wasn't a reevaluation, that was an update. And I believe Chris Biederman said that before the last game, he was out on the court at least getting a little bit of work in before the game. So he's moving around and everything else. It's a grade 1 strain, something you have to be worried about would turn into something bigger that he could re-injure or more severely injure if he took the wrong step or something. But he's a player that usually heals up pretty quick from this stuff, and it's not a major injury.
Okay. The Kings have been playing, pretty well. Losing that Denver game was tough, particularly because they kind of had it. They put themselves in great position to win that game. And a lot of that, I think, has been about, Jonas Valanciunas stepping in for Domantas Sabonis. How do you think Jokic? How do you think JV looks tonight against a Wemby-less San Antonio Spurs team?
Yeah, Valanciunas should have a really good night. I mean, he's going to go up against Bismack Biyombo, who is coming off a really good game, but he's a guy who has bounced around the league a lot over the last few years. He's a veteran that can step in and can at least help a team here and there. But he's nowhere near as big as Valanciunas. Valanciunas should be able to push him around. He should be able to avoid foul trouble because Biyombo's not an offensive player. And I think he should be able to focus on all the other things that are going on the court, as opposed to just being locked into his guy. This is a game where, again, when you went out and got Valanciunas, you didn't know that this would be the deal that you were going to go without Sabonis for 4 or 5 games. But this is why you brought him in. He's a starter. If he were on the San Antonio Spurs, he'd start all 82 games. They put Wembanyama next to him and he would be a starter. He's a very good player. And to have that luxury of having him on the bench is huge.
Yeah, it really is, man. I've enjoyed watching him play, and you just laid it out perfectly. I mean, this is a guy that is a starter, not just in this league, but on successful teams, winning teams and been a part of playoff teams, and to be able to have that guy coming off your bench. And now in this situation with Sabonis being injured, to be able to start for a little while, depending on where this season ends up, it might have saved your season. It definitely could have saved your season to be able to acquire him.
Yeah, and the one thing I really like about Valanciunas, we got him in the locker room during their last homestand, and when we were done talking to him, he came over, he dabbed up every single one of the media members, said thanks, and he's just a very, very good dude, a nice individual. He's a guy that is a character builder in the locker room, and the same way that I kind of look at the way Kosta Koufos was for the Kings. He's clearly a better player than Kosta. But the fact that, you have a guy who knows the job, who's willing to do whatever, whether it be start or come off the bench, and, he's a pro's pro, that's a really good thing to have in your locker room.
What's the key to, we're approaching the 20 game marker left. What's the key to this thing working for Sacramento? What's the key to and we don't have to go like extreme here. Playing at the clip that they're playing at now, whether that lands them at 9, 8, 7, something above, but they're playing at a 19-11 clip with Doug Christie, something along those lines. What's the number one thing that has to happen for Sacramento to maintain that?
They just have to play each game, like hyper focus on each individual game. They can't look ahead. They can't look at, even how you guys talked about, they have the Clippers on Sunday, followed by the Knicks on Monday on a back-to-back. You don't even know what games you're playing from here on out. Tonight, you play the Spurs, and that's it. And you got to take care of home court because they have plenty of home games left. You got that 6-game road trip, which is going to be crazy. But I think you can't let yourself fall into oh no, like we've got too many really tough games ahead of us. You have to just stay hyper focused because, like losing to tonight would be catastrophic, even if you were able to sweep the next 2 games, which are going to be really difficult against the Clippers and Knicks. You have to stay in the moment against this in the NBA, especially in the final 20 games. And you have to be physical. Like, I think the physicality is we're ramping up right now. And that's something that the Kings did a really good job of last year and the year before, of ramping up their physicality down the stretch. It's a different group of guys, but I still feel like they're maybe even better, like built to be physical down the stretch of the season. And so that's something that I think they should be doing as well.
I know we joke about it a little bit, but I am worried about low energy tonight. I know Fox is in the building. There's going to be, but a lot of times lately, like I said, we joke about it, but like they come back off a road trip and everybody's excited to have them back at home, and they just come out flat. I'm worried about that. I hope it's not the case, but I'm on guard for it. Okay. I'm on guard.
Yeah, you can't have any excuses. It is what it is. You got to go out there and play. There is no, hey, we had a long road trip and we're back and it's our first game. Like, that's all out the window. You don't have time for that. You got to go out there and put your best foot forward every single game.
And Hammer, you got to get out to the Golden One Center. So put your sweater on and start the drive, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Sounds good, guys.
See you, Hammer.
Right. Thanks, Hammer. It's our man James Ham right there. I think we got Jonathan. Jonathan still there on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line? 916-909-1320. Jonathan, what's happening, man?
Your guys' show sucks.
Oh man. What was his name yesterday? What was it? Jeremy. Oh man. Sorry, Jonathan. We'll try to be better, bro.
Dude, I'm not kidding. Jesse warned me about this guy when I was this morning.
Yeah. No. The dude is like Howard Stern in like 1985.
I promise you, I screened him.
No, you good, bro.
You're good. You're good.
You bro.
Dude, he
this show sucks. What do we do, guys?
Oh man,
this shows. Can you know what's funny about that is dude has been on hold for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
My man waited 10 minutes to get that line off.
Hey, I'm gonna tell. Man, I don't know. I don't want to say it because I don't want to mess it up. I'm gonna say it anyway. Hey, if you recognize that number again, I got you, big dog. Just leave him on hold.
It's just wireless caller. That's the problem.
If you recognize the voice again,
I got you.
Just leave him on hold.
No,
see how long he'll stay on hold. We'll never get to him. We'll just see. Does he stay on for 3 hours? I don't know.
Mitch was mad at me because I don't know. Mitch was barking at me on Twitter about something.
What? What'd you do to Mitch?
I didn't do anything. Mitch said, okay. I'm gonna read this verbatim. So Mitch said, I guess it is a crime to like stations, sports, and calling. I have been on since 11:40 this morning on 11:40. Glutton for punishment. Have a great weekend. My bad.
Why did he tweet you?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Hey man, we never do that to you over here.
Dude, should I remind Mitch? Okay.
Yeah, tell me. I don't work there, sir.
Dearest Mitch, I don't work for 11:40. I'm so sorry they are mistreating you.
Don't worry about Damian. It's okay.
We would never do that.
I know.
At 13:20.
You gotta stay away from these dogs. You know, they bite you, and you never know what they have. And then you get sick, and
he called me
just
for
never gotta
advice yesterday too, for medical advice off the air, and
Mitch did.
Yeah, and I
That
told him I
checks
can't.
out.
I told him I can't advise him on that. I said I appreciate the call, and that was pretty much.
Sometimes you just got to talk to him.
I like him. He's a good guy.
Sometimes you just got to.
Joe Brazil. It reminds me of USC's famous Joe Brazil.
Have you ever not wanted to do an impression on someone? Have you just ever heard someone and go, nah, I'm not going to do
when
that?
they have a distinct sound.
Well, Mitch does have a distinct sound. You just have to mispronounce a few names along the way.
Damon, KC,
No.
Joe.
He fluctuates between Damon and D'Lo. I'm not sure what causes it again. I'm not sure what.
Maybe his if he's upset or anything like that.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe
his mood.
Could
He's
be.
like LeBron. Sometimes you just have a bad day. Don't want to talk.
No,
about
it happens. It happens. I didn't even mad him for that. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. Kings and Spurs tonight, man. This was the game people have been waiting about a month for, ever since the trade. It was like, oh, that game's happening this year. And here we are. It's happening this year, which is great. We could just get it out of the way.
Yeah,
get it out of the way. Get this over with.
Get it out of the way. For everybody involved, for De'Aaron, so he doesn't have to deal with it, anymore. It's always going to be somewhat of a story when he comes back, at least for the next couple of years. It's still,
but not like this.
No, absolutely not like this.
Like this.
So get this one out of the way, and just move on. Everybody, you know what I mean? Like James was right. We rehashing a lot because of the articles and all this other stuff, but other than that, it's time for everybody to move on. It's time for the Kings to move on. Time for De'Aaron to move on.
Yeah.
This is a fan base. People will cover it. Nothing can be done. The people are gone. Nothing can be done. So the only thing to do for everybody involved is to move forward. And today is a good start to that. Hopefully the conclusion of that. Just moving forward.
Yeah, I feel like this is the end of it. But the Kings need to win this game because we could be looking back at this game for a very different reason if they wind up losing.
Yeah.
I don't have no issue with the way that the Denver game went. I hate that they lost it. They had it. It was right there for them. Chance to have a 4-0 road trip. Going into this game with sky high vibes. Feeling good, ready to take care of business at home. Not that they can't go into this game. Obviously, I think we know DeMar DeRozan is really frustrated. He's upset with how things went. The story of tonight's game is a player that's not even on their team. Sometimes that can create. You talk about low energy. Sometimes that can create a heightened sense of focus.
Yeah.
The Kings looking at this is a home game for us in front of our hometown, and this ain't even about us. It's about De'Aaron Fox. All right. Okay. And that could create just a heightened sense of focus or a heightened sense of awareness. But you can't drop this one. It's just the unfortunate part about it. If Wemby was still here and these were two teams battling, for playing positioning or that final playing spot, you have a conversation and it's tough and you hope your team comes out, in the best spot. They have not played well since Victor Wembanyama has been out of the lineup. It feels like they're heading towards a complete shutdown where maybe De'Aaron starts looking at hand surgery or something like that. Again, that's pure speculation. You can't drop this one.
No.
You've got the Clippers coming up, and that's a huge game coming up for them on Sunday. You've got the New York Knicks right after that. You've got the Warriors after that. Another huge game for them. You've got two sets of back-to-backs coming up. Now that I'm working through all of this out loud, because the Warriors and the Suns are the Thursday, Friday back-to-back. So you've got a lot ahead of you if you're Sacramento, and you kind of, the NBA teams, any given night, whatever line we want to use, you've got to take care of business.
Got to, man. And you played well. The Denver game doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't take away from the momentum that you've built.
No.
A loss tonight can. You know what I mean? A loss tonight will knock you down. And you got to build yourself back up. You've been playing too well lately to let a game like tonight against a team like the Spurs mess that up. Like, I don't want to see that. Like, they've been doing too well as of late and played well on the defensive end. Like, man, go out there and get this victory tonight, man. Get this victory tonight and get ready for 2 tough games on Sunday and Monday.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that so Monday? So are they off Tuesday, Wednesday? Do I have that right? They'd have to be, right?
Yeah.
Because they have the Thursday, Friday.
They play
Chicago
or Cleveland.
Who?
Oh no, they're off till Thursday. Got you.
Yeah, they got the Warriors is the Thursday.
The following week is when they play OKC, Cleveland, Chicago, and all that.
Yeah, well, actually, that's it. That's well, sort of. It's
Milwaukee's
the end. Yeah, it's the end of that week. It actually starts with Memphis. Then you got the Cleveland, Chicago back to back.
Gotcha.
Milwaukee. Then you got the
Boston and OKC.
That's crazy. Ooh. The Boston, Oklahoma City back to back is crazy.
Man. Sorry.
It's getting ridiculous.
That's okay. Like I said, Boogie's going off on Twitter. I only saw one tweet.
I saw one tweet. Could y'all screenshot me what else he sent? Like, do I gotta have my boogie alerts on?
They said he going off.
I was like, what?
I said, I only see one tweet.
Man.
They said, no, it's the replies.
Man,
right,
didn't see those either.
He just was talking about him and Big G.
Shout out Big G.
Yeah.
I don't know who he is, but salute.
Crazy Friday.
Salute.
And now that we're here, we've heard more about it. You know, I'm gonna check the temperature again. What you think? The percentage?
Well, no, I thought you was going. Did we do Bean Money already?
We did Bean Money.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Oh, I got.
I went Fox more.
That's
23 and a half.
You did.
23 and a half.
All right, check the temperature again. Go ahead.
I think I said 80-20. Cheers to booze. We had Leezy in here saying he definitely gonna boo. Charlie has said I would boo him out of city limits. So do you think that changes? Do you think it's a little bit more than 80-20? Eddie thought there's going to be booze in there.
I always boil it down to, will the booze be audible on television? And man, I don't know. Here's what I feel like. The energy is weird. Is that off? I feel like the energy around him in this game are weird. Now, sometimes that's the conversation. Sometimes it's social media. It's our little bubble right here with the chatty house and the people who call and listen and all of that. But it feels like the energy is a little bit weird. But
weird as in it might get a little bit more testy than you thought.
It might
Nothing
be
crazy, but
it might be the booze might be a little stronger than I anticipated.
Do you think today helped, hurt, or was indifferent for Kings fans? Like all the stories and all this stuff.
Hurt. Yeah, I think the athletic story was maybe a little frustrating. It's just as a Kings fan. The ESPN story was defiant. There were F words, and there was like he was because I don't think De'Aaron was in the athletic article. He was in the ESPN article. And those were his words. And De'Aaron's talking to every media member that wants to talk to him about this. And it was pretty defiant. So it's all up for your interpretation. If you felt a certain way going into today's game, you probably feel the same way. You just might feel like if you were frustrated with De'Aaron, you might feel a little bit more stronger about that. Yeah. Your frustrations might be a little greater.
I do think, even though, shout out Larry Jones, we're doing numbers over here. When you talk about 17,000 people in the arena and the amount of people that just go and love all the Kings that come through, and a former King is coming through, I think there's going to be 15,000 that will stand and cheer, which means I don't know if you'll be able to hear the boos on TV. You might hear a sound. I don't know if you're gonna hear boos, right? Like, oh, that's not exactly a cheer, but I don't think that's a boo. Yeah, I think you'll hear sounds, but in the arena, it's gonna sound loud with cheers. I think
you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. All I care about, you could boo, you could cheer, you could do whatever you want to. Just Kings win the game tonight.
Just win the game.
Just win the game tonight, because we got a lot of basketball to come up talking Monday. And my preference is this game is incredibly uneventful. There's nothing to rehash. We're coming in here Monday and we're talking about a Clippers victory.
Yeah.
That's the scenario I need.
Please.
We're coming back talking about the Kings winning 5 of their last 6, if that's the case. You get the job done on Friday, you get the job on Sunday, and then we're back here. Like, that's give me that.
Yeah.
Give me that.
100%.
Joe, what time are we out of here? You don't know. That's fine. It's all good, Joe. We'll just end the show right now. We appreciate y'all so much for being with us. We got to do Flashback Friday anyway.
Yeah, man.
So we're going to head over there if y'all want to catch that music. If you headed out to the Golden One Center, man, be safe tonight. Be respectful. Man, and we'll be back here Monday.
Yes, sir.
Talking a lot of Kings basketball here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. There we go.
Always safe to be out a little early just in case. No, you're good. You're fine. You took over late. That's fine. No, we did like 7 of them. We're good. Yeah, just click the box for me. All right, y'all. You know the deal. We have got to flip over.
Have a good weekend, Chatty House. Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir.
We got to flip over, man. Complex going to start mixing, and we'll see y'all on Monday.